Ballymurphy and the Irish War. New edition. Ciaran de Baroid. Foreword by Bernadette Mcaliskey. Ballymurphy and the Irish War. To the people of Greater Ballymurphy, and the oppressed everywhere. And to my parents, Christoire and Mayor. Foreword. Bernadette Mcaliskey. In my childhood, self-praise was viewed as one of the deadly sins, and we were often quietly cautioned with the saying, if your work speaks for itself, let it. The combination of talent, personality, and objectivity needed to make that saying work is very rare, and very wonderful. 10 years ago I first read the draft manuscript of Ballymurphy and the Irish War, and was convinced then that it was a groundbreaking document. It is a work that speaks for itself, with all the eloquence and intensity of human beings telling the truth of their existence and the reality of their world, and it speaks without being molded to fit any preconceived ideas, political theories, or social attitudes. There are politics, there is ideology, but there is no judgment. It is history as history should be documented in all our communities. The apparent ease and confidence with which reality confronts even a disbelieving reader is a testament to the skill of the author, Ciaran de Baroid. Here, we have a broad canvas, but we also have detail, simple straightforward detail, that brings the people and their story to life. The inhabitants of these pages are not anonymous 3 men were shot dead people, of whom nobody will ever know anything. They are people who merit names and dates and places, who have lives and dreams and loved ones. 10 years on from the first edition, the relevance of this book becomes even clearer. When it was first written, very few people were documenting what was happening in the communities in the North. This book, in many ways led the way. It told us that we didn't need to wait until it was all over for some historian from outside to tell us who we were. We were allowed to write our own history as it happened, and others then could do what they wanted with it. Ballymurphy also preserved for us a unique group of people. Without it, the characters, the central figures, the people of courage and dignity and resilience made known to us through its pages might have been lost to posterity. Instead, they can be met anew by today's young people and by generations hence who will have no means of knowing them in person. In addition, the book draws the links between hugely significant incidents that occurred in that area and the events, concepts, and ideas that grew from them, links that might otherwise never have been made. Seeds were planted in Ballymurphy that came to fruition years later in ways that made no sense unless you knew what happened back then. In that context, the pages that follow are like an ordnance survey map. A set of coordinates that guide us. Ciaran has worked on the ground, in the background, and has, in my recollection, never said a great deal. By setting down this work, the story of the Upper Springfield community, he leaves us silent with respect. Without Ballymurphy and the Irish War, people might never know or believe these things happened. As a record of fact, it will be remembered, and referred to, when we are long forgotten. Bernadette Mcaliskey. July 1999. Introduction. Were history what it ought to be, an accurate literary reflex of the times with which it professes to deal, the pages of history would be almost entirely engrossed with the recital of the wrongs and struggles of the laboring people. James Connolly. To describe the Irish War as a conflict between Catholics and Protestants is about as honest as portraying the Vietnam War as a conflict between Christians and Buddhists. This narrative therefore steers clear of such misleading terminology. Instead, the broad terms of nationalist and unionist are used to describe those sections of the northern population which oppose or support the British presence in Ireland. Republican and loyalist describe the more militant forms. In using the word nationalist, I am aware of its many unsavory connotations, but nonetheless find it the most suitable term of convenience to cover the anti-union population, within which are to be found nationalists, republicans, socialists, communists, and anarchists. As a result of an accident of history, most happen to be of Catholic origin, but they also include Protestants, agnostics, and atheists. None of them are fighting for or about religion. The focus of this story is a small tightly knit community of some 12,000 people spread over 8 housing estates in 1 square mile of West Belfast. The whole area is collectively known as Ballymurphy, Greater Ballymurphy, or the Upper Springfield. Its epic entree is Ballymurphy Estate. For the purpose of this book, Ballymurphy Estate will at all times describe the smaller entity. The following pages record the life of that community through a 50-year period, 30 of which have been years of war. In Ireland, Ballymurphy is a name that has traditionally evoked strong reactions directly betraying the listener's politics. On my own arrival in Belfast in early 1972, I made the mistake of innocently asking a city bus inspector where I could get a bus to Ballymurphy. "They don't run any buses to Ballymurphy," he snarled, "they burn all the buses in Ballymurphy." I never again asked such an unguarded question. For the next 13 years I watched the Ballymurphy story unfold with an ever-increasing conviction that someone should write it all down. In the autumn of 1985, I set myself the task, feeling that any attempt was better than none. Thankfully, the first edition of Ballymurphy was completed before the participants and victims had become too scattered or the older ones had gone to their graves. That was the main concern. Otherwise, a generation hence, who would have believed that this story could have ever happened? Much of the material is based on the recollections of those who experienced the events described. However, nothing has been included without having first been checked for accuracy against existing documentation. Where no such documentation can be found, exhaustive research has been carried out locally to ensure that the account given is based on a general consensus. All interviews have been cross-checked over and over again to eliminate error and provide an accurate picture of what happened over the 50-year period described. The nature of the Irish conflict means that many of those who provided invaluable insights and information cannot be named. Nevertheless, they will know that I am grateful for their trust and their time. Others who can be mentioned include Frank, Marie, Malcolm, Cherie, Leslie, Melanie, Anita, and Corey, who provided helpful comments and criticisms, Gary, who cleared the way for much of the research, the staff at the Central and Linnenhall libraries, and Maureen, Eugene, Frankie, and Jim for their endless rounds of inquiry on my behalf, Chris, Day, Jesse and Alan who provided the IT assistance, and all who agreed to be interviewed. In many cases, families were reliving heartbreaking experiences, often involving the loss of a loved one. To them I am especially indebted. Ciaran de Baroid. Belfast, August 1, 1999. Prologue. Vincey Clark was unusual as far as Ballymurphy went. Not many people in the area could boast a family business, in fact only half the working population could boast a job. Vincey Clark therefore considered himself a lucky man as he turned his coal lorry into Ballymurphy Road on the afternoon of November 16, 1970. His delivery run stretched from the red brick houses of White Rock where he lived, up through the cluster of aluminium huts that made up West Rock to the box houses of Spring Hill, the rows of garden houses packed into Ballymurphy Estate and New Barnsley, and the ugly grey flats of Moyard right on the slope of Black Mountain. A little sprinkling of his business also took him into the fancier owner-occupied houses of Dermot Hill and Springfield Park. Littered with the rubble of the recent riots, the place looked even greyer than usual as the chilly evenings stretched towards winter. On Ballymurphy Road, at the junction with West Rock Drive, Vincey Clark's truck broke down. He cursed and got out to apply his mechanical skills to the problem. As he worked on the engine, a car drove up West Rock Drive and stopped at the Ballymurphy Road junction, its occupants having spotted the immobilized coal lorry. Vincey Clark recognized the two men, Arthur McKenna and Alexander McVicker. In the Upper Falls and Ballymurphy areas of Belfast, everyone knew McKenna and McVicker. For many years both men had led a circle of armed heavies who ran the pitch and toss in Beechmount Brickyard and a card school over Watson's shop on the Falls Road. There was a constant battle of wits between themselves and Pig Mineely of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, who had set himself a life crusade against pitch and toss and card schools. When the lookouts shouted, "Here comes the pig," scores of feet could be heard clattering through Beechmount before the motorbike-mounted enemy could scoop the pot. So unpopular were the exploits of Pygmy that his house resembled Fort Knox in days when such fortifications were rare in the city of Belfast. And the fortifications remained long after the notorious spoilsport had left the RUC. The McKenna and McVicker outfit were also involved in minor racketeering. They fenced stolen goods, lent money at exorbitant rates of interest, ran small protection rackets, and when the opportunity arose, invested their talents in burglaries and robberies. Generally acknowledged as rough diamonds, not to be crossed if you valued limb and property, they maintained a stranglehold over Greater Ballymurphy. A former fellow traveler would later comment, "Very few people would take them on, because if you did it never ended. If one of them got in a fight they weren't happy until the other bloke ended up a hospital job. Then they'd wreck your house as well. That's how they controlled this whole area, they just terrorized the whole place." By late 1970 the two Ballymurphy men had also begun to cross swords with a new organization, the Provisional Irish Republican Army, in the course of their extortionist activities. It was a fatal error. Shortly after Vincey Clark had broken down across the street from her home, 51-year-old Kate Hall set off for St. Peter's School in White Rock where she worked as a cleaner. She waved to Vincey Clark, then continued on down West Rock Drive. "I never seen McKenna and McVicker coming in the car, but I heard later that they'd stopped to talk to the wee fella Clark. They knew one another well, you see. Then another car came alongside them and it was the boys. I was away past it by that time but I heard the shots. Next thing was the whole place was in uproar with everyone out on the street saying McKenna and McVicker were shot. Vincey Clark had dived in under the truck to get away from the bullets. Arthur McKenna and Alexander McVicker had been shot dead by the Provisional IRA. The local population was stunned. Bad and all as things were, nothing like this had ever happened before. Part I. Under Siege. 1. The Easter Riots. We don't want to be defended by an army who surrendered when the kids of Ballymurphy came to play. Belfast Street Song, 1970s. The Troubles came to Ballymurphy in Easter 1970. Previously, since the Belfast pogroms of August 1969, the area had maintained a fragile peace with neighbouring loyalist New Barnsley through the medium of the Springfield Joint Committee. Relationships between the people and the British Army had also been relatively relaxed. Shortly after the first barricades had gone up back in August, the 1st Light Infantry Battalion had moved into the Henry Taggart Memorial Hall on the New Barnsley side of the Springfield Road. On the morning of his arrival, the commanding officer, Major James Hancock, had come up to one of the barricades at the upper end of Ballymurphy and asked permission to enter. He was refused and he and his men left. He returned the next day and was again refused. On the third day he was allowed through to meet with a number of people operating a relief center for incoming refugees at St. Bernadette's School in the center of the estate. From then on Hancock liaised with the Ballymurphy community through its leadership and managed to sustain a cordial relationship with the estate's residents. However, things were beginning to change in the weeks leading up to Easter. The bad news was first brought to St. Bernadette's by the local commander of the Royal Scots, the regiment then based at the Henry Taggart Hall. Frank Cahill, a slightly built, 45-year-old, bespectacled man who had for many years been secretary of Ballymurphy Tenants Association, was coordinating the relief center. He listened in disbelief. The Junior Orangemen were planning a rally in Bangor for Easter Tuesday, and as part of the day's activities one of the lodges was going to come marching out of New Barnsley onto the Springfield Road. As the Grand Master of the lodge lived in New Barnsley, the Orangemen were insisting that the parade set off from his home in keeping with tradition. Frank Cahill, his neighbour Johnny McCullough, and a number of others who had been keeping the lid on Ballymurphy for the past 7.5 months, asked the officer if the people in New Barnsley had gone crazy. There had never been a parade out of that estate. To hold one now, after 18 months of intercommunal violence in which thousands of people had been burned out of their homes in other parts of Belfast, would be an act of madness. The Ballymurphy people would accept no responsibility for the outcome. The Royal Scots officer said he would go back and talk to the Orangemen. Over the next 3 weeks negotiations continued between the military and the two communities, but by Easter Monday the issue was still unresolved. The Ballymurphy leaders were insisting that the parade be prevented from coming out onto the dividing line. They would have enough on their hands trying to prevent a reaction to the party tunes without having Orangemen in full regalia staging a provocative display along the Springfield Road. The New Barnsley people were adamant that the parade was going ahead, but gave an assurance that no tunes would be played until they were well out of earshot of Ballymurphy. On his final visit before the parade took place, the Royal Scots officer told the Ballymurphy leaders, "You have my word, there will be no party tunes." The Ballymurphy people shrugged their shoulders and tried one last time to persuade the officer to prevent the parade, but to no avail. Next morning, Tuesday, March 31st, with Ballymurphy tense and apprehensive, the Orange bands assembled in New Barnsley, and struck up loud and clear. Within minutes the music had attracted large numbers of young people from Ballymurphy up to the Springfield Road. By the time the Orangemen came marching out of New Barnsley, as the Royal Scots commander, standing in the middle of the road, threw his hands in the air and shouted about his word being made worthless, there was nothing anyone could do to avoid confrontation. A young Ballymurphy man threw half a brick and struck one of the Orange drummers, setting off a shower of missiles in both directions. Although the RUC and military rushed in to usher the Orangemen down the Springfield Road, the damage was done. Skirmishes broke out between the locals and troops, and the fragile peace of the previous months was shattered beyond retrieval. The events that would lead to an all-out offensive by Irish nationalists against British occupation forces in Ireland had been sparked off by a single reckless act that had just taken place on the perimeters of Ballymurphy. That evening, as the junior Orangemen returned from Bangor, the scattered fighting of the day erupted into serious rioting. The Royal Scots, backed by jeering flag-waving loyalists, immediately turned on Ballymurphy, and the first major engagement between the British Army and Irish nationalists for 2 generations was underway. The British would later claim that only 70 soldiers and a small force of RUC were on the Springfield Road during the early part of the night's rioting. The people of Ballymurphy remember a much larger force. Either way, the troops took a hammering. Then, sometime after 10 p.m. the fighting was interrupted by the whine of Saracen armored cars coming up the Springfield Road. A 4. Large contingent of the 1st Light Infantry, with Hancock in charge, had been sent to reinforce the Royal Scots. What happened here? Hancock wanted to know as his troops spread out. "Ask him," Geordie Shannon from Turf Lodge replied, pointing to the officer who had sanctioned the morning's parade. By then the nationalist crowd stretched the entire length of Ballymurphy, facing Hancock's troops, and missiles were still flying. Within minutes the second stage of the night's rioting had taken off. Army snatch squads, armed with clubs and shields and backed up by troops with automatic rifles, charged the crowd. The Ballymurphy people fought back with broken paving stones, bottles, hullies, and catapults, drawing the troops into the dark streets and alleys of the estate where they could mount ambushes in their own familiar territory. An Irish tricolour was fixed to a pole, and as the night wore on and the battles moved from street to street, the whole Ballymurphy community, though confused and frightened by the military invasion, threw its full resources behind those who were engaging the troops. At one point Jim Sullivan, the custodian of official IRA interests within Belfast's Central Citizens Defence Committee, and Paddy Devlin, MP for the area, arrived to appeal for restraint, but the rioting went on until the early hours of the morning. On Wednesday, April 1st, Ballymurphy, neighbouring Springhill, and loyalist New Barnsley were tense amid the debris of the night before. By evening large crowds had again gathered in Ballymurphy, this time prepared for a fight with the military. At 8 p.m. a group of youths stoned an army vehicle at the top of the White Rock Road. Soldiers immediately descended on Ballymurphy in unprecedented force, 1,000 troops being deployed in an area of 1 square mile around the estate. The crowd, again armed with stones, bottles, and sticks, broke in the face of the huge troop reinforcements and retreated into the estate. From then on the battle raged in every entry and on every corner of the semi-blacked-out streets. Troops of the 1st Light Infantry Battalion and the 2nd Battalion of the Queen's Regiment, wearing gas masks and carrying clubs and shields, and supported by Saracen armored cars and more troops carrying rifles, launched another invasion into the estate. The young people defending the area retreated, then regrouped in small bands spread out over a wide area, stretching the troops and denying them the opportunity of concentrating their massive strength into one drive. Again, the successful attack and retreat tactic of the previous night was used against the army. This time, however, the troops were determined to give Ballymurphy a bloody nose. They opened up with salvos of CS gas, cartridges and grenades launched by soldiers and armored cars, and as the push into the estate intensified, the salvos became an incessant 5. Barrage, swamping the area in a choking acrid cloud so dense that the people of the Falls Road, a mile away, suffered its effects. In the homes of Ballymurphy it caused havoc and terror as people fainted and retched and tried to protect their children. The young people in the streets replied with stones and petrol bombs, and an even fiercer determination than the night before. As the British Army snatch squads broke from the lines of troops, now also hurling stones and bottles, their opponents countered with their own snatch squads. Groups of young men, armed with hullies, waited in the dark entries between the houses until the army squads had rushed past. They then cut off their line of retreat, and pitched hand-to-hand battles ensued. Some shots of unconfirmed origins were also fired, but there were no casualties. As the riot progressed, nationalist reinforcements came in from the Falls, Turf Lodge, Andersonstown, and Ardoyne. Medical assistance also arrived and a casualty center was set up in St. Thomas's Secondary School to treat injured civilians, while military casualties were treated at the Henry Taggart base. Many of those treated that night were victims of the gas, which seeped into every house in Ballymurphy, causing more casualties among innocent non-combatants than combatants, who were parrying its effects with homemade remedies originally developed during fighting in Derry's Bogside. The end result was a chasm, that would never again be bridged, between all the people of Ballymurphy and the British Army. As canisters of gas exploded in people's bedrooms and living rooms, often causing impact injury to occupants, an indelible message was left behind. The British troops, who had taken on the role of the RUC, had also taken on its methods. In Ballymurphy's bullring, Seamus and Minnie McGuigan, who had lived in the estate since 1967, watched the street fighting from their landing window. Their 4 children lay huddled in nearby bedrooms. A canister of gas came through one of the bedroom windows and filled the room with smoke. Their youngest child, Francis, who was almost 2 years old, was in the room and suffered severe effects from the saturation of gas. He became violently ill with vomiting and diarrhea, the well-known effects of CS gas, and never recovered. On April 6, he was rushed to hospital and died the following day of pneumonia. The Troubles had claimed their first Ballymurphy victim. Minnie McGuigan remembers how the gas was everywhere. We were all choking. It was early in the morning, and the fighting had come right through the estate, and as always happened, it ended up in the bullring. Since there was so much gas, we didn't realize at first that a canister had actually come into the house. Afterwards they told us that the gas had nothing to do with our Francis' death. But we know that, until the CS gas came through. 6. Our window, our Francis was a healthy child. We know what caused his death. 1. Meanwhile, the Reverend Ian Paisley had arrived in New Barnsley earlier in the night with some followers to evacuate children from the estate. Paisley's actions, which precipitated the full evacuation of New Barnsley by the Loyalist community, would have been difficult to explain in the light of what had occurred so far. There had been no intimidation of the New Barnsley community, other than the accidental breaking of windows in 2 houses when stones aimed at the military had overshot their targets. The Ballymurphy leaders, with the support of the Republican movement, had given assurances through the Springfield Joint Committee that there would be no incursions by nationalists provided there were no attacks on Ballymurphy, and this had held for the past 2 nights. However, Paisley was standing in the Bandside by-election for the Stormont seat formerly held by ex-Prime Minister Terence O'Neill, and the new Barnsley intervention offered ideal publicity. On Thursday, April 2, the Royal Scots, decimated and demoralised, were withdrawn from the area and replaced by the Gloucester Regiment, brought in from Derry. As truckloads of youths and young men converged on Ballymurphy to take on the British Army for the third night running, the IRA sent in units from all over the city, to try to stop the rioting. At this stage, the Provisional IRA in Belfast, which was still reorganizing, feared that it would be drawn, unprepared, into direct confrontation with the British Army, and wanted to avoid such a development. At the same time, the local Ballymurphy unit was content to let events find their own pace, recognizing that the riots, and the British Army's overkill response, were uniting the people as never before, and demoralizing the military whose mammoth resources could not subdue the army of young people which faced them. The division between the two could be seen as the outsiders threw a line of IRA vigilantes along the Springfield Road to prevent fresh outbreaks of rioting, while young Republicans on the inside went back through the estate and reassembled at Springhill Avenue, facing the Loyalist estate of Spring Martin. When news of this reached the vigilantes, they left a skeleton force positioned on the Springfield Road, and sent the bulk of their number to the top of Springhill Avenue. There, they found opposing crowds of Loyalists and Nationalists waving flags and jeering at one another, and a large force of soldiers with armored support ready to move on the Nationalists. The Republican vigilantes stepped in between the troops and the Nationalist crowd and began to advance down Springhill Avenue. As they did, the soldiers and Nationalists began to stone one another and a riot erupted, catching the vigilantes, many of whom were injured, in the middle. As the gas poured into Springhill, Knights of Malta ambulances moved children and pensioners from Springhill and 7. Ballymurphy to St. Thomas's and St. Kevin's schools. Later that day, 13 Nationalist families, intimidated out of Moyard by Loyalists, arrived in Ballymurphy where they were rehoused in the White Rock Road chalets, erected as emergency accommodation during the pogroms of the previous August, and 200 Loyalist families followed Paisley out of New Barnsley. From then on, New Barnsley was a Nationalist estate and Moyard soon followed, so that the Nationalist stronghold of Greater Ballymurphy began at the perimeters of Spring Martin, which remained the front-line Loyalist estate in the fierce intercommunal conflict of the coming years. The Easter riots at Ballymurphy ended in the early hours of Friday, April 3, when the IRA finally managed to persuade the rioters to call off their actions. Immediately afterwards, the British Army General Officer Commanding, GOC, Sir Ian Freeland, announced that, in future, petrol bombers could expect to be shot dead. In response, the Provisional IRA warned Freeland and the British government that such action would draw Republican fire. The trouble in Belfast last week arose solely because of the coat-trailing of orange bands who were allowed to march and play in areas where the local people objected, and the subsequent clashes with British troops occurred when the residents of Ballymurphy defended their homes. The full resources of the Provisional Army Council will be used to protect our people against attacks from both Crown forces and sectarian bigots. 2. The worm was beginning to turn. 8. 2 early days. The Ballymurphy story began in May 1947, when the Estates Committee of Belfast Corporation acquired some 59 acres for house building at the foot of Black Mountain, which, along with Divis Mountain and Cave Hill, forms the 1,200 feet escarpment that curtails the city's westward expansion. By the time building began, the corporation was under intense pressure to step up its housing program. The city's housing shortage had been greatly exacerbated during the Second World War, when all development was suspended and many houses were destroyed by bombing. When the war ended, the huge homeless population, further swollen by large numbers of returning servicemen, was spread out over several hastily erected prefabricated bungalow estates and huts which had been occupied by troops during the war. In the post-war spirit of renewal, large subsidies were made available to help local authorities provide houses quickly and in large supply. However, materials were scarce and strictly controlled. To solve the problem, the Ministry of Health and Local Government and the Belfast Corporation Housing Committee decided to experiment with non-traditional designs and materials so that available skills and supplies could be stretched to their absolute limit. In this atmosphere of frugality and adventure, Ballymurphy estate was planned and built. By May 1948 the first plans for the new estate had been submitted by the architect. It was envisaged that 436 houses would make up the lower end, but in a revision ordered by the Ministry of Health and Local Government this was increased to 493, despite part of the site having been given over to the water commissioners for a reservoir and pumping station. In the end 501 houses were built in this part of the estate, using no fines concrete instead of the red brick that had characterized Belfast housing since the establishment of the city. No fines dwellings were constructed by pouring a honeycombed mixture of cement and aggregate into shutters and skimming the finished result with grout. The lack of a cavity in the quickly constructed shells would later result in acute problems of cold, dampness and ill health in Ballymurphy. The bullring shops, and the flats that rose above them, in the center of the estate were an afterthought that came about in 1952. The remainder of the estate, 159 houses in Orlet blocks, was completed in the 1950s. In this latter type of housing, a quick-drying concrete was used. But it was later discovered that chemicals in the mix caused the steel reinforcements to rot, placing a question mark over the lifespan of the houses. In addition to the poor quality housing, the early management of the estate reflected an appalling lack of understanding of how human beings and the environment in which they live interact with one another. In the first place, most of the residents allocated to Ballymurphy in its infant days were young married couples, many of them ex-soldiers and their wives who either had, or were soon to have, large numbers of children, creating a bulge that was to last a quarter of a century. This, coupled with a complete lack of recreational and play facilities, was to give rise to serious problems of vandalism. Further, to add to the difficulties of coping with streets full of bored youngsters, there were no shopping facilities, nor was there a church or primary school. The early education of the estate's children was restricted to a daily half-day sponged from other schools in West Belfast, linked to Ballymurphy via bus service ethatwas nearly Amaliway on Falls Road. Poverty too was endemic. With almost half the families subsisting on state benefits, many had acquired massive debts, and money lending was rampant. The money lenders often took possession of a family's children's allowance books on a permanent basis, delivering them to the post office each week so the money could be handed over, thus forcing the family into a living standard well below the accepted poverty line. Even those in Ballymurphy who were working often had to rely on benefits to shore up inadequate incomes. At that time benefits were discretionary, adding the humiliation of having to argue the case at the local office. As a result of the discriminatory nature of the six-county state, poor housing invariably became the living quarters of nationalists. This was quickly to come about in Ballymurphy. In a system of patronage dominated by unionism, those with pull tended to be of that tradition, and those with pull wanted out of Ballymurphy. The fact that a sizable lump of the original Ballymurphy, including the 2 acres reserved for a Protestant primary school, had, by 1955 been sold to the Catholic Church no doubt accelerated the process. In another development that would have a profound effect on the future of the estate, the Ministry of Health and Local Government had ordered the closure of the city's remaining wartime huts to coincide with the completion of Ballymurphy. Forced to speedily accommodate their occupants, the Estates Committee rehoused a number of them in the new estate. Many of those families are now widely acknowledged to have had problems of their own that were intensified by their new living conditions. Problem pursued problem and the area quickly acquired a bad reputation. The media were quick to take note, and a pattern of attributing to Ballymurphy the behavior of others from neighboring estates soon emerged. Images of a violent, lawless community were taking shape. As the attitudes of outsiders and statutory bodies became increasingly hostile and alienating, the people of the area became increasingly aware of that alienation and what it meant to have a Ballymurphy address. 10. In time, despite the high rents, This bad reputation undermined the attempts of the more responsible tenants to bring about improvements. Whether they wanted jobs, public services, or credit, they found it was a heavy liability to have a Ballymurphy address. So, many of those who could have contributed to its improvement moved elsewhere, while others avoided it altogether and sought homes on estates that had a better reputation. Whether by accident or by design, the estate had by the late 1950s become a sort of clearinghouse for Catholic Belfast. The best potential tenants were creamed off by the Northern Ireland Housing Trust, the worst were offered houses in Ballymurphy, and those in between went to other corporation estates. As a result, the community was unable to establish any form of network that could begin to tackle the area's mounting problems. The continuous drain of the better families took with it the most likely source of local leadership and left behind despair and apathy, and bewilderment at the rapid turnover of neighbors. 12,000 families are reported to have passed through Ballymurphy's 660 houses in 14 years. Meanwhile, a constant barrage of vindictive propaganda had become the acceptable response of a society intent on considering the people of Ballymurphy as rightly occupying the bottom rungs of the social ladder. The problems of isolation, poverty, money lending, unemployment and poor housing that now bedeviled the place were recreated so that guilt was shifted from those who caused the problems to those who were their victims. A further factor maintaining poor conditions in Ballymurphy was that its predicament had long suited politicians of all hues. The Unionists could use it to rationalize their abuse of power. After all, nationalists did not deserve equal status. The nationalists could hold it up as an example of how unfairly the artificial northern minority was treated under British/Unionist rule. Ballymurphy, meanwhile, continued to decay. The final factor was that Unionist control of Belfast's administration was guaranteed. There was therefore no motivation for ensuring the well-being of the opponent's constituents, or investigating the underlying causes of their problems. Sociologist Tony Spencer was to discover that the permanent officials most concerned were apparently unaware of the factors that caused the Ballymurphy problem. They simply lacked the necessary professional knowledge. The voice of protest, when it was finally raised, was a forlorn one that seemed hopeless in the extreme. The Ballymurphy Tenants Association, BTA, was formed in 1963, at a meeting held in St. Bernadette's School. By now there were 2 primary schools, a church, a doctor's surgery and shops in the area, but as yet no recreational or community facilities, and no organization around the issues confronting the people. The few previous attempts at a tenants association, 11, had all failed, quite often at about the same time as their limited funds disappeared. Nevertheless, the 1963 meeting attracted a 70% turnout of households, and a body of 25 was elected to the new BTA. At that time this place was like a leper colony. Hugh McCormick, the founding secretary, later explained, "We just had to pan-fight back." There were many issues to be tackled, but the BTA concentrated on the immediate priorities: repairs to houses, the organization of social functions that would hopefully engender some community cohesion, fundraising towards a building that would belong to the people, and an educational program aimed at politicizing local people. Members met with the superintendent of Belfast Corporation's Estates Department, and it was agreed that the BTA Repairs Subcommittee should channel all repairs directly to the corporation's repairs manager. As a result, the repairs section of the corporation was flooded with housing complaints from the BTA, and unable to deal with the avalanche, so the BTA demanded a local yard and a housing manager based in the area. In the mid-1960s the association took on the role of tenants advocate, and was largely successful in preventing evictions and ensuring that essential services were not cut off on families. Social functions also began to materialize on a regular basis with the double purpose of providing facilities for the community and funds towards the desired community center, a hut somewhere in the area, envisaged as a center of communication for the area, and a place where the needs of the community, particularly the young, could be accommodated to. In 1967 the association's architect, Sean Mackle, explained that with £6,000, £1,000 more than the BTA had in its account, it would have enough to embark on a reasonable building, for which Mackle had already donated a design. The total cost would be £15,000, leaving £10,000 still to be found. From then until the building was completed, Mackle was to continue donating new designs for bigger, more elaborate, and more expensive centres, until the BTA finished up with plans for a two-storey building costing £100,000. Meanwhile, the Education Subcommittee began to look at the complex politics of who controlled local education. Although there were now two primary schools in the area, St. Bernadette's built by the Catholic Church in 1960, and St. Aidan's opened by the Christian Brothers in 1961, parents were denied opportunities to influence the education of their children. The debate that thus began has been a recurring, unresolved theme ever since. At the same time, the Youth Subcommittee began to mount pressure for outdoor facilities for the young, pressing for play space in the district and organizing nighttime social activities for teenagers. A disco, however, had to be abandoned after a gang of outsiders arrived in a van one Sunday night and jumped out brandishing guns. 12. Now, for the first time, those who had stepped forward into positions of leadership were staying put, demonstrating an act of faith on their part and providing a symbol of hope for the community. In 1967, after 4 years of struggle, the BTA decided to tackle the problem of Ballymurphy's image, realizing that this was essential to community stability and social progress within the estate. In order to counter the bad publicity and simultaneously lay the foundations for an all-out fundraising drive, a public relations consultant was employed. At first, the firm had balked. It had never before heard of a tenants' association employing a public relations consultant, but it had heard and read plenty about Ballymurphy to know the extent of the proposed assignment. Nonetheless, the firm accepted, and suggested a 3-month full-blooded drive, which eventually extended to 2 years. From then on, the sophistication of the BTA operation was stepped up considerably. An appeals committee was headed by Sir Graham Larmour, one of Belfast's leading linen merchants, while the Northern Ireland Association of Youth Clubs lent the committee a more expansive front than its Ballymurphy base would have allowed. At the launching of the appeal in October 1967, the PR firm's press release set the tone. The estate had been an example of early post-war planning and suffered a reputation for hooliganism and rowdy behavior. Considering that it had more than 3,000 children and yet absolutely no recreational facility of any kind, this was not surprising. 3. Sir Graham Larmour added, "We have now, I hope, learned our lesson that planning must not just put up boxes for people, but must also give space in which to grow and develop as citizens." At the same time, the publicity counter-offensive began to make itself felt. After their 15-year onslaught, the newspapers started to shift the blame back from the victims of the Ballymurphy syndrome to its perpetrators. In October 1967, the Belfast Telegraph wrote, "The Ballymurphy story is a familiar one. Houses rushed up by the corporation in 1950 to accommodate families from all over Belfast, who had been bombed out in the war, and nowhere for the young people to amuse themselves or for the older ones to meet socially. The result at one end of the age scale today is frustration and loneliness, at the other, boredom and vandalism. But Ballymurphy is taking itself in hand. For in the months ahead, Ballymurphy's image improved daily, its civic spirit further embossed by the BTA's investment of £5,000 in the corporation's loan bond scheme, and the image of 10-year-old Carmel Fagan, in her Irish dancing costume, presenting the cheques to the mayor. 13. By the end of 1967, Ballymurphy was etching its way into the social history of Belfast, emerging as an authority on its own problems and an inspiration in the field of radical community politics. 3 decades later, it still holds that position. By late 1967, the BTA was also in a healthy financial position. Nevertheless, the members felt that they had done their share and were entitled to some form of government aid, particularly as it was proposed to allocate 5 nights a week to youth activities that qualified for Ministry of Education grants. A meeting was arranged with the permanent secretary to the minister, but there were obstacles. Grants for youth activities were subject to two conditions: no drink and no gambling on the premises. As alcohol was a normal part of adult functions, and bingo, classed as gambling, was much in demand on the estate, the BTA decided not to avail itself of the grant. In time, following pressure from the BTA, the ministry relented, and reinterpreted the deeds of covenant so that the question of gambling and alcohol became a matter between the owners of buildings and those who granted the licenses, and the BTA got its grant. A total of £15,000 came from the Ministry of Community Relations, established as the North Went. One 10-year-old Carmel Fagan and Frank Cahill, Secretary of Ballymurphy Tenants Association, presenting checks to Belfast Corporation's Loan Bond Scheme, 1967. 14. Over the Brink, and over £56,000 from the Ministry of Education. Substantial sums in those days. In the meantime, the struggle to improve the estate's conditions and image continued. In 1968, a credit union opened in the area. This curbed the activities of the money lenders, but it could only cope with a limited membership, and many people were still forced into the clutches of the profiteers. At about the same time, a local corporation yard was opened at the top of the White Rock Road, to be destroyed, unfortunately, during the riots of 1970, and following BTA suggestions, a block of senior citizens' bungalows was built. The association also mobilized substantial pressure, including local GP Dr. McSorley, who rated driving through Ballymurphy a health hazard, and demanded of the corporation that the roads and pavements, neglected for 18 years, be repaired. The corporation conducted a survey and found that nothing short of complete resurfacing was needed. The BTA threatened action if this wasn't done immediately, and within a week heavy machinery had moved in. The same lack of maintenance applied to street lighting. Only 4 lights worked in the whole area, although in many cases all that was required was a bulb. Again, a threat of legal action worked. Another complaint from the more horticultural Ballymurphy residents was that all the fertile topsoil had, during the building of the estate, been removed to the grounds of Stormont Castle and the Ormeo embankment. Not until 1983, however, would this soil be replaced as part of an eventual refurbishing scheme. As a result of all the publicity and the excellent public image of the then BTA chairperson, Francis McMullen, one of the few Protestants left in the estate by the late 1960s, many outsiders were attracted to Ballymurphy. Some were philanthropists who quickly became disillusioned and fled. Others, such as the Child Poverty Action Group, CPAG, were more resilient. The CPAG, based in Queen's University, was becoming aware that something was very much amiss in the cluster of houses at the base of Black Mountain. It approached the BTA in the person of Nicholas Ragg, offering to set up an advice center. Before doing so, however, it decided to discuss its proposal with the Citizens Advice Bureau, CAB, based in the city center at Bryson House. The CAB stated that there appeared to be no great need in Ballymurphy. It had only dealt with 3 cases from the area in the past year. Nick Ragg and his colleagues were, on the strength of that one assertion, absolutely convinced of the need. The CAB, they reasoned, was a bureaucratic structure in a large city office block, and was therefore intimidating to most working-class parents. As a result, the majority of people in Ballymurphy had nowhere to turn when confronted with that problem. CPAG set up its advice center in St. Aidan's School, and dealt with over 500 cases in its first year. The center was to operate for the next 7 years, until in 1974, the CAB opened a branch in the Bull Ring, which was 15. Staffed by Anna Andrews, a local woman of infinite compassion, who made the CAB work in Ballymurphy. The year 1969, a bombshell in the political life of the 6 counties, saw the realization of the BTA's dream. Work on the community center commenced. Since Graham Larmer's untimely death, Dr. H.S. Corskadden had taken over as patron of the appeal. As president of the Ulster Merchant Bank, the new patron was able to facilitate the BTA with a bridging loan at 9.5% interest and guarantee an equivalent interest on its deposit of £10,000. This was a major factor in deciding the starting date of the building. And as the new community centre rose steadily from waste ground adjoining the city cemetery, Ballymurphy could see that its leaders' principles of discussion, resolution, decision, and action had triumphed over seemingly insurmountable odds. The first stage of the building was completed in 1970, and its first activity was a summer play scheme run by the Belfast Quakers, the BTA's first involvement with young people since the disastrous end of its youth section in 1965. In November 1970 the association employed Paddy McCarthy as its first full-time youth worker. But, by then, the troubles had come to Ballymurphy. 3 Belfast in flames. On the eve of August 13, 1969, the picture in Derry looked grim. The city was burning. The RUC and Loyalist mobs had the Bogside under siege. CS gas was being poured into Free Derry, while B Specials, armed with rifles, were poised for what looked like a pending massacre of the people behind the barricades. Large crowds began to muster on the Falls Road. To show solidarity with the Bogsiders, and as a protest against the RUC onslaught in Derry, they decided to march on Springfield Road Barracks to hand in a hastily prepared petition. The RUC at Springfield Road told them to go to Hastings Street, as RUC headquarters for the area had been temporarily transferred. The crowd, still expanding and growing increasingly angry, marched back down the falls. At Hastings Street a group of teenagers began to stone the barracks. In response, District Inspector Cushley ordered the RUC's Commer armored cars onto the street. The crowd scattered, to reform again at midnight at Springfield Road Barracks. Convinced that they had earlier been duped into an ambush, they attacked the building with stones and petrol bombs. The RUC inside opened up with guns and wounded 2 men. As the crowd fled, fire was returned by 2 armed IRA men. In nearby Leeson Street shots were also fired at the RUC, and a hand grenade was thrown. Although the disturbances petered out shortly afterwards, the fact that guns had been used by nationalists against the RUC was a major escalation of 10-month-old conflict. The next day was Thursday, August 14, the day 8,500 B Specials were mobilized across the north, the day British troops trundled into Derry to lift the siege of the Bogside, the day the B men shot dead John Gallagher and wounded 2 other nationalists during a riot in Armagh, West Belfast, and the more isolated nationalist pockets were on tenterhooks with rumours of invasion. The mobilization of the B Specials had confirmed that the Loyalist state was gathering its forces for a full offensive against the risen nationalists. Barricades were thrown up across the small streets off the falls. An RUC patrol moving up Percy Street was showered with petrol bombs from Divis Flats. Then, towards nightfall, a Loyalist mob that had been gathering for some hours on the Shankill Road swept down the mixed Percy and Dover streets towards the falls. The invasion had begun. Nationalist homes in the mixed streets were petrol-bombed, their occupants beaten up, while many of the fleeing residents were wounded by Loyalist gunmen. As the mob reached the falls, attacking St. Comgal's School, a Loyalist was hit by IRA automatic fire, one of the few defensive actions taken by the IRA that night. The RUC immediately opened up on the nationalist area, spraying the narrow streets and the blocks of Divis Flats with heavy-caliber Browning machine gun fire from Shoreland armored cars. 2 people were killed in Divis Flats. Simultaneously, the small nationalist enclave of Ardoyne in North Belfast came under arson and gun attack by the same combined forces of Loyalists and RUC. The RUC killed 3 nationalists, while the mobs, including many B Specials, burned down 3 streets. The following morning, August 15, 150 nationalist homes lay gutted, 6 people were dead, including a 9-year-old boy in Divis, and 150 others were wounded by gunfire. Ireland was shocked and horrified. After 10 months of intercommunal rioting and RUC attacks on civil rights marchers, war had come to the 6 counties. In Belfast, nationalists were frightened and angry. They also felt badly let down by their last line of defense, the Irish Republican Army. "I ran away" was scrawled on walls across Ardoyne. Many Republicans shared the nationalist contempt. As far back as 1967, when the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, NICRA, was founded, sections of the organization had foreseen such a response from the RUC and B specials. Realizing that any bid for civil rights would inevitably become linked to the question of national rights, they had sent a delegation to Dublin to ask the IRA if it could provide protection in the event of an armed knee-jerk by the state. The IRA had said yes. During July and early August 1969, as the rioting gradually increased in Belfast, and nationalist areas came under sporadic loyalist fire, community leaders had again approached the Belfast IRA, most of them old veterans of earlier days, for protection. They in turn sent word to Dublin, asking for an immediate transfer of guns and ammunition from the 26 counties, but the guns and ammunition were not there. Most had been sold to the Free Wales Army. The sale of the IRA arsenal was a reflection of what had been happening within the Republican leadership since the collapse of the border campaign in 1962. Cahal Golding, who had been imprisoned in England from 1953 to 1961 for his part in an arms raid, was the new chief of staff. In 1963 Golding met with Roy Johnston, a computer scientist and socialist with strong links with the Communist Party of Great Britain and the much smaller Communist Party of Ireland, CPI. Johnston had been involved with the Connolly Association in London. When he returned to Dublin in 1963, he brought with him a new vision of republicanism, one that Golding was willing to adopt as the way forward for the IRA. Johnston argued that Sinn Féin would have to forego its romantic past and recognize the Dáil, Stormont, and Westminster. As the ensuing controversy raged, he and Golding were busily encouraging 18. Republicans to become involved in trade unions, cooperatives, housing groups, and the general social movement with a view to demonstrating the correctness of the socialist/Republican approach. Meanwhile, Johnston and his CP allies were perfecting the stages theory. First, a capitalist democracy would be established in the 6 counties by working through the loyalist and nationalist working class on civil liberties and civil rights issues, resulting in intercommunal working class solidarity. Next, the radicalized fused working class of the North would be married to its southern counterpart, now also radicalized by Sinn Féin's political program, with capitalism working well, and the border and national question removed from Irish politics. Ireland would have a strong indigenous bourgeoisie and a united, politicist industrialist labour force. At this third stage, the Irish working class would overthrow capitalism throughout the island. Somewhere along the line, it was either decided that this would be done without the use of force, or that the guns would all be rusty before it came about. Either way, the weapons were apparently sold, and in August 1969, as the Falls Road and Ardoyne burned, the naivete of the Dublin leadership was coming to roost on the heads of northern nationalists. Golding and Johnston's CP-inspired stages theory may have had no room for the loyalist working class engaging in all-out pogroms against the nationalist working class, but nobody had bothered to tell the loyalists. With the lower falls resembling a blitz zone, and palls of smoke hanging over gutted nationalist streets, British troops came marching up the main road on the afternoon of August 15, 1969, pointing their rifles up and down the narrow streets with no idea of why they were there, or who they were supposed to be sorting out. Later that night nationalist Bombay Street was razed to the ground in full view of British troops, as were more homes in Ardoyne. In all, 200 homes were burned out during the 2-day RUC/loyalist invasion of the nationalist enclaves of Belfast. One of the people on the Falls Road during the night of August 14 was Frank Cahill, secretary of the BTA, and a prominent member since its foundation. Like many in Ballymurphy, he had come originally from the Falls and still had relatives living there. 16 years after that violent night, he recalled the events that were to suck Ballymurphy onto center stage in the war that had come to the north. That night, August 14, I was away with a group from here, helping a Protestant community over in Green Island to run a bingo function, and Jimmy Burns and I, we were talking about the tension. There was so much about that we were thinking we might come back over the mountain rather than in through the city. Jimmy, he said, well, that car of mine will do it, but your van would never get there. So he came over the mountain and I came in through the city, and there wasn't a Belfast in flames 19 sinner about. The center of the city was absolutely deserted, and as we came up through the Grosvenor, right to the Springfield, there wasn't a person on the road. Then, about 12:30, we were having a cup of tea when I went out to the gate. There were some people out there and they were saying that rumors were rampant about the place, of areas being attacked and so on. And people were congregating in Spring Hill. There were attacks, coming from Corey's timber yard, the occasional shot being fired. It was felt it was the B specials and people were in an awful state, looking for protection. There was no protection here, and the decision was made that it would be very wise to advise the people that the safest place would be their homes, to stay indoors. If there was going to be an attack at all, there was no equipment here, and there was no military movement to protect the area. Things were happening on the falls at that time, the burning, and we weren't aware of that at all. It was happening further down, and that was why we hadn't seen anything at the Springfield Road. So, later on then I went down to my brother, Tom, and he and I went down to see my mother and father, to see if they were all right. Then it was decided that Tom and I would go in towards town. At that stage we learned what was happening. The thing had fairly well calmed down, but people were in a state of shock, and in a situation where they were desperately trying to set up a defense. They feared there were going to be more attacks. The mills were burning at the time. The Loyalist snipers had taken positions on the roofs and they were firing into the Nationalist areas. They were so high that there was no defense against that at all, so the people had set fire to the mills. 2. On the morning of August 15th, with the shockwaves still coming in from the lower falls and Ardoyne, Frank Cahill went to work amidst the stunned uncertainty of Nationalist Belfast. He came home at lunchtime to an estate that was in consternation. I was having a cup of tea here and I was approached by 3 or 4 women who came in and said, "For Christ's sake, come out of your work, things are happening in Ardoyne and they're happening all over the place." Later that evening, we had the first influx of people. We had the refugees arriving in here sometime about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Luckily, we had taken some precautions the night before. We had taken a decision to have the schools opened, in the event that we might have to cope with the problem. At the time, the people in authority in the schools, they were treating our demand as some kind of panic, that there was no need for it and they wouldn't open the schools. However, we, the local people, opened the schools and had them prepared. 20. So I got in the van and went back down to where I was working. I had to go through the shipyard, and whenever I got down to Queen's End and into the shipyard, all the workers from the shipyard were out on the road. It was the trade union movement that had called for that particular action to try and stop any intimidation. However, it frightened me enough to leave the van and get the hell out of it. I was expecting that everyone, the Catholics, would be put out. I wasn't aware of the purpose of the action. Then, whenever I got home, the place was in turmoil with families arriving in from all over the place. So, at that stage an organization had to be set up. 3. That evening, 9 people met at St. Bernadette's School, a meeting initiated by 3 local women, Nora McCafferty, Ethel McAllister, and Nellie Clark. The purpose: to organize relief for the families flooding into Ballymurphy, and to organize basic defense. The first concern of the group was to reassure a number of Unionist families in the area that they would receive the full protection of the local people. The next step was the formation of a women's corps to organize food and clothing for the incoming refugees, many of whom had nothing but the clothes on their backs. After that, there was the question of bedding, medicines, communications, and transport. The relief operation now springing into action was centered around St. Thomas's, St. Aidan's, and St. Bernadette's schools, the first two fully under the control of the Ballymurphy people. Offices, assembly halls, and kitchens were opened up as the women went from door to door for a cup of sugar here, a quarter of tea there, until enough food had been collected to provide an evening meal for the area's sudden population increase. People began to drift into the schools to offer assistance. And, more significantly, barricades went up around the estates. Everybody came out into the streets and they built barricades at every corner. The whole thing was crazy. They'd build a barricade here, and another one at the bottom of the street, and every corner was the same, with the result that the emergency services couldn't get into the place, you couldn't get transport in. So, that had to be taken on board the next day. People went out and looked around and decided, we'll remove all the barricades inside the estate, and we'll leave one entrance and one exit. And we'll strengthen the barricades on the outside of the estate. 4. At the same time, 3 shotguns were acquired for defense. For maximum preventive effect, these were brought up to the top end of Ballymurphy, facing New Barnsley, and poked out through the barricades. That evening, as Bombay Street was reduced to ashes, Ballymurphy and every resource it could muster was being taxed to its limits. For emergency. By nightfall on August 15, Ballymurphy was in a state of flux. The trickle of families that had begun to arrive in the afternoon had grown to a deluge as Bombay Street burned and nationalist homes across the city came under attack. Although a certain amount of work had been done in anticipation of a possible problem, nothing on the scale of what was happening had been expected. Vehicles were pouring in from every direction, bringing shocked and hysterical families who had just been burned out of their homes, or had managed to flee with a few possessions before loyalist arsonists had reached them. Some had friends or relatives in the area, but many had headed for Ballymurphy simply because it had as yet been untouched and was considered a safe haven. Nothing could have been further from the truth, as those furiously organizing in the estate understood only too well. Across the Springfield Road lay loyalist New Barnsley, now also barricaded off. Behind that were the mixed flats of Moyard, and beyond Moyard were Springmartin and Highfield, the most western outposts of the Shankill bastion of loyalism. Springmartin sat on a hill, overlooking Ballymurphy and Springhill, its blocks of flats affording an ideal vantage point to snipers. It would be easy for the loyalists to launch an attack, sweeping into Springhill from Springmartin, and Ballymurphy from New Barnsley. Without guns the area would be impossible to defend, and Golding in Dublin was showing no signs of sending the guns. Meanwhile, the glint of gunmetal could be seen at barricades and windows on the far side of the Springfield Road. In a desperate bid to bluff their neighbors into believing Ballymurphy to be an armed fortress, the unfortunate carriers of the estate's 3 shotguns were sent running from barricade to make much display of their weapons. Large numbers of young men and women were also dispatched to the barricades as Ballymurphy's community leaders concentrated on sorting out the turmoil within the rather shaky ring of defense. Right through that Friday night, and on through Saturday, August 16, the flood of refugees continued to pour in. 200 families were billeted with friends and relatives by Saturday night, as St. Bernadette's, St. Thomas's, and St. Aidan's schools coped with the overflow. St. Bernadette's and St. Thomas's were both staffed by the growing relief organization, St. Aidan's by the Christian brothers who owned the school. The respect earned by the brothers over the next 10 days still lingers on, as is the case with the nuns of St. Louise's and St. Rose's schools on the Falls Road. At first there had been a confused response to the emergency. 48-year-old Jimmy Burns, who became relief coordinator at St. Thomas's, found himself caught up in the gut reaction to the burning and shooting in the Falls and Ardoyne. People had come up from Clonard looking for men to go down and help with the fighting. A group of us were about to go when Paddy McGuinness stopped us in the street and says, "That's the worst thing you could do. We're going to need mature, experienced people here to organize relief." St. Thomas's was then opened and things started to happen spontaneously, people going out onto the road and stopping bread vans and food lorries and bringing them to the school. 1. Despite the best attempts of the people of Ballymurphy to provide food and bedding for the incoming families, By Saturday they were bled dry, and the relief committee, now including most members of the militant BTA, had taken over. The spontaneous hijacking of food vehicles was immediately turned into a coordinated effort of double urgency, the food funneled into the relief committee's stores and the lorries incorporated into nationalist Belfast's growing rescue mission. Word was coming in of terrified families fleeing the Grosvenor Road, Dungal Road, Tigers Bay, York Street, Sandy Row, Highfield, and Green Island areas. Ardoyne was facing a mass evacuation of women and children, the men staying to form a defense force against the loyalist threat of coming back to finish the job. Buses were hijacked to augment the supply of trucks, and squads of young Ballymurphy men drove across the city, through burning streets and loyalist gunfire, to snatch families from blazing homes, or to grab what they could if they were lucky enough to arrive ahead of the loyalists. Jimmy Burns spent Saturday evacuating people out of Ardoyne. I had a wee blue Volkswagen at the time. I was able to take 4 or 5 at a time. I was the first into Ardoyne, that end at least. All you seen was the cage cars full of RUC and B specials. They'd been shooting at the nationalists all night along with the loyalists, attacking Ardoyne and the old Clonard estate. There was a bus depot up there, and our ones got all the buses and blocked as many entrances as they could with them, used them for barricades. There was a committee in Ardoyne, and one of them says to me that evening, "This reminds me of Jerusalem. There's too many leaving, and the more that leave, the more the rest is starting to panic." Me and the other driver told them that all they had to do was tell us to leave and we'd go, but first check if anyone was real desperate. So they did that, and we got one more load apiece, and that was the end of that operation. There were all sorts of rumors too that they were mobilizing to 24. Invade Ballymurphy. Sensible men were talking like this. The B specials were supposed to be coming from Hastings Street Barracks, 22 cage cars and tenders, and they were going to shoot their way up the falls. At the same time, all of Highfield was supposed to be up in arms. 2. Similar rumors were running in the opposite direction. Davy McCafferty and a few others had taken a bus to Ardoyne. On the way back across the West Circular Road, they were arrested by B specials and the RUC, and brought to Tennant Street Barracks. Later, as they were being released, an RUC sergeant who reluctantly provided them with an escort through a mob of rampaging loyalists told them, "We're not going anywhere near Ballymurphy. We believe there are 500 riflemen in the area." Belfast was by then in total anarchy, while all the time, the areas under siege, the Falls, Ardoyne, Short Strand, Ballymurphy, Turf Lodge, and Andersonstown, pleaded with the IRA in Dublin to release the much-needed weapons, and the promise was always tomorrow. People from Ballymurphy went to see the staff officers of what existed of the Belfast Battalion, now all based in Andersonstown, and were again told tomorrow. They were also told that the remnants of the battalion were being organized into one big flying column that would be ready to rush off to any area that came under all-out attack. Ballymurphy wasn't too impressed by the practicalities of the flying column idea, or the fact that tomorrow never came. It became increasingly clear that, if it came to the crunch, Ballymurphy's defense would be in the hands of its own hastily recruited vigilante corps, the 3 supermobile shotguns and the petrol bombs being manufactured at a steady rate throughout the district. The vigilantes were already in control of the policing of the area, bringing a marked decline in vandalism and petty crime, partly as a result of their efficiency and partly because there was a new outlet for youthful frustrations. Young people, longtime victims of unemployment and institutionalist violence, were overnight placed in a role in which the lives and property of others depended on their performance. Most responded with a dedication that was a harbinger of times to come. Many years later, Frank Cahill, who was coordinating relief in St. Bernadette's, would comment, "Something that's got to be said about the young people, they slept in the schools, they were out doing the rescue work, always available, and they were afraid of nothing." In St. Thomas's School, youths, who would not, in the past, have been averse to putting a stone or two through the school's windows, were protecting the salvaged belongings of refugee families. Jimmy Burns, beaming with pride, said afterwards, the families dossed down in the classrooms. A square was marked off in chalk to show each family's possessions, and nothing was misplaced. Not one item went missing in all those months. 25. The RUC had now been completely rejected by nationalists and the concept of community policing was born. 30 years on, the lineal descendants of those early community police forces that sprang up in August 1969 are still called on by nationalists to contain crime and antisocial behavior within working-class districts. For the first few days of the Ballymurphy rescue mission, all aspects of relief in the area were in the hands of groups of the estate's residents. These were mostly the people who had been the prominent community/political activists of previous years, who were now drawing to themselves the great pool of ability that, in the previously predestined course of events, would have gone unnoticed. They also had as an ally the unfailing generosity of the people. As Jimmy Burns would recall, "I had taken a fortnight's holidays. We only slept a couple of hours through the day, then we were going all night in the school. It's hard to describe what the pressure was like. But the people were great. All sorts flooded into work on a voluntary basis. We had one ex-army cook and several professional chefs. And the people gave everything they had in their homes. Some of the refugee women were really on the point of cracking up. We put them into houses, even for a few days. It eased their nerves. Some of our people even gave families their own homes and moved out themselves." 3. Among the young men who came forward in those early days was 21-year-old Gary Adams, a prominent Ballymurphy Republican who would soon be O/C of the Provisional IRA's Belfast Brigade, and president of Sinn Féin within 15 years. Ironically, as the future commander of the Belfast Brigade threw in his lot with the St. Bernadette's Relief Committee, Andy Thierry, future commander of the Loyalist Ulster Defence Association, was among those coordinating events in New Barnsley. Together the Ballymurphy community leaders and the pool of energy that flocked from the overcrowded impoverished homes of the area ran an operation that would have done any relief agency proud. They accommodated, fed, and comforted hundreds of incoming families, kept a detailed register of refugee movements through the area, so that families could be kept in touch, commandeered food, bedding, clothing, and transport, set up field hospitals stocked by the local chemists, established telephone and courier links with all other nationalist areas, and set up a 24-hour link with their opposites in New Barnsley, who included Andy Thierry, to avert the escalation of rumors, agreeing that each area contain its own people, which worked until Easter 1970. Throughout, Hughes, McCorleans and Kennedy's bakeries supplied bread and petrol, while Kennedy's dairy donated milk. Simultaneously, the Knights of Malta staffed a 24-hour post at St. Thomas's, and the area's 26. 2 GPS, Doctors Bunting and Byrne, volunteered their services, attending the sick and those in shock, and advising on vital health matters. Frank Cahill could never praise them enough. Damien Byrne came in and told us we should put up incinerators. When we said we didn't know how, he replied that it was as simple as getting a 40-gallon drum and punching holes in it. There were also the dangers of infectious diseases such as dysentery or whooping cough, and the doctors advised on the opening of an isolation unit at St. Louise's. 4. Meanwhile, as emergencies were declared in the protected corridor of West Belfast, the statutory bodies proved unable to respond. 10 days passed before they made their first discredited appearance in Ballymurphy to be greeted by a catalogue of misery. One story, later recounted by Jimmy Burns, would encompass much of the haplessness that awaited them. One of the most harrowing sights I remember was up in St. Aidan's. I went up there to find out where we could get provisions. There was an old man and an old woman in the school, and they were in shock. They couldn't speak. In their lifetime it was the 5th time they had been burned out of their home by loyalists. If there had been a photographer to take a picture of yon grey-haired old woman. She had been burned out as a child, she had been burned out along with her own children, and she was now burned out again after her children had their children. This was her whole life. 5. In another response to the August pogroms, the Central Citizens Defense Committee, CCDC, was established in the Falls, as a coordinating body for nationalist districts, and Radio Free Belfast, staffed by People's Democracy, went on the air. Mick Clark, a member of the BTA and the St. Bernadette's Relief Committee, and a resident of Ballymurphy since 1953, was one of the estate's representatives on the CCDC. He recalled how Ballymurphy began to close ranks against state and its forces. At the CCDC meetings everyone was told that we didn't want any of them in, there was none of them any good to us. And no way was the army or the RUC getting in. The RUC would only get in if there was serious crime, rape or murder. Then they'd be allowed in to investigate. One night the RUC came in undercover, and a crowd of young fellows playing football in the bull ring spotted them. They ran down a hill and escaped out through one of the entries. Johnny McCullough and I followed them, and we saw them go into the barracks which used 27 to be in a house on the Springfield Road. We went in and saw Sergeant Curry and said, "You very near had a riot on your hands." We told him that if they did this they could expect an awful lot of trouble because our people were definitely not going to have it. 6. As the days went by, the community behind the barricades was gradually transformed. There was a pride in how the area had coped with the refugees, along with a comradeship, born of the threat of invasion and the cooperation that had grown around the relief operation and the barricades. There were also the stories of heroic deeds carried out by Ballymurphy's rescue squads. And always the anecdote, like the time Packy McHugh and 3 or 4 others went down to Mount Collier Street on the Shore Road. They went down to remove that family twice. There was a dispute between the husband and the wife. It was a home they had bought and reared a family in, and she was reluctant to go. On the third occasion, when Packy and the others went down, the whole lot were shot at. At that stage the wife decided that the Shore Road was no longer a wise place to be in. 7. Eventually, as alternative accommodation was found for the homeless families, the immediate emergency eased off, but despite the apparent return to normality, Ballymurphy would never be the same again. The experience had cemented the whole community into a single highly motivated machine that could, it transpired, be called upon again at a moment's notice. It was an amazing time, Mick Clark said later. It was great to have been part of it. All the people were so much together at that time. But there were various things that happened afterwards that spoiled a lot of it. After 10 days, as the redundant statutory bodies began to make an appearance and the schools closed down, the Relief Committee sat back and wondered what was coming next. Many of its members then went home for their first full night's sleep since August 15. The streets returned to their old selves, although the perimeter barricades stayed and the 3 faithful shotguns still did the rounds. But, despite Ballymurphy's newfound togetherness, there was in the background of all the self-esteem and confidence, the gnawing unease that cropped up every time the locally emerging defense force compared the 3 shotguns to the RUC/Loyalist arsenal that might soon be stacked against them. Fortunately, most people were unaware of their vulnerability. The people in the area, they never panicked, they were never scared. I don't think most people ever thought, what are we going to do if there's an attack from New Barnsley or if there's an attack from anywhere else? 28. They more or less thought that this was a fortress. Our own people thought the same as the people in New Barnsley, that if the Loyalists invaded Ballymurphy they'd probably get the ribbons cut out of them. Well, as everybody knows, there wasn't a catapult here. It was pure bluff stakes. They walked about the top of that road on one side, and we walked about on the other side. They walked about armed and we walked about with hurley sticks. But still and all, even the army thought at that particular time that all the guns were on this side. And our people thought the same way, and that eased the tension, so long as you didn't know. Our own people were under the impression that there was men and stuff in the area. It wasn't until afterwards, when the people moved out of New Barnsley, that it became known that we had nothing at all, and they realized how bad a position we were in. Although that was a good way to be. Had panic started at that time, it would have been a bad job. 8. Within months, despite assurances from the statutory bodies that contingency plans would be drawn up so that no community would ever have to bear such a burden again, Ballymurphy was once more upended by a second major relief operation. On the morning of Sunday, June 28, 1970, as the violence in Belfast spiraled into new heights, a young man rushed into the estate to say that Highfield and Spring Martin were being cleared of nationalist families. Loyalists were burning homes, and 40 families were under immediate threat. They needed 40 trucks now. Frank Cahill rang Harry Mason, chief of the welfare department, who had promised transport and asked for the trucks. There were none to be had. In desperation, 2 available trucks were dispatched to Highfield. The first returned with a family, the second was overturned by loyalists on Highfield's West Circular Road. The British Army was contacted and informed of the situation. It supplied 1 truck, and later, after much argument, agreed to supply a second. That particular evacuation lasted from 9 a.m. that day until 7 p.m., and reinforced Ballymurphy's distrust of those from outside who were offering help. Isolated, along with the other nationalist pockets of Belfast, defence became an issue of paramount importance as trouble began to flare along the Springfield Road, and attacks on nationalists continued across the city. During the weeks of the Ballymurphy relief operation, and the overall Belfast rescue mission, other people in nationalist areas were also urgently discussing this very topic. Groups of men and women, the old guard and the young uninitiated, were meeting clandestinely in homes and community halls. In the 26 counties similar meetings were taking place. The IRA was reborn and mobilizing. The turbulent history of the Ballymurphy community had collided, at a cataclysmic crossroads, with the history of Irish republicanism. During the 29 struggles of the past 2 decades, deeply seated anti-authoritarian feelings had implanted themselves in the area. At times there had been high hopes of improvement, and the BTA had achieved the seemingly impossible, but, by late 1969 the pot had been simmering a long time. The community in general was aware that its plight was no accident, that it resulted from being part of a political minority with no chance of ever assuming power. The onslaught of August 1969 had crystallized this perception. The solution of the Ballymurphy problem therefore lay in the final solution of the constitutional struggle and the dismantling of the Orange State. Though the IRA had failed the nationalists in August, it had been partially redeemed by the handful of activists who had engaged the invading loyalist forces, and was still seen as the only organization that might provide defense for Ballymurphy, now being menaced by the armed loyalist presence across the road. The IRA also embodied a political ideology that fulfilled the long-term aspirations of people who might now be considering that the state should, and could, be dismantled. This was a decisive shift. Just a few months earlier, in the Stormont elections of February, the area had returned Paddy Devlin, of the pro-union Northern Ireland Labour Party, indicating little real urge to campaign outside the established framework. There was, however, a strong political consciousness in place, and the shift was but a short step, inevitable since the very moment the RUC cracked the first nationalist skulls on Derry's Craigavon Bridge, during the Civil Rights March of October 1968. Many years later Gary Adams would say, "If anyone was ever to ask me what makes a revolution, how does it happen, and what are the ideal conditions, I would say, go take a look at what happened in Ballymurphy. 9 At the same time, Jimmy Burns would be telling how, all the men who worked at the relief around in St. Thomas's are all dead now, bar me, Billy Lynch, John Maguire, Mr. Irvine, John Conlon, Paddy Joe McGuinness and poor old Sean Fagan. They were the men that organized the younger ones. 10 Then the younger ones went on to organize themselves. 35 Pursuing the Republic. Apart from its role in rescuing and accommodating fleeing nationalist families, Ballymurphy was reasonably quiet between August 1969 and Easter 1970. The liaison with New Barnsley prevented any intercommunal strife, rumors were nipped in the bud, and the Springfield Joint Committee ensured that no provocative action occurred on either side of the Springfield Road. However, the events of the summer had reached tendrils into every corner of the North, ultimately all linked back to forces that were beyond the control of individual communities. The British Army was now deployed along what later became known as the Peace Line between the Falls and Shankill roads. On the Falls they were being viewed by many as a more favorable alternative than the RUC machine gunners who had killed their kith and kin in August. Soldiers were being offered tea by many residents, but the nationalist community was not about to depend on pro-Stormont British troops for protection. The myth, that the British Army had gone into Derry to protect nationalists, hadn't yet been forged. Nationalists were only too aware that they had gone in to prop up a crumbling Stormont regime. As James Callaghan, Home Secretary of the time, had explained, the government of Northern Ireland has informed the United Kingdom government that as a result of the severe and prolonged rioting in Londonderry it has no alternative but to ask for the assistance of troops at present stationed in Northern Ireland to prevent a breakdown of law and order. 1. Nationalists in Belfast therefore put their trust in the CCDC, which quickly built up its membership until 95 delegates represented some 75,000 people across the city. The CCDC was responsible for coordinating the defense of nationalist areas, organizing foot and mobile patrols in the more tense neighborhoods. This role had traditionally been the IRA's, but the Belfast IRA had been in disarray during the August crisis when the CCDC was born. It later became known that there were no more than 50 to 60 active IRA personnel in the city during the time of the pogroms. However, as the rejuvenated IRA began to grow, the CCDC was already in trouble, a victim of the class divisions that would eventually render it impotent. The first major rift came in mid-September 1969, when the Catholic hierarchy in Belfast coerced the people of the Falls into taking down their barricades, prompting the immediate arson of 3 nationalist homes. The subsequent takeover of the CCDC leadership by the Church, and its pandering to British interests, would eventually make it irrelevant to much of the nationalist working class. Meanwhile, the Republican movement was filling the gap. By the time the first barricades came down, this process was well underway in Ballymurphy. During the early 1960s, Ballymurphy had formed part of an IRA company area that reached from the Grosvenor Road in the Falls, up through Ballymurphy and Turf Lodge and down into Andersonstown, all under the overall command of the Belfast Battalion. This macroscopic structure, in reality, boiled down to 2 or 3 volunteers in Ballymurphy, 2 or 3 in Turf Lodge, maybe 1 in Springhill, and so on. In the wake of the Divis Street riots of 1964 * and the 1966 commemoration to mark the 50th anniversary of the Easter Rising in Dublin, a handful of new recruits had come forward. As a result, the army had restructured itself so that Ballymurphy and Turf Lodge constituted a separate area. When the Republican clubs were organized in the middle of the decade to circumvent a ban on Sinn Féin, Ballymurphy became part of the Andersonstown Republican Club area, whose pro was the youthful Gary Adams. Adams had joined Sinn Féin after the Divis Street riots and had already, through his involvement in housing agitation, become a well-known figure in the Lower Falls. At that time the Republican movement consisted of older members from previous campaigns and a spattering of younger people who came from families in which the father or mother, or both, had been active in the 1930s or 1940s. Volunteer activity was generally confined to rudimentary arms training in homes within the area. They had the odd dump here and there, and close circles of limited support. As the civil rights agitation, and the accompanying RUC/loyalist violence, developed during late 1968 and early 1969, IRA numbers grew steadily. By August 1969 its strength in the Ballymurphy area was, relatively speaking, quite respectable. There were 8 or 9 people involved. Republican political activity, through the Republican clubs, was also steadily advancing within Ballymurphy, though it met with some strong opposition from the fiercely independent BTA, which was deeply suspicious of all politicians and saw the Republican interest in local issues as a possibly opportunistic move. One of the issues in which Republicans were involved in those days was a campaign to have safety rails erected at the Springfield/White Rock Junction after a new Barnsley child had been knocked down. Nationalists from Ballymurphy and Loyalists from New Barnsley worked together for weeks on the issue and were eventually successful. But news of the combined effort had filtered up through Unionist circles, and an envoy of Paisley's turned up in New Barnsley to sow discontent among the Loyalists. Gary Adams would later cite this experience as an example of the impractical nature of the stages theory then being expounded in Dublin. If the state would not allow Catholics and Protestants to get a pedestrian crossing built together, it would hardly sit back and watch them organize the revolution together too. However, despite the early inspiration provided by Adams, it would take almost 15 years before community politics and the activities of a local political party would reach some kind of general common direction within the Upper Springfield. The party would again be Sinn Féin, but revamped and radicalized under the leadership of young Republicans led by the man who so long ago had fought for that safety rail on the Springfield Road. By August 1969, Gary Adams was in a leadership position in Ballymurphy. In the immediate aftermath of the August crisis, he was involved in organizational work in the Falls, Ardoyne, and Andersonstown areas, which took him away for 3 or 4 weeks. When he returned, he found an area that had been totally transfigured. Ballymurphy had performed a very useful relief operation. The area was also barricaded. It was a difficult area to barricade because of the stretch along the front of the Springfield Road, not like down the falls where you just had wee streets to be sealed off, or Andersonstown which was more of a closed estate. There was also the added difficulty of Spring Martin being on the higher ground. The area was swept by rumors as well, of armed men in the windows of New Barnsley, although the relationship between the two estates was not bad. There weren't the same problems as in Ardoyne or Bombay Street, although the potential was there were the same circumstances. 3. Commenting on the strength of leadership that was so obvious in every street, he attributed much of it to some fine work done locally over the years by the Tenants Association and others. You had the foundations being laid for the knitwear group, the White Rock Enterprises, the survey, that was all. 33. Feeding into the accelerating politicization of people. One major advantage that this area had over any other area, except for maybe the Bogside, was that you had that sort of a background, you had a core of people who were in there and who had been responsible for those developments. 4. A number of the people who formed this core of leadership were old Republicans, no longer directly involved, but fiercely loyal to Republican principles. They now saw a virtually unrecognizable community begin to mobilize around the Republican movement, with a militancy that would have been unthinkable a few weeks before. The Republican movement, though relatively small, was still the largest political organization in nationalist Belfast in 1969. The politicians of the day, people like Harry Diamond, Gary Fitt, and Paddy Devlin, did not have any substantial political machinery, and could often be found courting the Republican vote at election times. The new converts were also quite surprised to discover that the area had 8 or 9 IRA volunteers already in position, and a Fianna Éireann, Republican Scout movement, group of some 25 youths who had a reasonable grounding in republicanism, Irish history, and organization. However, despite the surge towards militant republicanism, 6 weeks were to pass before the relief operation would lose its urgency, and the IRA would begin to organize on a large scale within Ballymurphy. Towards the end of September, at a meeting convened in one of the local schools, several hundred people heard speaker after speaker discuss the immediate problems related to the continuing refugee influx, the organization of the vigilantes, the role of the CCDC, and the planning of an organizational network that would have threads into every street and home in the area. Then, at the end of the meeting, a man addressed the hall, explaining that he represented Oglake na Arian * and was inviting people to volunteer for the Republican Army. The response was such that a full-bodied IRA unit came into being almost immediately. The Republicans were astounded by the number of recruits they now had on their hands, while local people were surprised at the leadership that had been spawned in their own streets, and the caliber of the individuals within the emerging Republican organization. Men and women who, in another society, might have been highly skilled members of the community, were turning their entire store of creative energy into forceful opposition to the state, a fact not lost on their future enemies, as was evidenced in a secret British military report intercepted by the IRA in 1978. In it, Brigadier J.M. Glover of the Defense Intelligence Staff, who seemed to have a problem reconciling intelligence with the working class, described the IRA as, essentially a working-class organization based in the ghetto areas of the cities and in the poorer rural areas. Nevertheless, there is a strata of intelligent, astute, and experienced terrorists who provide the backbone of the organization. 5. And, despite years of public denouncement of the IRA as a group of self-interested criminals without popular support, Glover would go on to make a number of points that would prove extremely embarrassing to the official British propaganda line. Our evidence of the caliber of rank-and-file terrorists does not support the view that they are mindless hooligans drawn from the ranks of the unemployed and unemployable 6, and that the IRA would, in the coming years, probably continue to recruit the men it needs. They will still be able to attract enough people with leadership talent, good education, and manual skills to continue to enhance their all-round professionalism. The movement will retain popular support sufficient to maintain secure bases in the traditional Republican areas. 7. Just as September 1969 would be remembered in Ballymurphy as the month when the IRA set down deep roots within the community, it would be remembered by the Republican movement as the month that presaged the biggest upheaval in its history since the Civil War. On the evening of September 22, as growing tensions over the question of defense began to surface, the ruling council, battalion staff and O/CS, of the IRA's Belfast Battalion were to meet at their headquarters in Leeson Street off the Falls Road. Prior to that meeting, another IRA meeting was held in North Queen Street. It was attended by all the Belfast Company commanders except D Company in the Leeson Street area. The battalion had now grown from 5 companies to 16. 2 dissident members of the battalion staff, who had decided that the pro-Golding elements controlling the battalion would have to be overthrown, were also present. Discussions revolved around the lack of arms in the city, the obvious intention of Golding's Dublin command, and his Belfast allies, to continue with the stages theory, and the drive to end the Republican movement's policy of abstentionism in relation to the Dáil, Stormont, and Westminster, all of which were interrelated. The angry mood of the meeting was further amplified by a document entitled Resistance that had come up from Dublin in the wake of the burning of the Falls and Ardoyne. While the Northerners were clamouring for guns, Dublin was polishing up on its revolutionary rhetoric. It was decided to go on to the Cypress Street meeting and stage a coup d'état. 35. The coup failed. According to one of the dissidents who burst in on the Cypress Street meeting, the principal reason was that Jimmy Steele seemed the only one who was really serious about it, or at least had thought the thing out and may have been fairly ruthless about it. However, the dissidents were serious enough. When Billy McMillan, the battalion commander, attempted to leave, a gun was produced and he was told to sit tight. There then followed a lengthy meeting at which a compromise was pieced together. The Belfast command was increased from 6 to 11 for a period of 3 months, allowing all shades of opinion to be represented. If this trial period did not work to everyone's satisfaction, 4 steps would be taken. First, 4 members of the IRA's Army Council, including Golding, would be removed. Secondly, the Northern Command would become autonomous. Thirdly, all political programs would be abandoned in favor of a military build-up. And fourthly, the dissidents would not attend the IRA Army Convention in Dublin in December. It was also decided that there should be no contact with GHQ in Dublin until the weapons issue was sorted out. Although, ostensibly, the Cypress Street confrontation was about defense, it was also an attempt by the dissidents to stake out Belfast as their territory, knowing that whoever controlled Belfast would hold much sway in the broader political discussions coming up at the Army Convention. The old-time militarists and the young revolutionaries, politicists through the Republican clubs and the civil rights agitation, were squaring up for the decisive showdown with Golding's constitutionalists. The outcome would determine the future of the Republican movement. Between the Cypress Street meeting and the IRA Army Convention, relationships further deteriorated between the pro- and anti-Golding factions, the dissidents accusing Macmillan of welching on the September Compromise. At December's convention, the Belfast IRA was therefore not represented, so that a compromise on a national level was no longer possible. And while the Bogside and the Falls braced themselves for further loyalist violence, the chief item on the convention agenda was not the defense of Northern nationalists, but the unresolved issue of abstentionism. The IRA delegates, heavily weighted with Goldingites, voted 39-12 to end abstentionism. Henceforth they would recognize the two Irish governments and Westminster. This was a crucial victory for the constitutionalists. All that remained for this to become official Republican policy was for Sinn Féin to ratify the decision at its January Ardfheis. The army dissidents, feeling that the vote was a result of ongoing manoeuvring that had put the Goldingites into power, withdrew and formed a provisional army council. Sean Maxty O'Fane, Director of Intelligence of the Dublin Command, was elected Provisional Chief of 36 Staff. The Northern Command was taken over by a number of the older Republicans who had made the token stand against the RUC/Loyalist invasion of the Falls in August 1969. Outlining their position, the dissidents issued a statement in which they said, "We declare our allegiance to the 32-county Irish Republic proclaimed at Easter 1916, established by the first Dáil Éireann in 1919, overthrown by force of arms in 1922 and suppressed to this day by the existing British-imposed 6-county and 26-county partition states." 8. Meanwhile, events in the north continued to escalate. By the middle of September, 7,500 British troops were stationed in working-class areas of cities and towns. At the end of September they clashed with Shankill loyalists who were attempting to attack the nationalist Unity Flats. In the ensuing riot the army fired 654 cartridges and 66 grenades of CS gas, equally affecting the loyalist attackers and the nationalists living in the flats. During a second night of rioting, shots were fired at the troops as they moved into the Shankill with heavy armor. Such confrontations between loyalists and the state caused consternation in Unionist circles, with Unionist politicians accusing the army of taking the nationalist side. There were more clashes between loyalists and British troops in late September and early October, but the most catastrophic was to occur the weekend following the publication of the Hunt Report. Back in August the British government had set up a committee headed by Lord Hunt to look at all aspects of policing in the north. Its findings and recommendations were published on Friday, October 10, 1969. Among other things, Hunt urged that the RUC be disarmed in a cosmetic move to make the force more acceptable in nationalist areas and, the real crunch, that the notoriously partisan B Specials be disbanded and replaced by a military regiment, locally recruited but under the control of the British Army. In Loyalist eyes, the British government was caving into nationalist demands, the armed forces of Unionism were to be killed off at a stroke. The fact that the proposed new force, the Ulster Defence Regiment, UDR, would be little more than a name and uniform change for the Specials was lost in the feeling of betrayal that swept Loyalist areas. On Saturday, October 11, as partial disarming of the RUC began, young people gathered at street corners on the Shankill Road. As the pubs closed that night, the army came under attack and vehicles were hijacked and burned. The RUC came to the assistance of the military and they too were attacked. During the night the rioting developed into a gun battle in which 2 loyalists and Constable Victor Arbuckle were killed. 37 others, 14 soldiers, 3 RUC men and 20 civilians, suffered gunshot wounds, while scores on both sides were injured. 3 days after the Shankill riots, with Unionist pressure growing on the British government, Robert Porter, Stormont Minister of Home Affairs, announced that the RUC was going back into the Falls, with military backing if necessary. Against the backdrop of Loyalist firepower, and the threat of another invasion of the Falls, The IRA voted at the December convention against arming the nationalists in the north. When Sinn Féin met in January for its annual conference, the divisions within the Republican movement were a running sore. There was an angry debate between those who favored the stages theory and the abandonment of armed struggle, and those who argued that Sinn Féin should work as a propaganda arm for the IRA, which should be fighting to destroy, not reform, the six-county state. Eventually the vote on the motion to scrap abstentionism was carried by a clear majority. However, as non-recognition of the three parliaments was enshrined in Sinn Féin's constitution, a two-thirds majority was required to effect change. The vote fell 19 short. It looked as if abstentionism would hold. At that point it was proposed from the hall that the Ardfhys endorse the policies of the IRA Army Convention, which had already agreed to drop abstentionism. As this motion raised no constitutional questions, a simple majority would suffice. But, before the vote could be taken, the 100 or so pro-abstention, pro-armed struggle delegates walked out and reassembled at a hall in Parnell Square in the centre of Dublin. There, they gave their allegiance to the Provisional Army Council and created a caretaker executive of Sinn Féin. In the north the schism convulsed through nationalist communities. Families and neighbourhoods were split as the officials and provisionals consolidated their positions and attempted to win new ground. In Belfast, 7 of the 11 old battalion staff remained loyal to Golding's official IRA, OIRA, whereas the officers and the majority of volunteers from 15 of the battalion's 16 companies, all but Leeson Street, went over to the provisionals. Initially, Ballymurphy adopted a unique position. Gary Adams, who was a key member of the Northern Provisionals, later recalled that what happened in most areas was that volunteers tended to follow the leaders. In Ballymurphy they held a meeting and invited the battalion staff, the Golding element, to the meeting, and they had a debate. Sullivan put his case, and the local O/C put his, and the unit sat down and thrashed it out. Then some went with the officials, while the rest stayed where they were. In fact, what actually happened was that the Ballymurphy unit stayed semi-autonomous for a while. 938. The future allegiance of the bulk of the Ballymurphy volunteers had already been long predictable, even before the debate. The O/C of the unit had been suspended by the pro-Golding element some weeks earlier as the anti-abstentionists attempted to maneuver as many as possible of their own people into senior positions. The Ballymurphy unit had refused to recognize the suspension, the only effect of which was to make the individual volunteers more aware of the issues in the pipeline. The day after the Ballymurphy debate, an attempt was made by the officials to arrest the IRA quartermaster for the area to gain control of the substantial weapons dump in Ballymurphy. The attempt failed, and shortly afterwards the semi-autonomous Ballymurphy unit commandeered the entire dump. One of the men responsible for that operation described how they had lifted a massive sticky asterisk dump which caused palpitations for months. It was absolutely massive. It took 6 or 7 big vans to cart it all away, and it just caused hysteria everywhere. The odd relationship between the Ballymurphy volunteers and the remainder of the Belfast Brigade of the Provisionals was to last for 6 weeks and would flare up again a few months later in an unspoken disagreement on tactics and timing during the Ballymurphy riots. Structurally, the area was now part of the operational patch of the 2nd Battalion of the Belfast Brigade, Provisional IRA. The officials, whose support in the city was mainly confined to the Lower Falls and Turf Lodge, had some following in the lower end of Ballymurphy estate, but this greatly diminished over the years, as did their support throughout the north. Many of those who had stayed with the officials after the split did so, not because they thought Golding and Macmillan were right, but because they felt uneasy with the sudden change. In late 1970 the Northerners forced Golding to concede to defensive armed action by the official IRA in the 6 counties. When the officials split again in 1974, 2 years after the leadership had declared a unilateral ceasefire, many of the Northerners joined the new Irish Republican Socialist Party, IRSP, whose military partner, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, later the Irish National Liberation Army, INLA, was to join in the armed offensive against the British presence in Ireland. As 1970 began, with intercommunal clashes dominating the first 3 months, both IRAs steadily mushroomed in the working class and rural parts of the North. Few of the young men and women flocking to the Republican banner could have guessed that they would soon be at war with. Shortly after the split, the officials brought out their own version of the Easter Lily, which commemorates the dead of the Easter Rising of 1916. Instead of the traditional pin-on lily, the officials had theirs backed with adhesive, earning them the nickname Sticky Backs, later abbreviated to Stickies or Sticks. 39. The British Army. As far as most recruits were concerned, defense against Loyalist attack was the primary concern. It was a gut reaction, a volunteer in Ballymurphy would later explain. The Loyalists were attacking our ones, and we knew that sooner or later it would come to the Merv. The Brits didn't really figure in those days. They just didn't belong in the fight. Then along came the Easter riots of 1970. 40. 6. The Battle of Ballymurphy. During the early months of 1970, as the North convulsed with regular spates of intercommunal rioting, the BTA maintained its local campaign for better living conditions. Its members also worked with other community organizations across the city, campaigning alongside them or helping them organize around their own issues. On February 6, they joined tenants groups from all the corporation estates of Belfast in a takeover of the City Hall's public gallery. The Amalgamated Corporation Tenants Association, protesting against a recent rent increase, had organized 50% of corporation tenants into a rent strike, and had decided on the takeover to highlight its demands. The action forced the city council to abandon its meeting as the RUC carried the protesters, unionist and nationalist, from the council chambers. Housing issues had been brought to the fore at that particular time by the announcement on November 17, by the medical officer for Belfast that, of 2,500 dwellings in the Lower Falls/Grosvenor Road area alone, only 40 were officially fit to be lived in. One other inner-city housing was of an equally indefensible standard. The rent increases had added insult to injury, sparking off the citywide protest in which the BTA played a prominent part. Of an executive of 5 on the Amalgamated Tenants Association, the Ballymurphy people held 2 places. At the same time, members of the BTA, along with other community leaders in the area, worked with the Springfield Joint Committee, comprising representatives of Ballymurphy, Turf Lodge, Moyard, New Barnsley, and Highfield, to keep the peace between the two sides of the Springfield Road, as they had done since the previous August. Some Ballymurphy members were actually caught in the middle, along with the IRA units that came in to quell the disturbances, on the third night of the Easter riots. After the riots, the Joint Committee continued to strive for peace on the Springfield Road, but the spiral of escalating violence would soon push Ballymurphy's program of social development, the Springfield Joint Committee and the Amalgamated Corporation Tenants Association to one side as the community became engulfed in a war that would no longer keep its distance. Throughout the latter half of 1969, attacks on civil rights demonstrators by Loyalist and RUC forces had continued unabated, prompting sporadic attacks by nationalist civilians on RUC barracks across the north. However, apart from a Gelignit and gun attack on Crossmaglen barracks in South Armagh during the August Trouble, the IRA had not been involved in the attacks. By the end of March 1970, however, Republicans and Loyalists had been responsible for 16 explosions, most consisting of small charges or incendiaries. Apart from an IRA bomb at the Corporation Electrical Workers Social Club on February 25, which caused terrible injuries, these were generally free of casualties. Following Ballymurphy's Easter riots, the bomb attacks increased. By June 25, the day before the next disastrous weekend, 44 explosions had been recorded, while the overall situation had changed dramatically. During April, May, and June, fierce rioting had become a regular occurrence in nationalist areas of North Belfast, following the pattern established in Ballymurphy over Easter. Invariably, the riots began with Loyalist attacks on isolated nationalist pockets, often accompanied by the burning of homes and sniper fire. British soldiers would then arrive, turned their backs to the Loyalists and, in a haze of CS gas, lay siege to the nationalist areas. Barbed wire barricades and mass house searches became a feature of everyday life in these areas. Those arrested by troops during street fighting, often passers-by who just happened to be in the wrong place, were taken away and systematically beaten in army barracks before being charged with riotous behavior. During this period the Provisionals became increasingly active in engaging Loyalist gunmen in sniping exchanges. On April 18, Loyalist attacks on nationalists took on a new form. Patrick Macaulay of Ardoyne had just left a pub in Pilot Street and was on his way home when he was wounded by gunfire, having been randomly picked for assassination. 3 days later Patrick Doyle of Colligan Street, off the Falls Road, was shot under similar circumstances as he left the Celtic bar. Both men were lucky and recovered. The day after Patrick Doyle's attempted assassination, the British Army came under gun attack in Ballymurphy for the first time. Shots were fired from a passing car at a sentry outside a temporary military base in a new Barnsley house. A week later the area was momentarily reminded of the old scapegoating days as Paddy Devlin MP came to its defence, lashing out at an article in the Daily Telegraph, written by Stephen Preston, who was seeking Unionist Party nomination in Armagh for the coming Westminster elections. Preston had stated, among other things, that Ballymurphy had the highest incidence of VD in the British Isles. Written corrections to his assertions were later released by Queen's University and the VD Clinic in Belfast. The latter pointed out that there could be no foundation to Preston's slur as statistics were only available on a city-to-city basis. A month later the tide was reversed a little by a visit on May 26 by Community Relations Commission Chairperson, Maurice Hayes, to Ballymurphy, where the first stage of the community centre was nearing completion. On June 15, in a continuing clarification of political divisions, the RUC and British Army sent in a massive force to push 1,500 parading. 42. Orangemen through the nationalist town of Dungiven, County Derry * simultaneously, 5,000 Republicans, led by a 1,500-strong northern contingent, were gathering at Wolfetone's grave in Bodenstown, County Kildare. There, Ballymurphy's young recruits heard IRA leader, Dathy O'Connell, issue a ringing warning to the British. "You never had any right to be in our country and you never will. The more your troops impose their will, the nearer you bring the day of open confrontation. If you sincerely desire peace, then withdraw your armed force and the weapons of destruction you so lavishly supplied to the Stormont junta over the last 50 years. In a nutshell, get to hell out of our country." 2. O'Connell also attacked the Dublin government for its attitude to the North. Then, in an unusual break from tradition, he indirectly forwarded sympathy to Charles Haughey and Neil Blaney, both ex-ministers in the ruling Fianna Fáil party, who had been arrested on May 28 for allegedly conspiring to run guns into the country for use in the North. O'Connell's oration came during the final days of the Westminster election campaign, a campaign punctuated by loyalist attacks on nationalist unity candidates at rallies throughout the North. 4 days later the Tories came to power under Edward Heath. In the 6 counties, nationalists returned Bernadette Devlin, Socialist Mid-Ulster MP since a by-election in April 1969, Gary Fitt and Frank McManus. At the time, Bernadette Devlin was facing a prison sentence arising out of her role during the defence of Derry's Bogside the previous August. A week after her election, on June 26, she was on her way to Derry to address a rally before giving herself up to the RUC when she was arrested in Drumahoe just outside the city. News of her kidnap sparked off a riot in Derry and angered people throughout Ireland. Meanwhile, another riot, triggered off by an orange parade along the Crumlin Road, blew up in Belfast as the city jerked towards its next major showdown. Control of the Central Citizens Defence Committee was now firmly in the hands of the nationalist middle class and the Catholic Church which, despite all the evidence, still believed that the RUC could be reformed and that British soldiers would protect nationalists. It was with horror therefore that they learned on Tuesday, June 23, that, among the many orange marches organised for the following Saturday, one was to pass through the rebuilt Bombay Street and Clonard, another was to pass. Each year, the north of Ireland, with its population of 1.5 million and an area the size of Yorkshire, is venue to some 2,500 parades. All but a handful are orange parades, many of which are highly provocative displays of triumphalism. 43. Ardoyne, where many families had been burned out, and a third was to come out of New Barnsley and pass along the Springfield Road, the very route taken by the junior Orangemen at Easter. Unable to believe that such provocation could have been sanctioned by the state, Tom Connedy, a produce broker from Andersonstown, who was chairperson of the CCDC, spoke on Wednesday to Brigadier Hudson, military commander for Belfast, and to the chief constable of the RUC, Sir Arthur Young, outlining the dangers of allowing those three particular marches to go ahead. He then hand-delivered a letter to Ronald Burrows, British government representative in the north, in which the CCDC proposed that the Cupa Street and Ardoyne marches be rerouted, and that the march on the Springfield Road towards Ballymurphy be terminated no nearer to Catholic homes than the Orange Hall on the Springfield Road 3. On Thursday, the Joint Security Committee met at Stormont, with the Saturday marches top of the agenda. Despite the opposition of Hudson, Young, and Burrows, all marches were approved. By now the Stormont government of James Chichester Clark, cousin of Terence O'Neill, who had taken over as Prime Minister on May 1, 1969, following O'Neill's resignation, was under severe pressure from the right wing of the Unionist Party and from the Reverend Ian Paisley's Protestant Unionists. As recently as June 15, Paisley had again been snapping at Chichester Clark's heels, taunting him about pacts his Protestant Unionists had made with the Unionist Party in Derry, Armagh and Southdown, and claiming these as evidence of a crumbling Unionist Party. Now, just a few days after an election that had shown Paisley's growing support among the Loyalist working class, Chichester Clark was not about to be party to any banning or rerouting of orange parades. Freeland, the GOC, went along with this line, as did the other political figures, believing that it would be easier to push them, the orange parades, through the Ardoyne than to control the Shankill, for Freeland's sentiments would have been colored by his memories of the Shankill riots of June 3 and 4 that followed the rerouting of an orange parade along the Crumlin Road, as well as the British desire to prop up Chichester Clark. That evening the CCDC again approached Burrows, asking that the Ardoyne march at least be rerouted or banned. On Friday Burrows told them that the position remained unchanged. As a last resort, a telex was sent by the CCDC to the British Home Office in London, requesting Reginald Maudling, Home Secretary, to take action. Early Friday evening, the Home Office telephoned Connedy, saying that nothing could be done. As late as 7:30 that evening, the CCDC was back with Burrows, asking that some small concession be made. It was suggested that the nationalists could be told that, after Saturday, no more provocative marches would take place, but no concessions were forthcoming. 44. In New Barnsley, the arrangements for Saturday were that Orange Lodge No. 9 district would march out of the estate and down the Springfield Road. In a last-ditch effort to avert trouble, the military offered to take the band and its banner past the danger area to its assembly point. When this was refused, they offered to provide taxis rather than military transport, but this was also turned down. At 12:45 p.m. Colonel Dodson, Paddy Devlin, Tom Connedy, and the Reverend C. Courtney of the Springfield Joint Committee were informed by the parade committee that it would agree to march without music, but this time, the band refused to cooperate. Finally, Rev. Courtney managed to get an agreement from the band that it would play hymns instead of party tunes. Abide With Me would be the tune. A half hour later, at 1:30 p.m. the band appeared on the Springfield Road, hammering out the Sash My Father Wore, the Orange Anthem. Marie Vallely, who was 15 years old at the time, recalled how, "I heard someone saying, the Orangemen are going to march through Ballymurphy. There were Union Jacks out in New Barnsley and British soldiers on the White Rock Road. A small crowd had gathered at the top of the rock. Then the Orangemen came out of New Barnsley playing the sash and jeering at bystanders. A row started, and in no time the crowd tripled and the rioting started. Before we knew what was happening, all hell had broken Iose. 5. Within minutes, hundreds of youths had gathered on the Springfield Road. Battle-hardened by the Easter riots, and angry at ongoing loyalist attacks on nationalists, they launched into the offending parade. After a brief but savage running battle, the musical Orangemen were chased down the Springfield Road. The crowd then turned on the RUC barracks, based in a house on the New Barnsley side of the road. Eyewitness accounts are unanimous that, as the TV came hurtling through the front window, the RUC men dashed out the back door, never to be seen again. The barracks was wrecked, no more to be occupied by the RUC, and hats and batons were collected as trophies. Further down the road, another section of the crowd was already locked in combat with soldiers from the Henry Taggart base. The Battle of Ballymurphy had begun. During the next 10 minutes, as Ballymurphy steeled itself for a second major confrontation with the British Army, hundreds of troops, supported by Land Rovers and armoured cars, poured into the area. The advance was accompanied by so much CS gas that even the soldiers with their gas masks were overcome. Although the gas again had a terrifying effect on families with young children, the Ballymurphy line was undaunted. A section of the crowd swept forward into the Taggart, forcing the military to temporarily abandon the base. After wrecking army equipment, they commandeered 2 jeeps, drove them up the Springfield Road, and 45. Sent them careering driverless through the military lines. The success of this tactic prompted follow-up attacks with a blazing furniture van, a bulldozer, and a mechanical digger, which ended up embedded in the back of the post office. Meanwhile, a number of youths went up the Springfield Road to the Alverno Hotel, asking that all bottles be handed over as ammunition. The management refused and the hotel was later petrol-bombed. The battle then moved into Ballymurphy Estate, and casualty centers again opened up in the Taggart and St. Bernadette School. By mid-afternoon smoke was billowing from burning vehicles, from the corporation yard at the top of the White Rock, and from bales of hay scattered along the Springfield to delay the military advance. A bus blazed at the White Rock/Springfield Junction and a section of the Alverno was in flames. 20 yards from the burning bus, however, in the Neptune Cafe, the young people had taken over, and in the kind of peculiar quirk that would hallmark the Battle of Ballymurphy, they were making chips for the rioters. At that point the staff left and the fellas started making pasties to go with the chips. This went on for quite a while, with the young people coming into the place in relays for their chips. Then the guys making the chips let the pan overheat and blue smoke started rising. As soon as the smoke started, everyone ran out. Next thing was the place went up in flames. 6. As darkness fell, the streets were lit by burning vehicles and exploding petrol bombs that continued to rain down on the military and their armor until well after dawn, when everyone finally went home to bed. The Alverno Hotel was by then a blackened ruin, and most of the remaining loyalists had fled New Barnsley, wrecking and booby-trapping their houses as they went. Gary Adams later described going in there the next morning. People from here went over to deal with some primitive devices that had been left behind. It was one of the eeriest experiences you could imagine, the back streets with their red, white, and blue pavements, the odd fluttering curtain, a door left open, somebody's cat that was left behind. And the total absolute silence. Empty, empty silence. 7. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, the last shots had been fired in a night-long gunfight that tested the mettle of the reorganist IRA * for the * unless otherwise stated. The terms IRA and Sinn Féin in the remainder of this narrative will describe the provisionals. 46. First time, and re-established it as the defender of the nationalist community. As feared by the CCDC, the Orange Parade in Ardoyne had also developed into rioting along the edges of the small enclave, and as loyalist sniping broke out, the IRA's 3rd Belfast Battalion returned fire. In the next 30 minutes 3 loyalists were shot dead. As news of the killings spread, Loyalists in the east decided to take revenge on Short Strand, a nationalist pocket of 6,000, cut off from the city by the river and surrounded by some 60,000 loyalists. When local people asked the British Army for protection, they were told by an officer to stew in your own fat. At the same time, troops sealed off Albert Bridge, cutting off all retreat. Later, the military would claim that they sent no troops because they were stretched too thin, with 108 fires in Belfast that day. Whatever the explanation, the defense of the area was left to the IRA and Short Strand's vigilantes. That evening, as over 1,000 loyalists closed in, a small group of volunteers, along with a local man, Henry McIlhone, took up positions in St. Matthew's churchyard and opened up with guns. During the night-long battle, Henry McIlhone and 3 loyalists were shot dead. For the second time in 24 hours, the IRA had shown that there would be no repeat of August 1969. Nationalist areas would henceforth be ruthlessly protected against sectarian attack. The weekend after the Ardoyne and Short Strand engagements, in which 7 people had died and 54 others had suffered gunshot wounds, the new Tory government in Whitehall decided to move against the IRA. The area chosen was the Lower Falls, an official stronghold, despite the fact that the Provisionals had carried out both of the previous weekend's operations. At 4:30 p.m. on Friday, July 3, 1970, the British Army, reportedly acting on a tip-off, roared into Balkan Street on an arms raid. Stones were thrown and CS gas was fired in return. As the situation became uglier, some soldiers were trapped and reinforcements were called in. Finally, 3,000 troops, supported by armor and helicopters, were concentrated in the narrow streets of the Lower Falls. CS gas was poured into the area, and in the end Freeland, the Army GOC, placed the district under an illegal curfew. Over the next 2 days, the residents of the Lower Falls, confined to their homes under threat of being shot, were systematically terrorized by the British Army. Hundreds of homes were destroyed while 4 civilians were killed, more than a dozen wounded by gunfire, hundreds battered, and over 300 arrested. At the same time, gun battles echoed throughout the curfew area as the official IRA, whose arms had been stored in Balkan Street, and then the Provisionals who came to their assistance, took on the British Army. As the situation worsened, nationalists across the city united in revulsion at what was happening and decided to go in and break the curfew. On Sunday morning, July 5, it was announced that the curfew would be temporarily slackened so people could go to Mass. By then, 47. Freeland was under intense pressure from outraged nationalist opinion throughout Ireland. By midday it became clear to everybody in the restricted area that the half-completed search operation had been abandoned, though the curfew had not been lifted. Then, at 12:45 p.m. a long column of 1,000 women carrying food and milk came marching down the falls and into Leeson Street, barging through the military blockade. By the time they got to the food distribution center in Raglan Street, however, everything had already been given away to the people who had rushed to embrace them. Then, word got back to Andersonstown, Turf Lodge, Ballymurphy and all the other estates where there is scarcely a family without a falls connection, and the response was equally spontaneous and magnificent. 3,000 women mustered at 5:30 at Casement Park, and with protest banners as well as more supplies of food the long column of angry women and girls marched on the British lines. No attempt was made to impede the marchers, and the world's journalists photographed General Sir Ian Freeland's final humiliation of the weekend. The legends on the banners and placards told their own story. 8. One of the placards read, "Remember Dunkirk and Ballymurphy." Frank Cahill's wife, Tess, and her neighbor, Kate McCullough, were among the Ballymurphy women who marched on the falls that Sunday. Tess Cahill later recalled, "Word had been coming in that the people had no food. They wouldn't let bread or milk or lorries in. And of course there were stories about what they were doing to the houses. Word went around that the women were going to march from all the areas to bring supplies in. So me and Kate left the house, and on the way we met with Maggie Arbuckle, Josie Dixon, Bridie Adams, Lily Hall, and a lot of others. We all gathered from the greater Ballymurphy area at the bottom of the White Rock Road, waiting on the march coming down from Andersonstown. And it was the same all the way down, at Iviak, at Beechmount, and so on. The women joined the march until there was thousands of us. The Brits had all the streets sealed off, all the side streets, Leeson Street, Clonard, and the like. First, they tried to stop us getting through, but there was that many that the women just forced their way through, pushed them aside. We went down Leeson Street first, then did a tour of the whole area, handing out food and milk. The people there were overjoyed to see us. They ran out of their homes and threw their arms around us. But we were all devastated when we seen the houses. People on the march were 48. Standing crying their eyes out at the destruction. Stairs ripped out, statues smashed to bits. Toilets just wrecked. It was really terrible. I'll never forget that feeling. 9. That night, when the stories of the Falls curfew were brought back to Ballymurphy, the young men and women who had been engaging the troops resolved that the British Army would indeed remember Dunkirk and Ballymurphy. The Battle of Ballymurphy was to last 7 months, despite the IRA's best efforts to quell it. The IRA leadership later explained. The full truth about this rioting, particularly in the Ballymurphy area of Belfast, was that it was most dangerous and embarrassing for the IRA. Not only was there always the danger of a repeat of the Falls Road curfew of July, and of a direct confrontation with the British Army being forced on the IRA, but the Ballymurphy rioting was bringing large-scale British forces into the area where the major part of the training of hundreds of new recruits was going on. 10. However, the semi-autonomous Ballymurphy Republicans had decided that fighting the British was what they were there for. It was a fierce and bloody confrontation with many casualties, but it is a period remembered with great pride. It must also rank as one of the most extraordinary confrontations ever between civilians and a modern army. Gary Adams later described how every man, woman, and child was involved. They didn't fire a shot, but for months, the British Army had the hell beaten out of them. The women were humiliating and demoralizing them. The kids were hammering them. You had the whole community organized right down into street committees, so that you had a sort of spider's web of regular coordination. 11. Those too old, slow, or inhibited to join the combatants provided the warning systems, cups of tea and ammunition. RUC messages were picked up on the radio and army messages from the TV, while front gardens had buckets of vinegar and water, and rags, to counteract the gas. Lily Quinn of Devesmore Park was so enthusiastic that she would throw the water and vinegar over the rioters to speed up the process. Front and back doors were left open as escape routes, while the women provided first aid, many having availed themselves of the rash of courses specializing in the effects of gas, broken limbs, and gunshot wounds. The ammunition advanced to blast bombs and nail bombs as the violence of the military intensified, particularly after the introduction of 49. Rubber bullets. Gardens were booby-trapped with low-lying clotheslines, tripwires, and cheese wire. Wire was also stretched between telegraph poles to catch soldiers standing up in speeding jeeps or running through blacked-out streets at night, while dustbin lids were used to cover canisters of gas and to carry ammunition to the front line. There were also incursions into the field of psychological warfare. After all, what could be more disconcerting to a bunch of squad guys weaned on British invincibility than 400 or 500 teenagers tossing bin lids over smoking canisters of gas, or batting them back with hullies, while chanting in unison, "We want more gas." This response, also found in Derry over the same period, prompted a captain of the Scottish Borderers to assert on August 6, 1970 that, "The Irishman is absolutely immune to CS gas 12 as he introduced the killer rubber bullet to the media." At about this time, the dogs of Ballymurphy also joined the war. Not only did they howl and snap at the soldiers, but the individual howl of each dog could pinpoint a military incursion with the accuracy of a radar screen. In later days, the dogs would prove invaluable early warning systems to men and women on the run, whose ears would become finely attuned to canine howls. The British Army too had its secret weapons. Dyed CS gas enabled the soldiers to return to the area during periods of calm and arrest those of unusual hue. They also brought in soldiers originally from the area to identify combatants during riots. They had the snatch squads and water cannon too, but pride of place must have gone to the man known in Ballymurphy's annals as the Big Black Brit. This man, like a giant Zulu, at least 14 feet tall, would square up to several dozen Ballymurphy warriors, strip off his shirt, roar and charge, and all before him would scatter, or, in the peculiar intimacy that grew out of the prolonged confrontation, he would do a war dance, as it is still described in Ballymurphy, in front of hordes of stone throwers, and engage in 20-minute exchanges of banter and abuse. As time passes, the chronology becomes a little blurred, but the slightest mention of the riots unleashes a deluge of memories. Like the day Geordie Stanton went up to the commander of the troops lined up on the Springfield Road and said, "Here, I'm a community worker. Gimme that." The rubber bullet, 6 inches long, 1.5 inches across, and 5 ounces in weight, was complemented in 1973 by the plastic bullet, which has replaced it since 1975. The 4-inch plastic bullet, weighing 4.75 ounces, has a muzzle velocity of 200 miles per hour. The authorities admit having fired some 120,000 rubber and plastic bullets. The real figure may be far higher. The results are 17 dead, 7 of them children, and hundreds seriously injured. Most of the dead were killed in non-riot situations by revenge-seeking troops and RUC personnel. All but one of the dead have been nationalists. 13:50. Loud Hylier, and I'll tell these UNS to go home. He then turned and bellowed into the loud Hylier, "Okay boys. That's it now. Knock it on the head." Next thing, Geordie had swung around to roars from the crowd, who were all in on the act. "Go on ya bloody ol' Egypt, giving me a loud Hylier, up the Merv." Or the night the searchlights were beaming out from the Henry Taggart down onto Devesmore Park, along the gable walls of the houses, back across the tarmac square when, out of nowhere, 3 minstrels appeared in the middle of the square, imaginary hats in hand, doing a quick sideways shuffle to the rhythm of their straining voices singing "Are You From Dixie?" Then there was the Devesmore Park woman who admonished a group of children for throwing stones at the Taggart on their way home from primary school. "A way home out of that," she shouted as she chased them, "I been putting up with this now for the past week, and I'm fed up with the racket." "Missus," one of the children shouted back, "we been putting up with it for 800 years. And everyone remembers Herbo Gibson, and his portable siren that had to be plugged into a light socket in the nearest house, and his excellent imitation of bugle sounds, so that Ballymurphy could always rely on attacks and retreats being accompanied by appropriate military notes. But of all the stories of those 7 months of riots, the saga of Dunn's guerrillas and the sad end that befell Herbo's dog remain most repeated. Led by Shammy Dunn and numbering between 10 and 24 wilders, depending on whether or not their mothers let them out, the guerrillas were said to have fought like tigers, to have had especially outrageous rapport with the troops, to have been super inventive in tactics and weaponry, and completely unpredictable. In the middle of a raging riot, after clodding everything movable at troops for 8 or 9 hours, Shammy Dunn might suddenly shout halt, and to the amazement of the squad dies, the opposition would stop dead. "Right boys," Shammy would call to the soldiers, "we're away home now. See yous all in the morning." Herbo's dog was one of Dunn's guerrillas. He was a pup from one of Dunn's dogs. They called him Bo because one day someone gave him Strongbow and he got drunk. Then I got him. He was a real loving dog. The only people he ever went for was the Brits, the Peelers and my brother-in-law. And army dogs. He was just an old mongrel, but he hated the army dogs, and no matter what size they were, he'd go for them. We had him from before my dad died, and, see when he died, he wouldn't leave the grave, we had to drag him away. And he was in every riot. You know the way, over here, dogs get their proper name, so he was Bo Gibson. And you never seen a riot on TV except Bo Gibson was. 51. In the middle of it. He used to chase stones that were thrown at the Brits and bring them back again. Then one day there was a riot down at Devesmore Park, near Murphy's Entry, and somebody chucked a nail bomb, I think it was maybe the first nail bomb ever thrown, and Bo went after it. 14. What happened next is legend. Herbo's dog caught up with the nail bomb just as it landed at the edge of the military line, and turned back for the Ballymurphy ranks, tail wagging and fuse sputtering. As it trotted back with the trophy, everybody scattered, diving over walls and in through hedges, and Herbo took off at a gallop. The last thing most people remember was the dog breaking into a run, and the fleeing Herbo, casting furtive glances over his shoulder, doing the 4-minute mile up towards Glenalina Road. Lucky for Herbo, the nail bomb blew up before Bo caught up with him. That evening Dunn's guerrillas gave Bo a military funeral. The cortege was accompanied by a guard of honor in black berets and dark glasses, followed by a large crowd of youngsters. The last post was played and Bo was laid to rest in Herbo's back garden. You know what happened then? Herbo says, the Brits came along that night and dug him up for forensics. It was, by any standards, an incredible period of history. While all this was going on in Ballymurphy, rioting was also taking place in other centres across the north. In July, over the 12th marching season, 1,500 nationalist refugees had fled south of the border to be accommodated in Irish Army camps. On July 31st, during a riot on the New Lodge Road, rubber bullets were fired for the first time, and the British Army implemented Freeland's shoot-to-kill promise by murdering 19-year-old Danny O'Hagan. During the riots that followed, shots were again fired at the military in the Upper Springfield. On August 4, the day after Danny O'Hagan was buried, 1,000 Ballymurphy women marched in protest from McCrory Park to the military base on the Springfield Road as yet another riot broke out. From then until the end of 1970 the war gradually intensified, with rioting as often as not accompanied by gun battles. By the end of the year there had been 154 explosions and 18 people had been killed. Other signs of the acceleration into war could be seen as the British spiked unapproved roads and blew up bridges along the border. There were also been indications that the official IRA was feeling pressure from the north to engage the troops. Cathal Golding stated on a Tyne/Tees broadcast on October 18, that the establishment would not allow the official IRA to attain its goals without the use of guns, bombs, or any other method you may use. 15 On the political front, a new political party, the Social Democratic and Labour Party, had been launched on August 21. The SDLP included many 52 of the Unity candidates who had fought the Westminster elections in June, and many of those already elected to Stormont and local government on nationalist tickets. Its formation signaled the end of the old atrophied Nationalist Party which had maintained a base in the north after partition, and the beginning of a power struggle within nationalist areas between the reformist, liberal politics of the middle class and the revolutionary Republican politics of Sinn Féin, though the latter in 1970 was as yet devoid of any really coherent policies. An example of the type of confusion that then existed within Sinn Féin was seen on December 19, in Ardoyne. While urging local people to join the Republican movement to strike for a free, socialist, Gaelic Ireland, it was also condemning the infiltration of the district by communist elements. 16 The SDLP, meanwhile, was the updated face of constitutional nationalism. It was there to provide an opposition to Sinn Féin, which was then the only organized party with support in all nationalist areas, and to push for a new political framework, either a united Ireland or a reformed Northern Ireland, where middle-class nationalists would get a bigger slice of the cake. Meanwhile, as the riots continued in Ballymurphy, the provisionals and officials were forced to play an increasing role in policing the area. To avoid friction, each group agreed to police its own supporters. One of the first problems faced by the two IRAs was that of organized crime, considered anti-people as it brought additional hardships on an already hard-pressed community. A number of people were tarred and feathered, others were forced to carry out community service, while those suspected of being informers were ordered to leave the country. The Provisionals even had their own jail in a small electricity substation in Spring Hill. However, despite many warnings of harsher punishment, Ballymurphy was shocked when, on Monday, November 16, Arthur McKenna and Alexander McVicker were shot dead on Ballymurphy Road. The McKenna and McVicker killings also brought Arthur McKenna's brother, Jimmy, back from Australia on a vengeance mission. Undeterred by the fact that the IRA had carried out the killings, Jimmy McKenna got himself a gun and publicly threatened to get even with those who had shot his brother. His declaration that he knew who was responsible earned him a visit from the RUC, but proved to be without substance. A former acquaintance would later describe the armed vigilante prowling the Upper Springfield in late 1970 as a header. The story was that Jimmy had been in the Merchant Navy during the war, and that he was torpedoed and had a steel plate in his head. He was built like a bull and would have gone right through you. At one time he was going out with this woman who lived with her mother down in Bow Street. He renovated the mother's house and put furniture in, with the 53 intention of marrying the daughter. Then your woman jilted him. So Jimmy arrived down with an axe, demolished the front door, chopped up all the furniture, and decapitated the family's Alsatian dog. However, Jimmy McKenna's vengeance mission came to an abrupt halt 5 months after his return from Australia when he was arrested on the Springfield Road while in possession of his gun. He told the arresting soldiers that he was a member of a special investigation branch of the Army. At his trial in June 1971 he claimed that he had found the gun, and had been gathering information on behalf of the RUC, a role confirmed in court by Chief Superintendent Patrick McAndrew. He was, nonetheless, convicted of possession without a license, whereupon he served a 1-year prison term in protective custody before returning to Australia. But the Upper Springfield had not heard the last of Jimmy McKenna. The new year of 1971 was heralded in Ballymurphy by an upsurge in the recurrent rioting that had gone on since June. The incidents which led to the final, and some of the most bloody, riots in the Battle of Ballymurphy were later angrily described by the IRA, still trying to quell the upheaval, as the asinine tactics of the British soldiers. 17 There had been a lull of some weeks in the riots by the second week in January, but local anger was again mounting at the military, whose members had been verbally and physically abusing young people at every opportunity. They had also, early in December, opened up a disco at the Taggart. Local women, alarmed at rumors of intelligence gathering by the soldiers, and furious that the girls from the area had to show their birth certificates to prove that they were above the age of consent, placed nightly pickets on the base. The disco was closed down, but some of the girls continued to attend film shows at the Taggart. On Sunday, January 10, a larger than usual group gathered at the Taggart. Earlier in the day the soldiers had stoned a group of boys playing football, and this had raised the general level of tension in the area. As some girls arrived at the base, heckling broke out. A soldier shouted back that the protesters were Irish bastards, whereupon stone throwing developed between the soldiers and a crowd of youths. Shortly after midnight, when the trouble had died down, a young man on his way home through Ballymurphy suddenly found himself surrounded by 8 soldiers. He was attacked and badly beaten, one of the soldiers breaking a baton over his head. The next day wholesale rioting broke out in the area, spreading to other parts of Belfast during the week. At this point the Belfast command of the IRA and the local Ballymurphy Republicans ended their unspoken disagreement about the tactical value of the rioting. The IRA command still viewed the riots as patently not in the interests of the IRA. 18 The Ballymurphy Republicans felt that they had served their purpose. On the 54 night of January 12, the IRA managed to scale down the level of rioting by placing some of the more ebullient combatants under armed arrest, a fact that did not go unnoticed by the British Army. Once again, what was happening in Ballymurphy was about to have far-reaching effects on the rest of the 6 counties as new contortions were brought to the wider political process. First, the January riots themselves had triggered off a double response on the part of Chichester Clark, disenchantment with reforms, and an increasing reliance on repressive measures. The latter was articulated by John Taylor, Minister of State for Home Affairs, on February 4. "We are going to shoot it out with them," Taylor said. "It is as simple as that." 19 Secondly, the IRA's intervention on the night of January 12 set off a chain of events that would finally weld the British Army to the Loyalist cause, bringing about an all-out IRA offensive against British forces in the north. On January 13 the Army contacted the IRA. Already, the Royal Anglians commander, Colonel Dick Gerard Wright, had ongoing communication with the Provisionals in Ballymurphy through 2 members of the Belfast Brigade staff and a staff officer of the 2nd Battalion in control of Clonard and Ballymurphy. Both sides appear to have seen the contact as a fairly simple intelligence operation. Now, however, the military was appealing to the IRA for help in controlling Ballymurphy. Discussion was initiated when one of the IRA men was invited to an army base in North Howard Street to be told of a rumored death threat. The subject of the Ballymurphy riots was then raised. At a second meeting in a Falls Road house, the military were told, "If you get out of Ballymurphy, we can control it without your assistance." 20 At a further meeting attended by another senior member of the Belfast Brigade, the IRA rejected outright the suggestion that the RUC be allowed back into the district. By the end of that meeting, the British Army seemed happy enough to allow the IRA to keep order in Ballymurphy, which suited IRA designs. But, as the deal was struck, the meeting was ended prematurely by renewed rioting in the area. The next morning, January 14, 700 troops acting on higher orders, invaded Ballymurphy to begin a brutal house-to-house search of the estate. Paddy Devlin MP described it as bashing left, right and centre. The occupants of houses were methodically beaten up as furniture and fittings were destroyed. In the streets, passers-by were indiscriminately attacked by troops. By early afternoon Ballymurphy was in the throes of another fierce riot. An RUC Land Rover was overturned in Ballymurphy Road by women hurling stones and bin lids. Its occupants took refuge in the nearest house, holding the Martin family hostage, while one RUC man fired a shot over the women's heads from an upstairs window. It was the last time the RUC would patrol Ballymurphy for many years to come. 55. That night the riot became a gun battle as the IRA hit back. At 2 a.m. the following morning, January 15, a soldier was shot in the leg as the British force withdrew. The war had come at last to Ballymurphy. Nevertheless, the IRA went on to quell the riots by the evening of Sunday, January 17, and the policing deal with the British Army was resumed. On the same day, in Corpus Christi Church in the heart of Ballymurphy, Dr. William Philbin, Catholic Bishop of Down and Connor, condemned the Ballymurphy combatants from the pulpit, claiming they were being directed by immoral orders. The community was furious. On Thursday, January 21, 15 women crossed the city to the bishop's residence in upper-class Somerton Road to hand-deliver a letter of rebuke. A most unusual step for the Catholic working class. Condemning the bishop's sermon, the letter went on to say, "The men you spoke of last Sunday are needed here to keep our estate free from crime, protect our homes and keep us from being trodden into the ground. Peace protests carry no weight in the city. No one seems to care, and so we rely on our own men and boys and back them in their efforts. God guide them all, they are doing a great job." 21. The letter was signed by Tess Cahill on behalf of the mothers of Ballymurphy. On the same day, the women also sent a letter to Freeland, telling him to call off your mad dogs before you push Ballymurphy over the brink. But the situation was already out of control. The finale of the Ballymurphy riots had almost been a signal for the opening up of the IRA's offensive, an offensive accelerated by one final British botch-up. On January 18, the besieged Chichester Clark visited Reginald Maudling, British Home Secretary, in London. he was looking for some straw to prop up his crumbling political standing. All he got was a declaration, repeated on his return to the north, that the troops may now take the offensive against the IRA. It was a feeble effort that earned little redemption. Inside a week 170 of the 900-strong Unionist Council were calling for Chichester Clark's resignation. Meanwhile, the British Army was doing its best to help the Stormont Prime Minister stay in power, by liaising with the Provisionals to maintain peace on the streets. But this was to backfire badly. On January 27, Ian Paisley revealed in Stormont that their army and the IRA had developed a relationship of cooperation. Paisley told of two RUC men who had been patrolling in the Clonard area of the falls when they were approached by two provisionals. The provost told them to get out of the area if they valued their lives. The RUC men approached a military patrol, only to have this advice confirmed. There was uproar in Stormont, where most Unionists were unaware that Clonard had long been a no-go area for the RUC and that the real cause for surprise was that they were 56. There in the first place. In the ensuing consternation, nobody bothered to ask how Paisley had come to know about this odd incident even before news of it reached senior RUC personnel in Belfast. To circumvent the gathering storm and ease the pressure on Chichester Clark, the military decided to put the boot into Clonard. Ballymurphy and Clonard were both covered by the IRA's 2nd Battalion, and part of the deal between the British Army and the IRA was that both areas would be immune to military activity while policing talks lasted. On Wednesday, February 3, the deal was broken. The 2nd Royal Anglians cordoned off and invaded Clonard. After a punitive house-to-house search, and the general thrashing of the community, the troops remained in the area, sparking off the predictable riot. They were joined at lunchtime by loyalist workers from nearby Mackey's engineering works, who pelted the nationalists with bolts, ball bearings and other metal debris from the workshops. The trouble died down a little in the afternoon, until shortly before the loyalists from Mackey's were due out. At this point the military moved in to clear the streets of Clonard. They roared up and down in their jeeps, and assaulted anyone who came their way. The idea was to soften up the IRA in Clonard, the effect was to spark off citywide riots. During the next 2 days of rioting, gun battles erupted across Belfast. On the New Lodge Road 5 soldiers were wounded by submachine gun fire. A gelignite bomb broke another's thigh. On February 5, the British Army, in an attempt to counter Unionist claims that it had no idea who the Provisionals were, named the 5 IRA leaders with whom it had been liaising. The talking was over. The following night, on the New Lodge Road, gunner Robert Curtis became the first British soldier to die in combat in the Troubles. 4 of his comrades were wounded. On the same night, 3 other soldiers were wounded, and a civilian and an IRA officer were shot dead by the army. Next morning Chichester Clark announced on television that Northern Ireland is at war with the Irish Republican Army Provisionals. 57. 7 is their life before death. The latter months of 1970 brought definitive proof that the community leaders in Ballymurphy did not give up easily. The first stage of the community centre, completed in the early summer, had no sooner opened than, riots or no riots, it became the venue for a summer play scheme run by Irish Quaker work camps. The play leaders, who lived at the community centre, became a dominant feature of that turbulent summer as they went about the area, accompanied everywhere by droves of children. Many were students, and the label was to stick. Henceforth, everyone who came to work in voluntary youth or community work was a student, whether they were 18 or 80. Over the next 12 years the students and their summer play schemes became an integral part of the social calendar, providing a release for youthful energy, introducing all sorts of ideas and personalities, and providing the British with at least one opportunity to slip an undercover agent into Greater Ballymurphy. In the autumn the BTA, still concentrating on attempts to improve local conditions, and coping with the additional burden of riots and refugees, decided to appoint a youth worker. Other youth work initiatives were taking place at the same time in St. Thomas's School under the auspices of the Lower Ballymurphy CDC, now aligned with the OIRA and still affiliated to the Central Citizens Defense Committee with its clerical and middle-class leadership. The activities and philosophy of the youth club, Corpus Christi, reflected the traditional controlling influences of youth work. The BTA, while wishing to see improvement in the behavior of some of Ballymurphy's youth, also placed a strong emphasis on individual development. Many of the more prominent members of the organization argued that the imposition of middle-class culture and values through the education system had simply resulted in a counterculture of rejection. They pointed out that the vast majority of Ballymurphy's youth were totally alienated from the school system and had come to associate the word education with coercion. Since youth work originated in the same quarters as the education system, they would have to be wary of its traditional ideology. With this mixed bag of ideas, they appointed Paddy McCarthy to the daunting task of being Ballymurphy's first professional youth worker. Paddy McCarthy, a 43-year-old portly Londoner, who had spent 8 years in the British Army, arrived in Ballymurphy on November 17, 1970. The day after the McVicar and McKenna killings. He was a seasoned youth worker who saw Ballymurphy as a personal challenge. However, despite his enthusiasm and a work philosophy closely matching the BTA's, his first progress report was an illustration of how easily idealism can be dented by hard reality. Within a week or two of opening the membership lists, I had over 1,100 applications for membership. I had totally failed to realize the sheer volume of the need represented by the huge number of children in the under 14 age group on the estate. I settled for a policy of containment of the maximum possible numbers. In practice, this meant mounting up to 4 sessions per day for the different age groups, accepting a primitive level of activity, and initially at least any standard of behavior not actually lethal. 1. Paddy McCarthy was soon to become a central figure in many of the other developments taking place in the local social field, and was twice involved in defusing unexploded nail bombs, the legacy of the night before's rioting, before children could get to them in the morning. And, in a shorter time than he could possibly have imagined, he was to die on the streets of Ballymurphy. In the autumn of 1970 the BTA also contacted Queen's University to explore the possibility of a joint survey of the estate. After meeting with the entire Social Studies department at St. Aidan's School, the association committed itself to the project, to be planned and reported on by the department but carried out by the residents. It was hoped that the publication of such a report would stimulate statutory and voluntary bodies to take from the outside action that would improve conditions on the estate, while helping and encouraging the residents themselves to take corrective action from the inside. To this period, beginning in the summer of 1970, marked the opening up of Ballymurphy to a wider world than it had ever known. In the past some philanthropic outsiders had shown occasional interest, and the area had been the subject of the study of unsatisfactory tenants, undertaken by Dorita Field for the Belfast Council of Social Welfare, 1957–59. But much of this interest had quickly waned or come to naught. Other than the exceptional contributions of people like Sean Mackle, the BTA's architect who hailed originally from White Rock, and Nick Ragg of the Child Poverty Action Group, the kind of outside support required was not forthcoming. This, however, now began to change. The Quaker Play scheme had been followed by further contacts by individual Quakers who would make invaluable contributions to the area over the next 6 or 7 years. Next came Tony Spencer and his team from Queen's University. Then Paddy McCarthy and his wife Jan. 59. And Paddy was soon joined in the BTA's youth club by Felicity McCurr, a young woman who along with her colleague of the time, Fred Bass, had been central to the success of the summer play scheme. By the beginning of 1971 the Northern Ireland Community Relations Commission was also operating in Greater Ballymurphy through Sheila Berry, Community Development Officer for the area. Initially, people were extremely suspicious of the commission. However, this was overcome as time passed by the quality of the work carried out by individual workers. Eventually, the Commission produced much valuable documentation, some of it highly critical of government policies. It was therefore not surprising when the politicians finally axed the NIO's embarrassing offspring in the summer of 1974. But perhaps the most significant entry into the mainstream of Ballymurphy life in 1971 was made by Fr. Desmond Wilson, a 46-year-old local curate who was then beginning a personal journey of his own, a journey that would culminate in a head-on clash with the Irish Catholic Church. De Wilson, a Belfastman by birth, was living in St. John's parochial house on the Falls Road when the pogroms broke out in August 1969. Already sickened by the state's cumulative response to the demands of the civil rights movement, climaxing in the killings and burnings of August, he now found himself almost as disturbed by the response of the church. Many years later he recalled how, in the wake of the pogroms, the church first showed itself to be impotent, and later underhand and devious, in its relationship with the nationalist working class of Belfast. The observation would shape the rest of his life. We were so remote there. I got the lesson of my life that August 15th, after the burnings. The people of the Falls were going up the road, going up in lorries with whatever they had managed to salvage. God, it was desperate, and I knew, we all knew, that the people of Ballymurphy had opened their doors. Overcrowded houses here that had opened their doors and let those people in. In the parochial house, there was no way we could have done that. The whole ecclesiastical conventions, customs, and models of authority would have prevented us. We were probably the only people in the parish who couldn't open our doors freely to the refugees. And in fact there was very deep clerical resistance to opening the schools in some of the districts. In some instances, people just booted the doors in. Although people saw this thing coming and had been trying to prepare for it for a couple of days, more than that, but intensively for a couple of days to make sure that the places would be open, we couldn't. It was events like that that made Hugh Mullen and myself feel that we needed to move out of the parochial house and in among the people. 360. Although the inactivity of the parochial house in the face of the suffering of the Falls Road may have been the catalyst, De Wilson had for some time been considering his position in relation to the structures of the Catholic Church as found in the Diocese of Down and Connor. Feeling that there was much practical work to be done on the ground and that the church had to be seen to be a caring institution if it was to remain relevant to the people, both he and Fr. Hugh Mullen decided to make a small start. Hugh Mullen was keen on developing a second-hand furniture depot, and striking against the money lenders who were bleeding families to death. De Wilson wanted to engage in adult education and social action. And both had talked of establishing a credit union. But always, they faced the same recurring problem: no accommodation. Despite the fact that the Catholic Church owned numerous buildings, schools, halls, and the parochial house, they could never get the uninhibited use of such property for any of their proposed developments. They therefore concluded that their first priority was to find independent space, however small, out in the community. Other developments too were playing on De Wilson's mind, and bringing him increasingly into conflict with the church hierarchy in Down and Connor. In 1968, in the early days of the civil rights agitation, Bishop William Philbin had issued strict instructions to his clergy that no members of the executive of the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association were to be given any space for meetings in either church or school properties, which effectively meant most of the public buildings in nationalist areas. Some time later, Michael Farrell of People's Democracy addressed a meeting in Street Bernadette School in Ballymurphy, and the whole question again came up at the next clerical briefing session at the bishop's house. Monsignor Mullally, Vicar General and the bishop's second-in-command, made reference to such people as Michael Farrell being allowed into church property in some parts, whereupon De Wilson, at whom the jibe was aimed, replied angrily that Farrell had not been allowed in, he had been invited in. From then on, as the saying goes, promotion was not going to be easy. The next clash between the Ballymurphy curate and the hierarchy came immediately after the relief operation of August 1969. Welfare committees, similar to the one that had organized in Ballymurphy, had sprung up throughout nationalist Belfast. Once the initial pressure relaxed, a number of representatives from Ballymurphy and other centres felt that the lull should be used to develop a central coordinating body so that maximum use could be made of all resources in the event of further emergencies. All relief committees agreed to attend a meeting, until contact was made with St. Joseph's Training College in Stewartstown Road. There, the organisers were told that they were duplicating work already in hand by the 61 clergy, and to hold off for a day or two. This they did, only to learn that no such work had been underway. The clergy, and particularly the hierarchy, already dismayed by the more radical elements of the civil rights movement and the alarming growth of republicanism, apparently saw the liaison of the welfare committees as yet another example of the unruly running out of control. The bishop was contacted, and he quickly arranged a meeting to be held at St. Kevin's School on the Falls Road. Ever after, Frank Cahill would describe that meeting as one of the supremely distasteful experiences of a long life in community politics. Desi had decided to go along, after being invited by Fr. Toner, the bishop's secretary, but only to make a protest. None of the groups who had been doing the work were invited. The only people there from the working class communities were the few representatives who went along to support Desi's protest. When we got there, the hall was full of clergy, representatives of statutory bodies, and hand-picked people of middle-class background. First of all, Philbin insisted that he should chair the meeting. He then stated that the reason for setting up his proposed committee, which was seen by the working class representatives as a deliberate attempt to create an alternative safe base, away from working class control, for the channeling of resources, was so that people could get all the benefits they were entitled to. After some time he introduced Fr. Lowry, one of the priests with him on the platform. He said that Fr. Lowry, who had been brought home from England especially for the job, should chair this committee because he had been trained in welfare benefits. He also introduced another of his followers as a historian who was going to write everything down for posterity. It was fairly unbelievable to us that a man who had been in England through the whole of the emergency was now being put forward by the bishop as an expert. There was a heated discussion, then one of the working class representatives proposed Desi as an alternative chairperson. Philbin began to argue strongly against this. At that stage, Desi got to his feet and made a strong protest about the way in which the whole thing was being stage managed. Then he walked out. It was while he was out that a compromise was proposed. There would be two chairpersons for the committee, Desi and Fr. Lowry. The rest of them were middle-class people who were more or less chosen by the bishop. You'll remember that by then there was overt liaison between the hierarchy and the Brits. Philbin had been instrumental in the early attempts to get the barricades down, and had worked directly, and through the clergy, on this. They were afraid, you see, of the developing working class skills, of the direct challenge posed to their own position. 62. And felt that they had better get out and take control. And this, the meeting in St. Kevin's, was how they did it. There was another interesting suggestion at that time too. After the initial problems had died down, and families were being sorted out with alternative accommodation, the numbers in the schools dropped. So you had 5 or 6 families in St. Thomas's, another 5 or 6 in St. Bernadette's, and so on. The clergy then suggested that all should be centered in one place, and they proposed that St. Aidan's be the place. This was just a ploy to get control of the schools back from the people. In St. Aidan's the Christian Brothers had run the relief operation, and had therefore maintained control of the school. And Philbin, of course, controlled the Christian Brothers. 4. The clerical behavior at St. Kevin's represented a church tactic that was to surface over and over again. Working class radicalization and organization had to be undermined at all costs, and its leadership marginalized. From the moment the coordinating committee was established, there was never a single occasion when anybody from the bishop's camp made any further reference to de Wilson. He had vanished in a puff of conjuring smoke. From then on, all funds coming in, all contacts with welfare services and all resources were directed through the church until the committee, now operating from the safe confines of St. Joseph's College, became little more than a clerical front. De Wilson extricated himself in disgust as quickly as decency would allow. Later, he would roundly condemn the hierarchy. They were afraid of the Republicans, they were afraid of the civil rights people, and they were afraid of the welfare committees. Every initiative the people took, civil rights, citizens' defense committees, welfare committees, everything, these people stepped in. Either took it over or else paralleled it. Rather than supporting the people's initiatives, they attempted, successfully in many cases, to subvert them. 5. The Citizens' Defense Committees became the next target of the Catholic Church. At yet another briefing session at the Bishop's House, attended by Dr. Philbin, Monsignor Mullally, and Fr. Toner, and priests from all nationalist working-class areas, it was announced that part of the clergy's task in their respective areas was to take over the CDCs. Against a background of assenting silence, de Wilson once more surfaced as the burr in the ecclesiastical buttock. He first argued against the principle, and then pointed out that there was a certain difficulty that had, perchance, been overlooked. What would happen, if in the future CDCs were shown to be arms-procuring bodies? This would mean that the clergy would have taken control of arms-procuring organizations. He, 63, believed that this would be disastrous, that if people felt they had to defend their areas, that was for people other than clergy to decide. Mullally interrupted to tell him that if he didn't do it, somebody else would do it for him. By the end of the briefing, de Wilson's was the only dissenting voice. It was otherwise agreed that the clergy would take over the CDCs. And so it was. Either clergy, or those whom they caused to be introduced into positions of power took control of the working-class defense organization, eventually rendering it impotent. The fate of the Central Citizens Defense Committee was probably the most interesting case study of them all. When they moved the whole center of gravity to that house on the Falls Road, that was a highly political move. It was a move into property that was church property. Then they gave them typewriters, staff, and money, further increasing their hold. The church's desire was to move the CCDC away from what they saw as left-wing Republican territory into a more conservative and controllable setting, in which the CCDC was using church premises, typewriters, secretarial help, and money. They then introduced their own people and pushed them up the ranks, and in this way removed the organization from the clutches of the left-wing movement into the more safe and conservative section. 6. By early 1971 de Wilson and Hugh Mullen had decided that it was high time to move to saner pastures. After securing the approval of the parish priest, they applied to Belfast Corporation for a house in Springhill, which was given over without hesitation. The two priests were all set to move when the minutes of the corporation's meeting were published, and the news reached the attentive ears of Bishop Philbin. Immediately, word came back that the move was not to be. De Wilson heard from a curate who heard from the parish priest who heard from Philbin. Hugh Mullen accepted the ruling, deciding that if there was no permission, he would draw back. De Wilson decided to hang on to the house and see what happened. A move into the area of sorts was eventually sanctioned. Hugh Mullen was permitted to set up residence in Springfield Park, one of the few owner-occupied areas in the parish, where a house was bought for the purpose. A few months later he was to leave that house to meet a sudden and violent death in a hail of British bullets. Meanwhile, de Wilson, without church sanction, moved into Springhill, and established a community house as a base from which to develop his own ideas. From there the rows between the Ballymurphy priest and the Bishop of Down and Connor continued to simmer until the final rupture in June 1975 when de Wilson resigned from a position which was no longer tenable. 64. The arrival of de Wilson in Springhill coincided with the setting up of Ballymurphy Enterprises, a bold attempt to tackle the local unemployment abyss from the inside. Early in 1971, Catherine Reynolds from Ballymurphy Road, a voluntary helper with Ballymurphy Handicapped Association, had a simple idea. I had a daughter myself who was disabled through deafness. I felt at the time that the physically handicapped and the mildly mentally handicapped could be taught various skills such as basket making, embroidery, and knitting. I talked to a doctor from Fleming Fulton who introduced me to Daphne Robinson, a Quaker woman. That Sunday I was at the community center, when Daphne Robinson and a man called John Mee arrived in. John Mee knew a man who wanted to start a fireplace making business. He had been interested in the old corporation yard as a possible base. However, that fell through because the man's wife was afraid to put money into the area, with all the trouble and so on. Then Daphne said, "Why not start up a cottage industry?" So we decided to call a meeting. 7. The meeting was attended by a number of professional people who had been involved in the recent reconstruction of Bombay Street, burned to the ground in August 1969, and defiantly rebuilt by the residents. This same body of professionals, who had contributed without charge in Bombay Street, were now keen to help in Ballymurphy. They included Sean Mackle, a solicitor named Christopher Napier, and Ciaran O'Kane from the Department of Business Studies at Queen's University. The meeting agreed to investigate the possibilities of setting up a home knitting industry in the area, and Catherine Reynolds was asked to collect the names of local women who might be interested. She recalled how, at the next meeting of the steering committee, I brought along the list of names, but explained that the women could only afford to buy a little wool at a time, and this would slow down production. I told the meeting that we could be talking forever and get nowhere. What we needed was money to get started. If we had that, I would do the selling, which later succeeded in getting orders for errands from Canada, Sweden, America, and Germany. At that point, Daphne Robinson opened her handbag and gave me £20. "Look," she said, "will you get the wool and coordinate with the women?" And that was the start of Ballymurphy Enterprises. 8. The initial venture, which began production in May 1971, was a modest affair, employing some 24 women on a part-time basis. But it opened the door for one of the most daring social experiments ever. 65. Conducted in Belfast, an internal attempt to industrialise Ballymurphy, while at the same time introducing revolutionary concepts of industrial organisation. By December the committee had purchased some second-hand machinery and set up a unit in a house in Spring Hill Avenue, and full-time employment commenced. For the next 2 years Ballymurphy Enterprises would be plagued by financial difficulties, but the committee, none of whom had any background in industry, would struggle on, gradually introducing its own ideas of management to what must have been a fairly bewildered staff. Ballymurphy Enterprises was not set up to be simply an ordinary commercial concern. It is non-profit distributing, i.e. no individual or group may be paid dividends, but this does not mean that it aims to be non-profit making. It is also envisaged that the enterprises will become a workers-controlled cooperative in a true sense. Employees, it is hoped, will not regard the organization as something supplying them with a job, but rather they will think of it as their enterprise. At present there exists a management committee which consists of 3 employees of the enterprise plus a number of people who have some necessary expertise to offer. It is hoped that, as the payroll grows and the employees become more familiar with the details of running a business, they will replace the non-employees on the committee. 9. In September 1971 many of those involved in the Ballymurphy Enterprises experiment, along with a number of others interested in the ideas being pioneered in the Upper Springfield, formed a cooperative called White Rock Industrial Estates Ltd. Their plan was to develop a 12-acre site on the Upper Springfield Road into 40 factory units, providing 1,000 jobs in a mix of capitalist and cooperative ventures. White Rock Industrial Estates Ltd. then went about the task of raising funds towards an estimated total cost in excess of £1 million. 10. It was as well that there was a strong outside interest in the scheme because, by September 1971, Ballymurphy had had its innards ripped out. The IRA's response to Chichester Clark's declaration of war had been immediate. On February 9, 1971, 5 civilians, traveling in a jeep, were killed by a landmine on Brower Mountain in County Tyrone. It had been intended for the British Army. On February 15, a soldier died of gunshot wounds received in Ardoin the previous week. On February 26, 2 RUC men were shot dead, again in Ardoin. And on March 10, 3 teenage Scottish soldiers were found assassinated on the outskirts of Belfast. They had been shot by an IRA unit from North Belfast in reprisal for military. 66. Repression in Ardoin. Meanwhile, sniping exchanges, gun battles and commercial bombings increased. Loyalists, outraged by the escalating IRA campaign, began to stage marches, demanding the internment of Republicans and Chichester Clark's resignation. On March 16, Chichester Clark flew to London. He demanded more troops, more arrests, an extended role for the Loyalist Ulster Defence Regiment, along with curfews and massive reprisal raids in nationalist areas. At this point the Heath government did not wish to add any further fuel to the nationalist insurrection, and realised that satisfying Chichester Clark's demands would do just that. The British, having abandoned all attempts to force token reforms on the Unionist state, were plumbing for containment. Ironically, by sending Chichester Clark home empty-handed, they lost round 1. On March 20, the Unionist leader resigned, and was replaced 3 days later by Brian Faulkner, fronting the more atavistic elements of the Unionist Party. Faulkner was a firm believer in internment, having operated it himself as Minister of Home Affairs, during the border campaign of the 1950s. He met with Heath on April 1 and demanded its introduction. The British, not wishing to lose yet another Unionist Prime Minister, made a deal. Over the next 3 months, IRA activity was intensified throughout the north. Gun battles, bombings, military raids, bank robberies, roadblocks, and military funerals for IRA dead became a way of life. In May, after a pub bombing on the Loyalist Shankill Road, in which several people were injured, Faulkner stated that henceforth, any soldier seeing a person with a weapon or acting suspiciously may, depending on the circumstances, fire to warn or with effect without waiting for orders. Acting suspiciously now merited summary execution. But, being an astute politician, Faulkner realized that repression, as the only approach to the nationalists, would not be enough. He therefore tried to neutralize the nationalist middle class by offering, on June 22, 3 new parliamentary committees to advise on social, industrial, and environmental issues. These committees would have inbuilt Unionist majorities, but 2 would have opposition chairpersons. It was a meaningless gesture. However, John Hume, deputy leader of the SDLP, appeared upbeat. It should be made clear to all people today who say that no change has taken place, that this is simply not true. There have been changes in this community. 11. The IRA, realizing that the destruction of the Stormont Parliament, one of its prime objectives, would be so much more difficult to achieve if it was being propped up by the SDLP, stepped up its bombing campaign. But other events overtook the bombing. On July 7, the day the SDLP attended its first Stormont all-party discussion, the British Army put substance to Faulkner's shoot for effect policy. That night, they shot dead Seamus Cusack in Derry's Bogside. 67. Rioting, which had already gone on for 3 days, intensified. The British then shot Desmond Beatty dead. Both youths had been unarmed. That weekend, as Sinn Féin President Ruairi O'Bradick and Vice President Mayor Drum addressed a huge rally in Derry, and young people queued up to join the IRA, Hume met with a number of his SDLP colleagues who agreed to call for a public inquiry into the Derry killings. If it was not granted, they would pull out of Stormont. Gary Fitt, leader of the party, had refused to attend the Derry meeting, and heard the story on the news, whereupon he rushed off to London to try to do a deal with Maudling. But Maudling would not deal, so that Fitt, reluctantly, had to lead his party out of Stormont on July 15. In the Orange State, Michael Farrell pointed out that, the SDLP had been forced into the same path as the Nationalists in 1921, 1932 and 1938, though none of their predecessors had ever somersaulted quite so completely, from fulsome praise of the government to abstention, in 3 weeks. 12. The Derry killings, in a sense, rescued the SDLP. By now internment was on the cards, and preparations were already being laid. Had the SDLP not been forced out of Stormont, it might have found itself an unwilling party to its introduction. On July 23, as the violence continued unabated throughout the north, 2,000 troops took part in a series of dawn raids in nationalist areas across the 6 counties. Further dummy runs took place on August 1 and 2, as sectarian clashes flared on a wide front. On August 5, Faulkner met with Heath and General Tuzo, GOC for the 6 counties, in London. No statement was issued, but 1,000 extra troops were dispatched to the north, bringing the military presence excluding the UDR, to 11,900. Over the next 3 days, the cycle of riots, gun battles, killings, bombings, hijackings, arson and intimidation continued. Finally, at 4:30 am on August 9, British troops, supported by heavy armour, swept into nationalist areas to lift the first 342 internees. In Ballymurphy, with good reason, somebody went onto the White Rock Road 2 days later, and dogged along the cemetery wall, "Is there life before death?" 68. 8. The internment killings. But the boys of Ballymurphy, they led the way that night when they showed those English soldiers how Irishmen could fight. Belfast Street Song, 1971. Right through the 10 War * and Civil War, there were pogroms against the nationalist areas in Belfast. Much IRA energy in the north was spent in defending nationalist areas. That was when they first used internment here. As soon as the state took full control in 1922, Sir Richard Dawson Bates, Minister for Home Affairs, introduced the Special Powers Act. One of the provisions of the act was the power to intern people without trial. This power was used by the Stormont government every time it felt the slightest threat from the nationalist community. The first period of internment in the north was from 1922 to 1924. At that time the Civil War was going on in the south and Republicans were being interned, and executed, there as well. My own first experience of internment came about 6 or 7 weeks before the end of the Civil War. I was caught by Free State forces in Athlone, and held until the ceasefire. I was about 19 or 20 then. After the Civil War, when the order had come to dump arms and scatter, I came back up north like a lot of others from here, while we waited to see what would happen next. Then in 1926 a taxi driver named Woods from the Short Strand was shot dead by the IRA for being an informer. Dozens of men were immediately rounded up and detained without trial for 3 to 4 months in Crumlin Road Prison. This detention was to be a regular occurrence, used on the slightest pretext. I was in 5 or 6 times on detention, in 1926, 1929, 1932, 1933, and 1934. During one of these periods the Bronkman interrogating me said, "Billy, we're going to fingerprint you." I said, "No, you're not," and started quoting my rights to him. He said, "Billy, under the Special Powers Act, we can take your fucking life." We were all held for about 3 weeks that time. We were released just as they were about to charge us under the Questioning Act. They had made it an offense to refuse to answer their questions. During the 1920s and 1930s the state also used internal exile against us. People were deported to hostile rural areas where they couldn't get a house or a job. This was a way of forcing people over the border. Then they couldn't come back without being jailed. It was a way of banishing people from the north. Internment on a large scale was brought in again just before Christmas 1938 and lasted until 1945, through the whole period of the Second World War. In 1938 the IRA gave an ultimatum to the British government, giving them to the middle of January to leave Ireland. If not, the IRA would embark on a bombing campaign in Britain. But the Stormont government in the north decided to move first, although this didn't prevent the campaign from getting underway. About 30 or 40 Republicans were interned in the first swoop. They were held first in Crumlin Road, then the ground floor of Derry Prison where the criminal lunatics had been held, as there was no asylum in Derry. Conditions were bad in Derry and there was a mutiny on Christmas Day 1939. The Republican prisoners barricaded the corridors and cells and chased the warders. But the specials and firemen came in and hosed them and beat the hell out of them. A fellow called John McArdle was O/C and they left him for dead. I had been in Britain in 1939, and came home on holidays in 1940, but ended up being interned, first in Crumlin Road, then on the Alrada. By the beginning of the war there were 207 men on the Alrada. They were brought on board handcuffed to be specials, with crowds of loyalist women shouting, "Drown the bastards!" It was an old Indian boat, full of cockroaches. We used to chase them to fill in the time. And at night we slept on hammocks. Paddy Grimley, who had only one leg, had a hell of a time getting to bed at night. The boat was staffed by Indians who used to hold religious meetings on the second deck. The governor was Taylor, who had been a chief warder in the Crum. But Taylor took very little to do with the internees, he left that to Daddy Holmes, who was the chief warder. The internees were on 2 decks, but a hole was cut between the two so that men could pass up and down. This nearly drove Daddy Holmes mad. He'd count the men who should number, say, 50 in each mess, only to find that there were 70, which added up to a total of about 80 more than there were on the 70 boat. Before going to Killyleagh, the Alrada was at the head of Strangford Lough, but it was moved after the Germans dropped bombs around Newtown Ards. Internment was introduced again during the 1956-61 period, the time of the border campaign. Again the reaction of the Stormont government was to intern all the Republicans they could get their hands on. As with the 1940s period, the South simultaneously introduced the same measures to help crush any opposition to British rule in the North. I was lifted in August 1957 and held until the end of 1960. I had been a corporation employee, but had lost my job and never got it back. I had 14 or 15 years service, but was left with no pension, nothing. 1. Liam Mulholland was almost 70 years old when they came for him again at 4:30 am on Monday, August 9, 1971. Internment had been expected. The arrival of the extra 1,000 troops in itself, on top of the mock swoops, had been enough to tip the government's hand. But the Provisional IRA had also received more direct information 48 hours in advance of the military raids. Joe Cahill, O/C of the Provost's Belfast Brigade, was to explain a few days later that after Brian Faulkner had arrived back from London, we got a tip-off from a political contact on the Unionist side. Orders went out to all volunteers to find safe billets away from home. The 2 officers and 30 provisional volunteers who were included in the 342 men arrested on August 9, had ignored the warning. The other 310 were either officials, political and community activists, or old-time Republicans no longer active in the movement. The Army had relied on old special branch files and their own observations, which had netted them a mixed bag of community leaders and political activists who would soon prove much more a political embarrassment than the great coup being claimed on the morning of August 9. It was precisely because these men were not IRA volunteers that they had been so readily available for arrest. In Ballymurphy, as in other nationalist areas, the first clear indication that internment had arrived came in the persons of the raiding parties. People woke up to the sound of splintering wood and glass as their front doors were kicked in. Whole families were assaulted and clubbed as arrested men were dragged, half-dressed, into the street, some with sacks over their heads and their mouths stuffed with cotton wool. Outside, the district was swamped with soldiers, all on foot so as not to arouse the community with the sound of military vehicles. However, within minutes of the first arrests, the area was in uproar. Large numbers of people, mainly women, poured out of their homes, but there was little they could do as the prisoners were kicked and beaten through the streets towards the Taggart. Over in Springhill the young Gary Adams, and his brother Paddy, watched from a distance as their family home was torn apart by the British Army. The house had, since the 1970 riots, been a regular target for CS gas attacks and military raids, while Gary Adams, Sr., one of the Ballymurphy Relief Committee activists, had been beaten on a number of occasions. Now, he and his son, Liam, were among those being arrested. Liam, who was a minor, was later released barefooted to make his own way home across the city. Following the arrests, the remainder of the Adams family were ejected from their home, which was then occupied by the military. When Annie Adams was finally allowed to return, she found the house uninhabitable, furniture had been destroyed, ceilings ripped down, the fireplace torn out, and as a parting shot, the soldiers had urinated and defecated in the beds. Once inside the Taggart, the prisoners were again viciously assaulted by baton-wielding soldiers. Liam Mulholland, almost 70 years old, was spared the introductory assault. Instead, he was brought into a room in the base where a sergeant came in and said, "I don't like you, and because I don't like you, take that." A slap in the head. He then worked himself into a temper and slapped me across the room. On the side of the head, on the ears, bouncing me off the walls. He kept this up for about 15 to 20 minutes. Then I was taken outside and thrown bodily into a lorry where 72. I landed on top of somebody else. I tried to get up, and in the dark a soldier sunk his boot into me. 2. By the time all those arrested in Ballymurphy and Turf Lodge had been brought to the Taggart, several lorries were full of men. As the convoy sped off, the last sounds the men heard were the stones raining down on the tin surrounding the base and the crescendo of binlads banging on the streets of every nationalist area of Belfast. Edward Campbell, 19, from Springfield Road, had been arrested along with a friend when the soldiers raided the house looking for someone called Fox. When told that nobody of that name lived there, they decided that you'll do. At the Taggart, he was thrown into one of the trucks and battened. The lorry moved out and we were raised to our feet and placed against the canvas side. One soldier said, "If any of your mates throw stones, you're the ones will get it." After we got through the crowd, we were thrown to the floor again. While the lorry was still traveling, I was pulled up by the hair and told to sing "God Save the Queen." I refused and was hit across the head with a baton and thrown to the floor. I was hit on the head again and told to keep it down. The soldiers began to sing the sash, beating time to it on our heads with their batons. A soldier told me he did not like the shape of my nose and hit me across the face with his baton. I was lying face up, and was again hit on the head. Another soldier shouted, "There's the two bastards who play the guitars, myself and Raymond." At this stage a number of soldiers pulled Raymond's shirt up and spat all over his back. The soldier nearest to me commenced to hit me across the fingers with his baton. He then removed a bullet from his magazine. "What was this doing in your pocket?" He put the bullet into my pocket and took it out again. Next he grabbed two fingers on my right hand and bent them backwards, saying, "I'm going to break these two fingers, you little bastard. You're going to enjoy this, aren't you?" 3. At Girdwood Barracks on the Antrim Road, each man had again to run a gauntlet of clubs, boots, and rifle butts. Inside the camp, the men from Ballymurphy and Turf Lodge were herded into a room to join those already in from other areas of the city, many of whom were injured and bleeding. Frank Cahill, who had been lifted along with most of Ballymurphy's community leaders, described how the Redcaps were in charge of that operation in Girdwood. "We were brought into an assembly hall where all our personal belongings were taken away, if you had any at all. In the assembly hall we were made to squat on the floor. Nobody got a chair. It didn't matter whether you had 73 an ailment or not. Then there was this intense noise there. We didn't know what it was at the time, it was only later on that we realized it was part of the whole process. Right from we went into the place there was brutality, and that lasted all the time we were there. They took one young fellow out and shaved every hair on his body, saying that he was lousy. This was simply an attempt to humiliate him and show us how powerless we were. You weren't allowed to talk. You had to raise your hand like a schoolboy if you wanted to go to the toilet. And even then they might only allow it for half an hour. We got nothing to eat that day, and were subjected all day to taunting, provocation and random attacks. I think if people had taken action, we might have come out of it feeling better, but it was a very difficult situation. You had redcaps walking about the perimeter of the men with Sterling submachine guns crooked in their arms. The next day, they came in and gave everyone who hadn't shoe slippers. Later on they allowed us to take a shower, which was nothing more than further brutality. You were simply booted through the shower by soldiers. Then they gave us something to eat, and it was absolute swill. Nevertheless some people ate it. Later in the evening they gave us all a camp bed. It was all wrapped up, and we were told to assemble it. Most of us hadn't a notion as to how we should go about this. Anyway, eventually everybody got sorted out and went to bed. 20 minutes later, as soon as the men were settled, the Brits raced in and turned everybody out of the beds. 4. Throughout the first 2 days, groups of men were taken away at random for systematic interrogation and further ill-treatment outside in the football field, where 6 men at a time were forced to run distances of 50 to 100 yards over cinders, barbed wire, and broken glass in their bare feet, while 2 lines of soldiers smashed at them with clubs and boots. They were then blindfolded and taken into helicopters where further beatings were administered as the helicopters rose into the sky. Believing themselves to be high in the air, they were pushed backwards from the helicopters to fall 6 feet to the ground, a terrifying experience that can only be appreciated by those who went through it. Within 48 hours 105 of the 342 men arrested across the north, on August 9, were released to bring harrowing tales back to their neighborhoods. 5 Fr. Dennis Fall and Fr. Raymond Murray, who have campaigned extensively against British human rights abuses, listed 30 methods of torture used against prisoners at Girdwood, Ballykelly, and the infamous Palace Barracks in Holywood. They included severe beatings, kicking, battening and hand-squeezing of the testicles, insertion of instruments into the anal passage, injections of hallucinogenic drugs, electric shocks, burning with matches, candles and electric fires, Russian roulette, firing of blanks in prisoners' mouths, urinating on prisoners, hooding, forced exercises for long periods. 74. Deprivation of sleep, and forced staring at pegboard walls for periods of 12 hours or more. 6. In addition, 12 guinea pigs were secretly taken away and held incommunicado from August 11 to 17. Spread-eagled against a wall for days on end without food or sleep, they were hooded, refused toilet facilities and subjected to white noise and horrific assaults. 2 more subjects were added to the experiment a few days later. After a public outcry, the British government was forced to conduct an inquiry into the allegations of torture. The result, the Compton Report, was considered a disgraceful whitewash by outraged nationalist opinion throughout Ireland. A month after its publication, in December 1971, the Dublin government brought a case against Britain to the European Commission on Human Rights. After lengthy and complex legal wranglings, the Commission would find Britain guilty of torture and inhuman or degrading treatment of Irish political prisoners. On appeal in 1978, the European Court of Human Rights would drop the torture finding on a technicality, whereupon the British government, to its further shame, would attempt to claim exoneration. On their 3rd night in detention, the last of the Girdwood detainees were transferred through a specially prepared hole in the wall to neighbouring Crumlin Road Jail. From there they would later be taken to Longkesh and Magilligan concentration camps and to the Maidstone prison ship in Belfast Lough. Meanwhile, as they looked across the city from their cells in Crumlin Road, they could see the glow of fires in every direction as the city trembled with explosions and the crackle of gunfire. Reaction to internment was immediate. Rioting and gun battles broke out in every town in the north. Trees were felled in rural areas. Military and RUC bases were placed under siege by enraged crowds. Shops and factories were burned. Condemnation flowed from every shade of Irish political opinion other than unionism, while human rights and civil liberties groups called for an immediate end to the new policy. Belfast, Derry, and Newry were in a state of open warfare. Troops ran amok in nationalist areas, shooting wildly, firing rubber bullets and CS gas, wrecking homes and assaulting and gunning down civilians. The provisional and official IRAs abandoned ideological differences and the bitterness remaining from their brief feud in March and combined forces to fight the British Army. Not since the Rising of 1916 had Irish and British forces engaged one another on such a scale. In Dublin 26 County Prime Minister Jack Lynch, though not condemning internment as such, described its introduction as deplorable evidence of the political poverty of the policies which have been pursued there for some time, and which I condemned publicly last week. Lynch's refusal to simultaneously introduce internment in the South caused a severe Dublin-London diplomatic clash, although London recognised that the North's recent history made the introduction of internment in the 26 counties impossible. At the same time, Lynch announced the opening of 5 army camps to receive refugees and the dependants of those interned. Within 2 days, the camps were dealing with 6,000 displaced people. In Dungannon, at an emergency meeting attended by the SDLP, NECRA, the Nationalist Party and the Republican Labour Party, a statement was issued calling for a withdrawal from public positions and a campaign of civil disobedience whereby nationalists would refuse to pay rent, rates, gas and electricity bills. In Belfast, the city came to a virtual standstill. Buses were cancelled, giving rise to a community-based black taxi shuttle service, and public houses closed under instruction from the licensed Vintners Association. In North Belfast, Loyalist families fled their homes in Farrington Gardens, Velsheta Park and Cranbrook Gardens, burning houses as they left so that they could not be occupied by nationalists. In Loyalist areas, nationalist families were burned out by mobs who roamed the streets in lorries, armed with sledgehammers, axes and guns. In most cases, the RUC and British Army did nothing to intervene, the Army stating on August 10 that it could not intervene in communal strife. In the 3 weeks following the introduction of internment, 2,069 forced evacuations were recorded, though the true figure was probably closer to 2,500. 7. The effect on Belfast was the resorting of mixed areas into segregated areas, the continuation of the patterns of 1969 and 1970. Also observable was the stability of the militarily enforced peace line between the Shankill and Falls roads, and the differences between Catholic and Protestant movements. Protestants who left their homes tended to move to safe estates on the outskirts of the city. Catholics crowded into the already overpopulated Catholic areas, especially West Belfast and the Short Strand. 8. Despite the Loyalist intimidation and arson, and the nightly gun attacks on nationalist areas, not one Loyalist was interned in the August swoops. On August 9, the London region of NECRA observed, "For the last 2 years we've been told of warring factions in Northern Ireland. Last night 300 people have been arrested and not a single one of these is associated with voting for Brian Faulkner." 9. The death toll for the 4 days, August 9 to 13, was 22 dead, 18 of them civilians. In Derry, by the end of the week, the IRA had succeeded in sealing off the Bogside and Creggan, and for the next year Free Derry was a veritable fortress, with its barricades protected by armed IRA personnel and British forces excluded. In Ballymurphy they were mourning the dead. Of the 18 acknowledged civilian deaths in the whole of the north, 7 had occurred in Greater Ballymurphy. Paddy McCarthy was also dead. 3 other men were mortally wounded and would die in the coming weeks, bringing the district's death toll to 11. Scores of others had been injured by gunfire. In the immediate aftermath of the internment swoop, crowds from every street in Ballymurphy had converged on the Taggart. There they laid siege to the base while their husbands, sons, fathers and brothers were being brutalized inside. Kate McCullough, a 42-year-old mother of 11, was among those who marched on the Taggart. A small laughing woman. With a heart of gold, and a fearless protector of her neighbors, she remembered how there was nothing but confusion. They were lifted in their stockinged soles. It was a terrible, frightening experience. We went out to the front of the road, all the crowds of women and children. It didn't do us much good, but we let them see there was still fight in us anyway. We went up to the taggart, and as we got onto the Springfield Road, the Saracens, the big six-wheelers, were coming down from Turf Lodge with more men that were lifted. We threw everything at the taggart, stones, bits of wood, binlids. Anything that was liftable. I remember throwing a binlid, and whatever way it went, it caught one of the soldiers as it rolled along the road. He tripped, but he was far faster at getting up than we were. We stayed there until the lorries came out. Once they had left, there was nothing else we could do, so we went on home and started to organize. A couple of nights later, the women had set up the hen patrols. 10. The hen patrols were the women's first response to internment. They decided on their return from the taggart that surprise would not be on the British Army's side in the coming nights. The raiding parties, with their blackened faces and silent boots, were called duck patrols. The women would counter with their own hen patrols. Armed with whistles, football crackers, bells and rattling binlids, and calling quack, quack, they would follow the invading troops from street to street, handing over from one hen patrol to the next. Not only did they deprive the soldiers of the element of surprise, but between themselves and the dogs, life for a foot patrol in Ballymurphy became a recipe for incurable jitters. The hen patrol to which Kate McCullough was attached had perhaps the most formidable vanguard of all, Big Alice Franklin, who, in Kate's words, made the air blue with the names she called the Brits. Big Alice was another fearless opponent of repression, and a great woman for spurning convention. In the summertime she would organize bingo sessions with the neighbors, a line of women sitting on their doorsteps with books supplied by Alice while the big woman herself called the numbers. When trouble broke, no matter where in Ballymurphy, Alice had the knack of being there, terrorizing the massed forces of perfidious Albion with the scientific use of a very colorful tongue projected from an almighty larynx. In later years, Alice's health wasn't the best and she settled back into running a little house shop from her home in Glen Alina Gardens, an illegal practice as far as the housing executive was concerned. The executive heard about the shop and duly sent one of its officers to investigate. Shop! Alice bellowed as she scowled over the top of her glasses at the man from Murray Street, just you have a good look there. 78. And you tell me if you see a shop. Her visitor followed Alice's gesture to the neatly stacked table of cigarettes, bread, milk, and sweets, and swore that, for the life of him, he couldn't see a shop. After Alice's death in 1985, the hen patrols and Big Alice's crusade against all forms of foul play were the topic of conversation for a month. In August 1971, however, their inception marked the beginning of the most violent week in the history of the Upper Springfield. By then Greater Ballymurphy, encompassing White Rock, West Rock, Spring Hill, Ballymurphy, Moyard, New Barnsley, Dermot Hill, and Springfield Park, had become one clearly defined unit, cemented by the riots, the relief operations and the ongoing social action. Ballymurphy Estate was its epic entree. On its eastern flank, curling up a small ridge to front up against Loyalist Spring Martin, was Springfield Park, a small enclave of some 90 owner-occupied houses. Mid-morning of August 9, as the women put in place the hen patrols, trouble was brewing in a big way in Springfield Park. It began when a crowd gathered on the ridge at Spring Martin chanting, "Where's your daddy gone?" Behind them were the low flats of the Loyalist Estate and a row of houses that swept down Spring Martin Road to the Springfield Road, terminating behind Glen Ravel Special Care School, a short distance from the entrance to Spring Hill. Shortly, groups of Loyalists began hurling rocks from the flats down onto the houses in Springfield Park. Others moved down towards Spring Hill. There was no retaliation from Springfield Park. Fr. Hugh Mullen, the 37-year-old resident curate, saw to that. He also rang the RUC and the military. The latter sent one armored car into Spring Martin on a brief excursion. Neither the military nor the RUC made any further appearance as the scenes at the Springfield Park/Spring Martin front grew uglier by the hour. At 4 p.m. Hugh Mullen climbed the ridge and attempted to reason with the Spring Martin crowd, now jeering wildly as the rocks and bottles showered down onto the unprotected houses below. He attempted to plead for the 100 children under 12 living in Springfield Park. He was told to "fuck off, you Fenian bastard," and the bombardment continued. Shortly afterwards, the first reinforcements began to pour into Springfield Park from the other estates of Ballymurphy. By 7 p.m. a pitched battle was raging along the entire interface between the Nationalist and Loyalist strongholds, while Hugh Mullen tried in vain to telephone for some kind of official protection. Just after 8 p.m. the first shots rang out. The consensus among both Loyalists and Nationalists was that they came from the Loyalist-held ridge. 11 The IRA had been preparing for such a contingency. Unknown to the British, some of the IRA's most senior officers, including the Belfast commander, were billeted in Ballymurphy. Since morning all units had been on full alert. Now, as the shooting from Spring Martin intensified, volunteers began to fire back from the flats in Moyard. Immediately, the troops in the Taggart opened up on the entire Nationalist area, firing at anything that moved. Soldiers also moved into Spring Martin, taking up positions alongside Loyalist gunmen, to fire into Moyard and Ballymurphy. Once the shooting started, the evacuation of families began from the upper end of Springfield Park where the danger was most acute. Moving through back gardens, they made their way down to the lower end of the road, then headed instinctively for the community center in Moyard, where local people were already preparing emergency facilities for the expected influx from other parts of the city. To get to Moyard, however, the evacuees had to cross a strip of open ground in front of Hugh Mullen's house. The exodus had prompted lulls in the gunfire as the children were escorted to safety. But there were more children than adults, so some of the men had to run a ferry service, which meant returning across the open field without the immunity of a child in arms. At about 8:30 p.m. 19-year-old Bobby Clark went back to collect another child and was shot in the back from the Taggart. Father Mullen saw him fall. Waving a white handkerchief, he left his house in Springfield Park with the intention of administering the last rites to the wounded youth. When he realized that 80. Clark was not dying, the priest rose to go back home to phone an ambulance. He was shot twice, once through the leg and once through the heart, in a hail of fire from the Taggart. Almost immediately, another young man, Frank Quinn from Moyard, came to the rescue. He too was shot dead by the British Army. Up at Moyard Community Center, Brian McLaughlin, a local community activist, Steve Pittam, an English Quaker who had stayed in Ballymurphy after the summer play scheme, and Ali Keeley, a Jordanian student doctor, looked on in horror as the three men were shot. The bodies lay there for hours. Every time anyone made a move towards them, they were shot at. Eventually Ali Keeley went out waving a white helmet. He got to the three bodies and dragged them, one at a time, clear of the field. Hugh Mullen's body was brought into Eddie and Kate Spence's house, Frank Quinn into McAloram's in Moyard Parade, and the other lad was treated in the community center before being taken down to the first aid center in St. Bernadette's School. 12. The Sunday Times Inside Team reported on Sunday, August 15, that the Special Branch is now investigating the denomination of the bullets that killed Father Mullen, were they Protestant or Catholic or perhaps even military. 13 The suggestion that they might have been military came almost as an afterthought. Yet, late on the night of August 9, Major General R.C. Ford, British Commander of Land Forces, stated in a press release that the British Army was responsible for at least 6 of the day's deaths, including the 2 men shot dead in what his own fiction described as an attack on the Henry Taggart Memorial Hall. On Friday, August 13, 2 days before the Sunday Times article appeared, Brigadier Marston Tickle, Chief of Staff for Northern Ireland, further stated at a press conference in Belfast that the British Army had taken a great toll of gunmen, 20 to 30 of whom have been killed. As there were only 18 civilian deaths, the British were clearly claiming responsibility for the full total, justifiably, as they had in fact killed all but one. They had also shot dead 2 IRA volunteers. 15 minutes before the shooting broke out, Daniel Taggart of New Barnsley Crescent decided to call down to his brother in the lower end of Moyard, close to the rioting. He asked his wife, Belle, to keep the children inside so they wouldn't get into any trouble. 10 minutes later, down in Ballymurphy, he met with 2 of his friends, Dan Breen and Willie Ward. All 3 decided to go for a pint. They went down the Springfield Road towards Springhill Avenue. Directly across from Springfield Park, within 30 yards of the Taggart, they stopped to talk to Desi Crone, who had gone out to look for his son. With Desi Crone were Joseph Murphy, Davy Callahan, Dan Delaney, and 14-year-old Tommy Morgan, all of them gathered at 2 stone pillars forming the gateway to the manse, an old house between Ballymurphy and Springhill. They could see the rioting at the upper end of Springfield Park. Joan Connolly also left her home in Ballymurphy Road at about 7:15 p.m. Fearing for the safety of her children, she went out to round them up. She arrived up at the Springfield Road and turned down towards Springhill, passing the group at the manse gates and bidding them the time of day. She never made it to Springhill. Desi Crone heard the shooting from Spring Martin. Then the paras opened up from the Taggart, just blasting in every direction. Murphy and I ran to one of the pillars for protection. But Murphy was hit in the leg. He said, "I don't know if this is blood or wine," him being so fond of the drink. There wasn't that much room behind the pillar, so Delaney, young Morgan, and I threw ourselves into a hedge behind. There were so many rounds being fired that my knuckles were cut by the flying gravel. I looked over to the other pillar where Davy Callahan was, and I thought he was dead. He had been hit in the forehead by a piece of flying masonry and was just lying there. Then we heard a woman saying, "I'm hit," and found out later that it was Mrs. Connolly. She was hit once, got up to get away, and they blew her head away. The force lifted her and threw her into the field so that her body wasn't found till the early morning. After what seemed like hours, a loudspeaker called from the Taggart, "Cease fire. You have a couple of minutes to get your wounded out." Then a Saladin came out from the Taggart and backed right into where we were. I put my hand over young Morgan's mouth and we just lay where we were. If we had said anything they would have blown us to pieces. They trailed Davy Callahan into the back of the Saladin by the feet and threw him there like a piece of meat. Dan Breen, Josie Murphy, Danny Taggart, and Willie Ward ran off across the fields, and that was the last we seen of them until the Brits came in with another Saladin and trailed Josie out, saying, "Here's another of the bastards." They were so close that time that we could have pulled the legs from under them. Then the shooting started again and went on and on. If they fired one round, they fired 1,000. At about 10 o'clock the loudspeaker came on again, and said, "You have 2 minutes to get the wounded out," that a civilian ambulance was coming. So Dan Delaney and me, we lifted Tommy Morgan as if he was shot and went over across the field to Devesmore Park. A woman called us into a house, and we found Willie Ward and Dan Breen there. They told us that Danny Taggart had been shot. He had 13 bullets in him. Willie's coat was torn and he had a burn on his shoulder from a .82 bullet. Afterwards, the Brits claimed that Danny Taggart had 30-odd bullets in his pocket. That was a load of shit. 14. Later on the soldiers would claim that Danny Taggart was searched and found to be clean, but that an hour later a soldier accidentally kicked him and heard the rattle of the cleverly hidden bullets. Early on the morning of August 10, Joan Connolly's body was found. Later that day Noel Phillips of Ballymurphy was found face down in the stream between Ballymurphy and Springhill. He had been shot dead the night before from the Taggart, bringing the area's death toll for August 9 to 5. Joseph Murphy would die on August 22 from injuries received that night, injuries which mostly resulted from the treatment dished out to the wounded in the Taggart. Afterwards in hospital he told his wife, Mary, that he was laid out along with the dead and that every time soldiers passed, They booted the living and the dead. They fired rubber bullets into my husband from point-blank range. He was wounded in the leg, but when he got to hospital it was the internal injuries that were the worst. They had to put him on a kidney machine, his liver and kidneys were destroyed, and there was all sorts of other injuries. The doctor told us that his leg needed amputation that night, but because of the damage from the beatings, he couldn't operate. Over the next few days gangrene set in, and he died 13 days later. Our men were murdered, you know, they were shot down in the streets like dogs, and there wasn't one, not one, to get up and say 15. In 1977, the families bereaved by the man's killings had their cases heard in Crumlin Road Court in Belfast. Mrs. Murphy was offered the princely sum of £250 to compensate herself and her 9 children for the loss of a husband and father. She told them to keep it. Mrs. Taggart, who was jeered outside the courtroom by the soldiers who had killed her husband, received not a penny for herself and her 10 children. The brutality that killed Joyce Murphy was also meted out to Davy Callahan, a 59-year-old retired postal engineer who suffered from chronic asthma. Grazed by the piece of flying masonry, he had lain prone, praying that would save his life. He was still praying as he was dragged to the armored car, beaten with a rifle, and thrown in. Inside the base, he was discovered to be alive and kicking, or at least kickable. He was viciously beaten by soldiers who at one stage held his legs apart and repeatedly kicked him in the testicles. Davy Callahan spent the next 10 days in hospital with his injuries. He was then subjected to a 6-day interrogation at Castlereagh where he was further brutalized. 83. Another casualty of August 9 was 11-year-old Eddie Butler, who was shot from the Taggart as he tried to climb through a hedge. As he lay screaming on the ground between Springhill and Ballymurphy, the soldiers continued to fire at him. Only the courage of Sean McStravick saved his life. McStravick, who had one artificial leg, so that people often got the impression he was walking about with a gun down his trousers, pulled a door from a shed behind his own house. He then crawled over to where young Butler lay, rolled him onto the door, attached a rope and returned. He and some neighbors were then able to haul the boy to safety from the cover of McStravick's gable wall. On the morning of August 10, with the smoke from the previous day's fires hanging over the city, homeless families again poured into West Belfast from mixed areas. They brought with them stories of beatings, burnings, and widespread looting of nationalist property by loyalist arsonists and the British Army. When they arrived in Ballymurphy, they were greeted by stunned relatives and friends, still trying to understand the events of the past 24 hours. This time around, Ballymurphy was anything but a safe corridor. In the community centre, behind heavily fortified barricades, Paddy McCarthy and BTA chairperson, Francis McMullen, were coordinating a massive exodus of terrified and uncomprehending children, fleeing south to the Irish Army's refugee camps. At the Taggart, the military were still firing rubber bullets, CS gas, and live rounds as groups of youths attacked the base with petrol bombs and nail bombs. News bulletins, meanwhile, reported that Belfast city centre lay eerie and deserted with less than 25% of workers appearing for work. The Upper Springfield was equally eerie, with every street entrance sealed and patrolled, and 4 homes and the parish in mourning. Simultaneously, like Nero of old, British Prime Minister Ted Heath was out sailing his yacht, soon to pass within 4 miles of the Irish coast. As morning passed to afternoon, rumours mounted that another Loyalist/British attack was imminent. All available weapons had been mobilised, and sentries posted in strategic positions. Many of these were young men and women who, until quite recently, had been the ordinary boy and girl down the street. Now, with very little military training, they found themselves in the front line against Loyalist snipers and the British Army's shock troops. Nervously, they fired whenever they thought they spotted signs of the enemy. Early in the afternoon, Joe Cahill, the 51-year-old commander of the Belfast Brigade, Provisional IRA, almost became the first enemy casualty. Cahill, a soft-spoken gentleman with a penchant for tweed caps, had been making his way back into the area along with Gary Adams and another Republican leader. They had come up through the disused brickyards in Beach Mount, and were crossing the playground in St. Peter's School when they were fired on. 84. We had to hit the dust and the bullets were flying around us. Luckily your man was a bad shot. When we got up to the house in the White Rock where I was set to meet a newspaper reporter, one of the fellows who was on armed guard at that particular spot came running in and said that they had got 3 UVF men down in St. Peter's School. 16. A couple of hours later soldiers arrived in force at the bottom of the White Rock Road to remove a barricade close to McCrory Park, a playing field belonging to St. Peter's School. Eddie Doherty, 28, was making his way home to Iviac on the Falls Road when the troops came into view. Danny McGuinness, a 22-year-old Ballymurphy man, who knew Eddie Doherty, was on patrol at the barricades. When the Brits came on the scene, we tried to set fire to the barricade with diesel, but it wouldn't catch. Then the bulldozer attacked the barricade, and one of them big solid ins behind opened up with a Browning machine gun. Everyone ran across the field until the machine gun stopped firing. Most of the crowd were kids. Then a single shot came from behind the digger and killed Eddie Doherty. 17. Later that evening a particularly brutal killing took place at the junction of White Rock and Springfield Roads. Sometime after dark, the military had returned to the area and converged on the Springfield Road. Expecting a second internment swoop, people had come out onto the streets to bang binlids and blow whistles. Over in Turf Lodge John Lavery, 19, and his brother Terence, 17, who had been visiting their sister, heard the commotion. Worried for their family in Ballymurphy, they set off for home, Terence sticking to the main roads while John took a shortcut through the waste ground separating the two estates. At the top of White Rock Road, Terence Lavery ran into a patrol of paratroopers in the blacked-out street. They tied him to some railings outside the laundrette at the White Rock Road side of the junction, then broke into the butcher's shop further down, returned with knives, and commenced to cut his clothes and boots to shreds. Unknown to the terrified Terence, his brother was at that moment lying dead 50 yards away in what used to be the corporation yard. He had been abducted by soldiers on his way home, brought into the derelict yard, beaten up, and executed. Julia Grego, the boy's aunt, recalled how, "We had no idea where John was. He vanished on the 10th of August and was missing for nearly 24 hours. It was only the following day, when Tom Farrell of the BTA went down to the morgue to identify Pat McCarthy, that he saw our John there too. Then Terence was given 6 months in jail on a bum charge." 18. 85. An hour or two later, Joe Cahill had a narrow escape in White Rock. Not realizing that the military had moved in, he was on his way home to his billet for a wash, a change, and a few hours' sleep. I was walking towards the door of the house when I tripped over a Brit who was lying in the garden. He let a grunt out of him, and his mates who were in the other gardens jumped up and trained their rifles on that particular house. I apologized to the Brit as the others shouted, "Who is it?" So he shouted back at them to hold their fire, that it was a friend. 19. And as the soldiers resumed their vigil for gunmen, the most prestigious catch in Belfast bade them a very good night and went on into his bed. In the early hours of Monday, August 11, Margaret Keenan, who lived in New Barnsley Grove overlooking Dermot Hill, was at home listening to RUC and military messages on the radio when she glanced out towards the mountain, and spotted the military. The expected second raid was about to commence. They were coming down the mountain Loney. A line of Saracens and soldiers. They had no lights on and no engines running. They must have come over the Ballygamartin road. I ran out into the street and shouted, "They're coming." I ran around to my sisters, but the Brits were there before me. A short while afterwards the shooting started. 20. Once the paratroopers reached the first houses they began to shoot indiscriminately. The indiscipline and blanket fire brought many in the area to initially conclude that the Loyalists were invading. One of these was 43-year-old Joseph Corr, who left his home in Devesmore Crescent along with his young son Joe to try and gauge the threat immediately posed to his family and neighbors. Father and son made their way to the top of the crescent where it joined the Springfield Road. They were spotted by the troops who fired on them, wounding the father. Young Joe later told how his father was taken away and interrogated by the soldiers despite his wounds, and how the family spent 3 days trying to track him down, not knowing if he was alive or dead. We searched every hospital, rang every military and police barracks. And nobody would tell us where he was. In the end, after 3 days, we found him in the military wing of Musgrave Park Hospital. He was badly wounded and had been beaten up by the Brits. He died 13 days later. 21. Word of Joseph Corr's shooting spread quickly, adding to the general confusion and panic. But this time the IRA was ready. As the soldiers raked the 86 houses with gunfire, shooting the very dogs in the streets, contingents of volunteers fired back from lacked outlets and gardens. Immediately people unlocked their front and back doors and impromptu first aid centers were set up. Maureen McGuinness, 23, ways attached to enough those centers. Around midnight or a little after, heavy shooting started. I ran to Kate Pollock's house in Glen Alina, which was used as one of the first aid centers. There were 5 of us based there. That was the worst night of all, the real nightmare night. It never stopped all night. There were fellas running everywhere with guns. In and out of every house. They were engaging the Brits in running battles. It was just chaos. All you could hear was screaming, shouting, and shooting. Then about 5 o'clock the Brits started kicking indoors. At this stage the gun battles had died down, and the Paras were just moving along the street, kicking indoors and shooting. You could hear their voices screaming, "There's one! Shoot the bastard!" Or "Halt!" Then heavy firing. We thought the place was literally covered in bodies. We couldn't look out the window. When we had, they fired on us. A wee fella Quinn across the street was grazed when he tried to look out. 22. Jean Campbell, a young domestic science teacher, lived in Glen Alina Park along with her 3 sisters and 3 brothers. At 21, she was the eldest of the family, and had acted as guardian to the others since the death of their parents. During the morning of August 11, she lay on the landing floor of her home along with the rest of the family and Lizzie McGuire from Beachmount, who was their home help. The Brits came in shooting from every direction, and we could only assume that some of the shooting was the IRA trying to hold them off. They systematically moved through every street. They tore down the fences, smashed in the doors, and just wrecked the houses. They were totally destructive. Any male over 14 found in the house was dragged out and taken off. You could hear it getting closer and closer and closer. There were a few dogs shot in the street, and people screaming. When they got to our house, they burst in the front door, and all you could hear was Lizzie saying, "Oh Sacred Heart of Jesus! Oh Sacred Heart of Jesus!" Lizzie had been stranded in the house since Monday morning, and couldn't get out of the area. They stayed downstairs for about 15 minutes, but for some reason, they never came up. But you can imagine the hysterics going on upstairs. 23. Eileen Brennan, 18, was at home with her parents, her friend Rosie McCabe, and 2 younger sisters, Geraldine and Betty, when the soldiers reached their house in Devesmore Crescent. 87. 2 soldiers moved along the gardens, smashing all the windows with their rifle butts, and firing plastic bullets into the houses. They seen the people in our house and one of the Paras said, "Get them bastards." They fired at us, and a bullet passed through my mother's hair, showering her hair with glass. And they shot my father in the chin. They knew they'd hit somebody, but they didn't come in. They went into Colin's next door and wrecked the house. They drank everything in the fridge. They had already broken into Kelly's bar and stolen drink. They were full drunk. They shot someone's chickens up in New Barnsley. 24. Every house in Greater Ballymurphy had its own tale to tell by morning. On the White Rock Road, soldiers had put Bernard Vallely up against the bedroom window of his own home, while they fired from both sides of him at a sniper in Turf Lodge. In Ballymurphy Parade, Mary Murphy, whose husband had been shot 2 days earlier, had her home destroyed, while soldiers fired from her back window at a neighbor's dog. In Devesmore Crescent, Ann Collins and her 2 daughters were punched about the house, while the Parras threatened to shoot her husband. They then broke every stick of furniture in the house. Anne McLaughlin of Dermot Hill Road was kicked and beaten with a binlid. In Ballymurphy Road, Jimmy Burns pulled his daughter, Peggy, into the house as the soldiers threatened to shoot her. He then watched as they moved up the street, smashing windows and firing rubber bullets, CS gas and live rounds into the houses. In every street, men were taken from their homes, beaten savagely, and handcuffed to fences and railings until military vehicles arrived to take them away. Others were tied spread-eagled to the doors and sides of Saracens, acting as hostages and shields for the occupants as they drove through the area. In every street people were wounded by army gunfire, though the actual numbers will never be known as most were treated in secret surgeries in West Belfast or in hospitals over the border. By 8 a.m. the area was under military curfew, while the IRA for the most part, had vanished. Paddy McCarthy, the BTA youth worker, was dead. When the gunfire started in the early hours, there had been some 30 people gathered in the BTA community center, many of them young children. At about 3 a.m. the paratroopers opened fire on the building from 3 points, maintaining their fire for 2 hours. In an attempt to evacuate the children, Paddy McCarthy, who had been in the center since the previous morning, tried to obtain a ceasefire from the army commander. He stepped out with a Red Cross flag tied to a broomstick, only to have it shot out of his hand, a splinter tearing his wrist in the process. He zigzagged back to the center exhausted from fatigue and loss of blood, and commenting wryly that even the Jerrys respected that flag. Sometime after dawn, Daphne Robinson, the Quaker woman involved with Ballymurphy Enterprises, learned about the plight of the Ballymurphy 88 people. Supplies were out, no traders had been able to get into the area for 2 days, and there was no milk for the children. She left her home on the other side of town, loaded her car with milk, and drove across to the falls. Unable to go up the White Rock Road because of the barricades and gunfire, she took her car through the city cemetery to the wall of the community center, and passed the crates of milk over to Paddy McCarthy. The youth worker loaded a trolley, wheeled it out of the community center, and crossed White Rock Road to Ballymurphy Estate, calling out milk for babies. The whole area was at this stage under curfew, with the troops ransacking homes and assaulting men, women, and children. 2 paratroopers accosted McCarthy, one sticking a gun in his mouth, and the other kicking over a crate of milk, smashing several bottles. McCarthy replaced the crate and backed off, telling the soldiers that they would not get the opportunity to shoot him in the back. He then began calling at houses where he knew there were young children. In Whitecliff Drive, a small entry with a double row of houses, Paddy McCarthy collapsed, the victim of a heart attack. He was carried into a house while the Parras smashed every remaining bottle of milk on the trolley, taunting some women standing nearby. Paddy McCarthy was dead on arrival at hospital, the 8th Ballymurphy fatality in less than 50 hours. A few hours later, as the military pulled back to the perimeters of the estates, women from the falls arrived with bread, milk, and other supplies, and brought an end to the unofficial curfew. However, the killing was not over yet. At 11 a.m., as a funeral cortege made its way out of Corpus Christi Church, a paratrooper at the junction of West Rock Drive and Ballymurphy Road aimed at the crowd and fired a single shot. John McCurr, 49, from Andersonstown fell to the ground with a bullet through his forehead. He died 9 days later. Unbelievably, 54 residents of Greater Ballymurphy were charged with riotous behavior as a result of the Parras invasion of August 11. Not one soldier was ever charged with murder or unlawful shooting. On August 13, Ballymurphy's dead were being proudly claimed by Brigadier Marston Tickle as eliminated terrorists. Internment, according to Tickle, had been a resounding success. The only unfortunate side effects had been a great deal of mess from these barricades and intimidation, leading to a number of families leaving their homes. 25. As for the IRA, in the first of many such British delusions, Tickle announced that, "We have undoubtedly inflicted a major defeat on the IRA." Brian Faulkner, in his assessment of the internment shambles, was a little more realistic. He simply claimed that internment was exposing the gunmen. To which the Sunday Times would reply, "It was a remarkable statement. Internments, by their nature, are not usually supposed to expose gunmen. The idea is to lock them up." 26. 89. And as Tickle gave his press conference in Tyrone House in Belfast, his analysis and credibility were being torpedoed in Ballymurphy. Right under the noses of the British Army, Joe Cahill was holding another press conference at St. Peter's School. "We felt the need to go on the air to counteract British propaganda. They were claiming that all the dead were IRA personnel, whereas we had only lost 2 volunteers. And they were claiming that the IRA was defunct. So we took advantage of the press conference being called in St. Peter's by the defense people. Towards the end of the conference, one of the media men asked, 'If the IRA are not defeated, where are they?' At that point, Paddy Kennedy, the MP, said, 'Well, you'd better ask the commander of the Belfast Brigade.' The atmosphere was electric after that. Afterwards, when we were leaving, the Brits were closing in on the school, and I actually ended up walking right past them." 27. After the press conference, Joe Cahill left for Dublin, where he took up the position of Quartermaster General of the IRA. By the end of internment week it was clear that, far from destroying the IRA, the British initiative had merely unleashed an IRA offensive, and massively boosted recruitment. And nationalists had a new set of martyrs in the men behind the wire. Throughout August there were mass marches in every nationalist centre in the north. In the south the establishment was eventually forced to issue an outright condemnation of internment and, on August 19, Lynch called for its termination. 3 days later 130 nationalist councillors quit local government, and, as international condemnation poured in, the IRA and the officials maintained a concentrated assault on the state. By the end of the month, 131 explosions had occurred, some of them enormous. Rifle fire was general in urban areas, rural areas had become a death trap for the RUC and British Army, and 35 people were dead. From the secure bases of Free Derry, and the Republican strongholds of Belfast, and along the border, the guerrillas were reducing the Loyalist state to tatters. Meanwhile, state forces were striking back blindly with random mass arrests, beatings, torture, internment, and a shoot-on-sight policy. In Ballymurphy the attacks continued on the Taggart, and on August 19 2 British soldiers, home on leave, and a civilian were wounded when men with revolvers burst into a house in West Rock Drive. British military personnel, regardless of their origin, were no longer safe in the area. Between August and the end of 1971 events continued in a similar vein, while 3 new organizations formed. Nationalist ex-servicemen created the Catholic Ex-Servicemen's Association, CESA, while, on the Loyalist side, a number of local defense associations banded together in the Ulster Defense Association, UDA. Whereas CESA would eventually fade away into the misty realms of tavern ownership, the UDA would embark on a campaign of random assassinations against nationalists, joining the UVF as an indiscriminate loyalist terror force which, despite its record, would remain legal until 1992. The third development occurred on September 14, when Desmond Bowl and Johnny McQuaid combined forces with Ian Paisley and the Rev. William Beattie to launch the Democratic Unionist Party, soon to become the North's forum for right-wing discontent. On the same day a sentry was shot in the neck and seriously wounded at the Taggart, while soldiers in Ballymurphy displayed an amazing gullibility by coming out into the open to investigate a parcel left in Devesmore Way and labelled bomb. They were shot at and the bomb was found to be a brick. By now gunfire was constant in the vicinity of the Taggart, which was used by the IRA for target practice, to test new weapons, and to train recruits. But, remarkably, there were very few casualties in the shootouts. Then on October 17, Scots Guardsman George Hamilton, 21, the second soldier to be killed in the Upper Springfield, was shot dead in Ballymurphy. 91. Estate * on November 4, another Scots Guardsman, Stephen Maguire, 20, the soldier wounded at the Taggart on September 14, died of his wounds to become the British Army's third Ballymurphy fatality. On October 17, the Northern Resistance Movement was founded. Supported by People's Democracy and the Provisionals, the NRM differed from NICRA, now controlled by the officials, in that one of its aims was the destruction of Stormont, which now seemed an attainable goal. A week later Ballymurphy was struck a double blow. On October 23, Dorothy Maguire and her married sister, Maura Meehan, two unarmed Ballymurphy women, were killed by troops in the Lower Falls as they drove through the streets with a siren blaring, to warn of a British raid. Both women were Republican volunteers. Their deaths brought the total of Ballymurphy's IRA dead to 4. Liam McParland had been injured in a car accident on October 19, 1969 while on active service. He died on November 6. Michael Caine was killed in a premature explosion in New Forge Lane on September 4, 1970. 3 days later, as 14,000 British troops occupied nationalist areas, the nationalist middle class, in an attempt to regain some credibility, convened an alternative assembly of SDLP and nationalist MPs, senators, and councillors at Dungiven. John Hume, the SDLP deputy leader, was elected president. It was a purely symbolic move. The Dungiven Parliament had only one further sitting. Meanwhile, Unionism took another lurch to the right. On October 23, 1971 William Craig was elected chairperson of a steering committee of hardliners from 43 of the 52 Unionist constituency parties. The influence of the extreme right manifested itself on November 11, when James Callaghan, former British Home Secretary, visited Belfast. Almost 20,000 Loyalist workers came out onto the streets in protest, and marched to a rally in the city centre. Michael Farrell pointed out, Protestant industrial workers, especially in the big, almost exclusively Protestant engineering works, were now becoming a significant factor in Loyalist politics. Unemployment was relatively low, and as the aristocrats of labour with secure jobs in heavily subsidised industries dependent on the British markets, they were the staunchest opponents of a united Ireland. It was not for nothing that the Stormont and Westminster governments had pumped money into the Belfast shipyard over the years. £64 million in subsidies was paid to Harland and Wolff between 1969 and 1974. 28 While the Loyalists were marching in Belfast, the Payment of Debt Act, introduced in mid-October to counter the civil disobedience campaign, was being debated at Westminster. The Act allowed for the recoupment of rent and rates arrears from wages or social security payments. It was described by Professor Peter Townsend, chairperson of the Child Poverty Action Group, as a candidate for the worst piece of social legislation passed in the United Kingdom in this century. The Payment of Debt Act was to become a scourge in areas like Ballymurphy. At the end of November, the IRA, in response to yet another claim that it was decimated, launched a 2-day bomb blitz across the north, involving the coordination of over 200 active service units in setting off 30 explosions. December 1971 began with the second IRA escape from Crumlin Road Prison in just over 2 weeks. On November 16, an entire football team had scaled the walls on a rope ladder thrown over from the outside, earning them the nickname the Crumlin Kangaroos. On December 2, this embarrassment was iced and decorated with a further break. 3 men, including Martin Meehan and Anthony Dutch Doherty, 2 legendary figures from North Belfast, disappeared, and were over the border before the escape was detected. 2 nights afterwards, UVF bombers struck at McGurk's Bar in the New Lodge Road, leaving 15 nationalists dead in a mound of rubble. The attack was the culmination of a 7-month, two-way sectarian pub-bombing campaign in Belfast, and a direct reprisal for a bomb attack that had killed 2 men at the Four-Step Inn on the Shankill Road 2 months earlier, an attack later blamed by Republicans on British dirty tricks operatives. At the time both the provisionals and officials had denied responsibility, the provos arguing that it would be virtually impossible for strangers to carry out the operation and escape undetected in an area patrolled by loyalist vigilantes. On December 8, as the riots, gun battles and bombings continued across the 6 counties, Sean Russell, a soldier of the Ulster Defence Regiment, was shot dead in his New Barnsley home by a masked IRA volunteer. His 10-year-old daughter, Geraldine, was hit in the thigh. On the 15th, Reginald Maudling said that he could see a situation in which the IRA would not be defeated, not completely eliminated, but have their violence reduced to an acceptable level. Another cliché, the acceptable level of violence, was added to the language of the northern conflict. Meanwhile, protest marches against internment continued, despite a ban on marches. On Christmas Day a Northern Resistance Movement march from Belfast to Longkesh was stopped a few miles along the M1 motorway by the RUC and military. Between then and the end of January, there were 6 more illegal marches, in which NICRA and the SDLP also participated. 93. By the end of 1971 Faulkner's grip on power was beginning to slip. His security policies, and particularly internment, had failed. He was under pressure from Craig and Paisley, while the British government, dismayed at his misreading of the general situation, began to pull away from him. At the same time, the provos were bombing on unhindered, and the casualty toll was rising. In the first 7 months of 1971, there were 34 deaths in the north, 11 British soldiers, 4 members of the RUC, and 19 civilians. Between August 9 and December 31, 139 people died, 37 British soldiers, 5 were UDR soldiers, 7 members of the RUC and 95 civilians. Internment had clearly been a disaster. 1972 began in Ballymurphy with the deaths of 2 IRA volunteers. On January 11, 16-year-old Michael Sloan was accidentally shot at an arms training lecture in New Barnsley. 5 days later, 18-year-old Eamon McCormick died of injuries received the previous Halloween. A dance at St. Peter's School, with a large number of volunteers present, had been surrounded by the military earlier in the evening. The Fianna had been mobilized immediately to draw off the army with diversionary tactics should the need arise. However, the volunteers managed to slip through the military cordon, and they in turn took up standby positions, with ready access to weapons, throughout the area in case of further military action. Sometime after midnight the order was given to disperse, and Fianna member, Eamon McCormick, took off alone and unarmed along West Rock Drive. He was mortally wounded by a British Army sniper, firing from the roof of St. Peter's School. Then on January 17, the area had some good news. 7 internees, including 2 Ballymurphy men, had escaped from the Maidstone prison ship in Belfast Lough. By feeding a visiting seal, they had been able to determine that no sonar equipment was being used on the boat and the plan was hatched. Covered in grease and butter, they sawed through a bar in the window, slipped into the icy water, and swam to the shore. There they hijacked a bus and drove to the markets, where local people were astounded to see a group of men, dressed in their underpants, disembarking from the bus. Despite a huge British dragnet, the 7 made good their escape and appeared at a press conference in Dublin a few days later. 3 days after the Maidstone escape, troops launched a face-saving search operation at Longkesh, only to discover that holes were already being tunneled under the floors of 2 of the camp's Nissen huts. In a tribute to the ingenuity of the prison population, they also unearthed wire cutters, a hacksaw, a chisel, a file, a jemmy, a knife, a model of a Thompson submachine gun, military-style clothing, counterfeit coins, dyes, and a poteen still. After a brief stay down south, the 2 Ballymurphy members of the Maidstone's Magnificent 7, 23-year-old Jim Bryson and 25-year-old Tommy Tolan, returned to Belfast to rejoin Becoy, 2nd Battalion of the 94 Ira's Belfast Brigade, covering their home ground in Ballymurphy. Bryson took over as O/C and Toddler Tolan, his lifelong friend, became a kind of unofficial joint O/C. And both became a joint legend, under whose leadership the local volunteers would call up hell for British forces in the Upper Springfield. Stories about the daring of the two are legion. Bryson, the clinical operator who always put the lives of his men before his own, and the fearless Tolan, who would take on an armored car in the middle of the street. To the younger volunteers the expertise of their heroes was beyond question, which gave rise to some wildly dangerous escapades before it was realized that courage alone is not sufficient. At the time the Brits seldom came in, but these two Saracens had been making forays into the estate. So Toddler decided to chase them out. Me and him went out together. We had a Sten and a Garand with armor-piercing bullets. As we were going down the street another fellow came along and says, "Hang on a minute, and I'll come too." So away with him to a house where he knew he could get some gear, and he comes back with an Armalite. The idea was that we'd hit the second Saracen. Toddler says, "I'll blow the doors off their hinges with the Garand, then the two of yous shoot into the back." So, being we lads at the time, we never questioned the wisdom of this. If Toddler said that was the way to do it, then that was the way to do it. The Saracens eventually came along, and when they'd passed, all three of us stepped out into the middle of the street and aimed our guns at the back doors, and Toddler started to fire to blow the hinges off. And there was the other two of us, standing there, wondering why the doors weren't falling off. It was a crazy idea, but at the same time the audacity of it shook the Brits, along with the fact that several of them were wounded inside the Saracen where they might have thought they were safe. You could hear the squeals of them as they drove away. 29. The position of the IRA in Ballymurphy was further strengthened by events in Derry on January 30, 1972. On that day a huge anti-internment march was planned for the city, beginning in Cregan and proceeding down through the Bogside to the Guildhall. It was to be a mass show of defiance against Faulkner's ban on parades, with every civil rights and nationalist organization pledging support. Westminster MPs Bernadette Devlin and Frank McManus, and Stormont MPs John Hume and Yvonne Cooper, were among the 20,000-strong crowd that set off for the city centre on the unseasonably bright Sunday afternoon that became known as Bloody Sunday. On January 27, the Democratic Unionist Association of Derry had given notice to the RUC that they planned a religious rally at Guildhall. 95. Square for 2 p.m. on the same day as the anti-internment march. This familiar tactic to force confrontation was nothing new, but the cancellation 2 days later was unusual. The Rev. James McClelland, a minister with Derry Free Presbyterian Church and vice president of the Derry and Foyle Democratic Unionist Association, gave the reason in an interview that appeared in most of the British newspapers on the morning of the march. "We were approached by the government," he said, "and given assurances that the civil rights march will be halted, by force if necessary." A front-page report in The Observer carried much of the McClelland interview, along with an ominous joint military/RUC statement, also carried in the Sunday Mirror. "We choose the time and place to intervene, and this policy, which is clearly in the public interest, allows the possibility that marchers may in some cases proceed for some distance before being stopped. This does not mean, however, that they will be allowed to break the law with impunity. Experience this year has already shown that attempted marches often end in violence, and that must have been clearly foreseen by the organizers. Clearly the responsibility for this violence and the consequences of it must rest fairly and squarely on the shoulders of those who encourage people to break the law." 30. At about 3:40 p.m. the massive crowd had made its way through the Bogside and was approaching the city centre when the first paratroopers were seen. Saracens and foot patrols had sealed off a number of streets. Most of the crowd was diverted away from the barriers, but a small group of teenagers engaged the paras in a ritualistic mini-riot. The soldiers took their cue, opening up first with CS gas, rubber bullets, and a water cannon spraying dye. The Civil Rights March began to disperse towards the rallying point at Free Dairy Corner, when the second volley of rubber bullets was accompanied by Army gunfire. In front of a shocked world media, the paratroopers opened up with high-velocity SLRs on the fleeing crowd, killing 13 people and wounding another 29, one of whom would later die in hospital. Fulvio Grimaldi, an Italian journalist, described to Radio Iran what he saw. It was the most unbelievable. I have traveled many countries, I have seen many civil wars and revolutions and wars, I have never seen such a cold-blooded murder, organized, disciplined murder, planned murder. The army jumped out and started shooting in all directions. I took pictures of this, I took recordings of this, and there is no doubt whatsoever that there wasn't the slightest provocation. I saw a young fellow who had been wounded, crouching against the wall. He was shouting, "Don't shoot, don't shoot." A paratrooper approached and shot. 96. Him from about 1 yard. I saw a young boy of 15 protecting his girlfriend against the wall and then proceeding to try and rescue her by going out with a handkerchief and with the other hand on his hat. A paratrooper approached, shot him from about 1 yard into the stomach and shot the girl into the arm. I myself got shot at 5 times. 31. For his day's work, Colonel Derek Wilford, commander of the Paras in Derry, was awarded the Order of the British Empire in the Queen's Honours List for 1973, while on February 1, 1972, 2 days after the massacre, Brigadier F.P. Barclay, the Royal Norfolk Regiment, dropped Wilford a few lines commending the paratroopers' action against those blighters last Sunday. They looked splendid and, as usual, bang on the ball. 32. And from a tape recording of snatches of Army conversation on Bloody Sunday. Your mother's been killed by the Army, Duda, Duda. Singing, static. Return fire, aim pistol lower regions. Roger, Wilco, out, static. Sound of shot. Yoo-hoo. Well done. Keep it up, static. I said shoot for lower regions, the balls. Over. 33. Bloody Sunday was the crowning, final alienation of the nationalist people. The politics of peaceful struggle had been shot to bits on the edge of the bogside. The last great show of strength on the streets of the North for many years to come took place in Newry on Sunday, February 6, 1972, when upwards of 100,000 people marched to demonstrate to the British government that murder in the streets would not deter them. Then many went home to join the IRA. Meanwhile, John Hume, signalling the extent of middle-class nationalist outrage, had declared, "It's a united Ireland now or nothing." In the south, 30,000 people marched on the British Embassy in Dublin and burned it to the ground, while the besieged Lynch declared February 2, the day of most of the Derry funerals, a day of national mourning. Derry's city coroner, in his report, would describe the events of January 30, 1972, as sheer unadulterated murder. In the North, Bloody Sunday was followed by rioting, strikes, hijacking and gun battles. The Catholic hierarchy was thrown into confusion in its attempt to find a comfortable position for itself, being temporarily muzzled in its anti-republican tirade. In Westminster, Bernadette Devlin attacked Home Secretary Reginald Maudling and punched him in the face when he tried to justify the killings. Nickra would later bemoan the fact that Bloody Sunday was a British government success in that it immobilized Nickra from returning to the streets, not through imposing fear in the ranks of the marchers, but in finally driving a large section of the apolitical masses away from the concept of civil rights and into the arms of the men of violence. 34. 97. The assertion by the official-dominated Nickra that it was dealing with the apolitical masses was little more than an elitist slur against a people embittered, and quite politicist, by more than 3 years of the state's violent onslaught on a just cause. It was this that had driven the mass of the nationalist working class, and a fringe of the middle class, away from the gradual reformist policies of NICRA and the officials to the militant position of the IRA, now bent on the destruction of Stormont and the withdrawal of British forces from the northeast of Ireland. Bloody Sunday had finally convinced the nationalist people that Stormont was beyond reform and had to be brought down. It had also, ironically, pushed the British government towards the same conclusion, mainly as a result of the political backlash. In the United States, Senator Edward Kennedy was urging Britain to make way for a united Ireland, while sponsoring a congressional resolution demanding an end to internment, the withdrawal of British troops, and the abolition of Stormont. Newspapers throughout Europe and North America loudly condemned Heath and his government. At the same time, the IRA campaign went on unobstructed. Money, guns, and recruits were flooding in. Westminster was beginning to realize that it could no longer ignore the provisionals and continue responding to nationalist grievances with repression. The military solution was failing. The more astute among the Loyalist leadership also realized that Stormont was running into trouble. Among the Loyalist paramilitary groups, the danger lights were the signal to step up the assassination campaign against nationalists. On February 3, Bernard Rice of Ardoyne was shot dead from a passing car which drove off into Loyalist Woodvale. As far as the IRA was concerned, the war was against British imperialism, whereas to Loyalists, the IRA and the nationalist community that supported and sheltered the volunteers, were one. Therefore all nationalists were legitimate targets. Gun and bomb attacks on pubs, homes, and community centers soon became commonplace. Eventually, Republican groups began to hit back. By the end of 1972 a total of 42 nationalists and 7 loyalists had been killed by loyalists, and 13 loyalists had been killed by Republicans. Although the IRA has a policy of not participating in sectarian killings, Republican involvement in the attacks was sanctioned in Belfast. Less than a week after the assassination of Bernard Rice, the right wing of Unionism had formed itself into a potential parliamentary bloc which looked certain to topple Faulkner. On February 9, 1972, William Craig announced the formation of Vanguard, a new party supported by Billy Hull of the Loyalist Association of Workers, Rev. Martin Smith, Grand Master of the Orange Order in Belfast, and Captain Austin Ardill, former Stormont MP for Carrick. Vanguard opposed outright any further reforms. 98. At its first rally in Lisbon on February 12, 7,000 loyalists watched Craig drive up in a motorcycle sidecar, protected by uniformed bodyguards. He then inspected a body of 500 men in military formation before addressing his audience. He told them that he was their man, and for each to raise their right hand and shout "I do," 3 times in unison as an endorsement of his message. The spectacle, with its echoes of earlier times in Europe, was not lost on the media. On March 18, as Stormont teetered at the chasm, Craig told a 60,000-strong rally at Belfast's Ormeo Park. "We must build up dossiers on those men and women in this country who are a menace to this country, because one of these days, if and when the politicians fail us, it may be our job to liquidate the enemy." 35. Meanwhile, as Craig and Paisley competed for control of the extreme right, both IRAs were pounding at economic, military, and political targets, and the Loyalists were picking off soft civilian targets. On February 22, in reprisal for Derry, the officials bombed the headquarters of the Parachute Regiment in Aldershot. An officer priest, based in Ballymurphy during internment, and 6 civilians, were killed. 4 days later, 2 more nationalists were shot by Loyalists. Both survived, but a new fear began to discourage people from wandering too far from home, especially at night. In the Upper Springfield, Bloody Sunday had triggered off an even greater assault on British forces. As well as the almost constant shooting at the Taggart, IRA volunteers from the area were now heavily involved in city center bombings and gun battles with military patrols. And the area was taking more casualties. On February 2, Thomas McElroy, 29, was working on a car outside his Devesmore Park home when he was murdered by a sniper shooting from the Taggart. On the 7th, a soldier accidentally shot himself in the head in the district. 2 days later, troops in the Taggart opened up on 14-year-old Patrick McVicker, shooting him in the stomach, then claiming their victim as another gunman. On the same day, Dr. Maurice Hayes resigned as chairperson of the Community Relations Commission, saying that reconciliation was nonsense given the present security policies. In Ballymurphy Community Centre, they were wondering how it could take a man so long to come to such a perfectly rational conclusion. On March 4, a Provo bomb at the Abercorn restaurant in central Belfast exploded prematurely, killing 2 people and injured 136 others. The fallout against republicanism was so overwhelming, that both IRAs denied the attack. On March 9, 4 IRA volunteers were killed in a premature IRA explosion in Clonard Street, adding further to the pressure on Republicans. Initially believing the Clonard bomb to have been planted by Loyalists, the Ballymurphy IRA immediately opened up on Loyalist sniping. 99. Positions in Spring Martin. A fierce day-long gun battle followed. The next day, the Provisionals called an unexpected 3-day ceasefire. They gave the British 3 conditions for a continuing halt to hostilities: withdrawal of the military from the north, the abolition of Stormont, and an amnesty for all those arrested as a result of the Troubles. The effectiveness of the ceasefire ended all speculation that the IRA had no central control structure, which was one of the reasons for calling it. It also prompted an unofficial British response. On March 13, Harold Wilson, leader of the British opposition, enraged the Dublin government when he used a brief official visit as cover for a 3-hour secret meeting with the IRA. Wilson returned to London with a first-hand assessment of the IRA leadership's position as the campaign was resumed in the north. But the Heath government had already decided to act. The rise of the extreme right, and the definitive threat it posed to Faulkner's ailing regime, left London under no illusion as to how the British image was about to progress. On March 22, Faulkner and his deputy, Jack Andrews, went to Downing Street to see Heath, Maudling, the Defence Secretary Lord Carrington, and William Whitelaw, who was leader of the House of Commons. Heath explained that Westminster was taking over control of security, realizing that Faulkner could never agree to accepting a toothless Stormont. Faulkner threatened to resign. Heath told him that if he did, London would suspend Stormont and impose direct rule. On March 24, Heath announced to the world that Faulkner and his cabinet were resigning. Stormont was to be prorogued for 1 year, and William Whitelaw was taking over as Secretary of State for the 6 counties. Loyalists were stunned. There were marches, violent speeches, pledges and recriminations. And quietly in the background, the gunmen began to prepare for an escalation of the Loyalist war. On the nationalist side, the middle classes, the clergy, and Dublin all welcomed the fall of Stormont. Meanwhile, People's Democracy, Northern Resistance and NICRA announced that political agitation would go on. The IRA, through Chief of Staff Sean Maxty O'Fane, promised that the war would continue, regardless. The following day, March 25, Patrick Campbell of Oglake na Arian was accidentally shot dead during an IRA standby at the top of Spring Hill Avenue. He was 16 years old. 109. A peculiar kind of war. By the spring of 1972, Ballymurphy was for all practical purposes a no-go area. The RUC never ventured in except to hastily deliver the odd summons under army protection. The military, on the other hand, made occasional sorties from the Taggart during daylight hours. Night adventures were less frequent. Sometimes, people were arrested and taken off for interrogation. Other times, people were simply lifted and beaten up. But on most occasions military moves against the area were short-lived and ended in retreat, encouraged by IRA gunfire. At night the blacked-out streets were patrolled by the IRA, whereas the military generally kept to the main roads. Shooting was almost continuous. During the day the Taggart was under constant attack and ambushes were taking place all the time, while at night the British bases were under siege, and gun battles developed in the open spaces around the city cemetery and the BTA Centre. There were two fascinating elements to those gun battles. First, although thousands of rounds were fired, there were very few casualties on either side, and secondly, the British Army displayed a remarkably fertile imagination. Had a third of the hits claimed by the military occurred, Ballymurphy would have been depopulated. The campaign of civil disobedience was also firmly established, and the community had taken control of housing, the licensing of drinking establishments, the conversion of housing executive property into community facilities, and the development of local industry. This had brought some curious changes. For example, full gas meters had been broken open, so that a single 5p now provided an unending supply, while nobody from the gas or electricity services ever considered coming to read meters. When the gas company finally made an appearance in Ballymurphy estate in March 1975, the meter readers arrived in a minibus with a heavy military escort. Streets were sealed by armored cars and families held at gunpoint while the meters were read by the nervous gasmen. Even if meters had been read in 1972, it is doubtful if bills could have been issued anyway. A great number of families had swapped houses. Others, vacated by people whose nerves couldn't take any more, were occupied by squatters. There were also many derelict properties, some wrecked by the military because they had belonged to IRA suspects, others that had lain idle until they fell into disrepair. These were used for IRA ambushes one day and were torn apart in armed searches the next. The Bullring flats were empty, except for a welfare office. In Moyard Hole, blocks of maisonettes, popular battle positions, had been deserted, as had numerous houses in Spring Hill. Steve Pittam had a block of flats to himself in Moyard Parade. Next block was home to Moyard Working Men's Club, one of the many shebeens in the area. Needless to say, the records of the housing executive were about as useful as a blank map of Amazonia. Despite the fact that the Upper Springfield was in the front line of the war, life went on regardless. People got up and went to work or signed on the dole as they always had. Dinners were eaten as gun battles flared outside. The clubs were full at night and the BTA still ran its bingo. Instead of battering the community, though internment was taking its toll, the war seemed to have given new life, with a proliferation of community groups and children's schemes, and a record number of social clubs in 1 square mile. One of the old huts used as emergency accommodation after the pogroms of 1969 had been planted in Maggie Smith's back garden down in Devesmore Park to become Maggie's Tavern, providing a swashbuckling atmosphere where Dick Turpin would have felt at home. Other than St. John's GAA Club, none of the clubs had a license, leading to all sorts of misunderstandings with the RUC in later days. Then there was the odd beer lorry commandeered for a special occasion, and the liberation of stocks from lorries about to become burning barricades. Other such liberated commodities included food, coal, clothing, and a 60,000 pounds consignment of stainless steel sinks that revolutionized the kitchens of Ballymurphy. At the same time, the skeletons of vehicles used on barricades, or burned to destroy forensic evidence after IRA operations, lay scattered over a wide area bordering the White Rock Road. On the far side lay the IRA's firing range, where volunteers could be seen firing rifles at stand-up targets. Others in the cemetery fired handguns at tin cans, the military presence in the Taggart causing not the slightest concern. In Moyard and Turf Lodge, firing slits, painted white by the military, cut gashes in the gable walls of the flats. All this in familiar streets that could suddenly produce an ambush or bomb attack as you made your way home. The author lived in Ballymurphy from 1972 to 1976, spending many an hour lying in the gutter dodging bullets, or waiting for a lull to cross the street for a loaf of bread. And in the shops would be the women of Ballymurphy, buying the rations and passing the time of day, with hardly a reference to the rattle of gunfire outside. The war had become part of life, and you simply worked around it. Guns were noisy, but it was the subtle nuances you had to watch. A street without children, or a parcel marked bomb would be clear signals for a quick spurt in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, children with stones launched themselves against the British military machine, the ice cream van did the rounds, and Larry Sloan, as always, sold fish from a barrow on Fridays. 102. The BTA, however, had been thrown into turmoil by the internment of the area's community leaders. The survey and other projects were suspended as many of the remaining community activists went over to the IRA auxiliaries who had taken over local policing and some elements of defense. Nonetheless, the association employed a center coordinator, the author, and 2 youth workers in 1972 to continue Paddy McCarthy's line of containment strategy, a job made no easier by the simmering feud between the provisionals and officials, which saw sympathizers of both sides fiercely defending the honor of their adopted guerrilla army. Given the fact that a young person in the Upper Springfield, who did not align with one or other IRA, was almost stateless, virgin fields were being discovered in youth work. Asking teenagers to go home and remove the pistol from their belt was not uncommon. Eventually, in May 1973, the center workers, along with the author's wife, Cora, and Big Alice Franklin, found themselves trying to quell a riot, successfully at first, then very unsuccessfully. One lad's life was saved when Donald Fagan, one of the workers, threw himself between him and the iron bars raining down from a dozen pairs of hands. Later that night, running gunfights blew up between the two groups and the same youth was grazed in the head. Shortly afterwards the workers resigned, partly due to the impossible situation created by the feuding and partly due to the infighting then plaguing the BTA. As an alternative, they established a project base at the author's home at 42 Ballymurphy Road. Meanwhile, De Wilson's community house had taken off in Spring Hill, with the priest now firmly identified with Ballymurphy and continuing to rankle the hierarchy with his outspoken support for undesirable causes and his opposition to clerical oligarchies. 2 doors away, a little community set up by Mother Teresa of Calcutta was attracting large numbers of children and adults to a varied program of community activities. The 4 Indian women in their strange white habits had been wholeheartedly embraced by the community. Not so, however, by the hierarchy, as would be illustrated in an ugly manner a year hence. But in early 1972 the hierarchy was lying low in Ballymurphy, its reputation still caked in the mud of the Vere Foster affair of 1971. The Loyalist flight from New Barnsley and Moyard during the riots of 1970 had overnight stripped the Henry Taggart Memorial Hall and Vere Foster State School of their clientele. The Taggart immediately became a military base, whereas the school became the focus for new families seeking an education for their children. On September 1, 1970, the first nationalist parents arrived at Vere Foster to enroll their children. In the 6-county context, this was an unusual move. Education is generally segregated, the state providing for Protestant children, and the Catholic Church, through its maintained school system, providing for Catholics. 103. Bernadette Savage, one of the first 6 mothers to put their children into Vere Foster, explained that the 2 Catholic-run primary schools in the area were already full. Besides, they were on the far side of the busy Springfield Road, whereas the state school was on her doorstep. She was also interested in the opportunity of taking her children out of the mold of a sectarian education system. The Savage family, who had been intimidated out of their Dungal Road home, felt that if children of different cultures could be educated together, they might grow up with a less warped view of their opposite numbers. As it transpired, the violence of Internment Week was to denude the area of the last of its Protestant families, but that was still 11 months into the future. What Mrs. Savage and her co-travelers failed to realize in September 1970 was that their desire to provide an education for their children according to their religious and political beliefs, a liberty enshrined by the European Convention of Human Rights, was, in clerical eyes, an alarming assault on the Bastille of the Catholic school principle. The Catholic position on education is that religion should permeate the entire atmosphere of the school, not simply be another subject as would be the case in a state school. The women who turned up at Vere Foster on September 1 were therefore treading heavily on the territorial instincts of the Catholic Church. The following day, Bernadette Savage had a visitor. Father Fitzpatrick came to my door and asked if we could come to an emergency meeting at 8 o'clock in St. Bernadette's School. Altogether about 20 parents were down. We were told that if the children remained at Veer Foster they would not be allowed to make their confirmation or Holy Communion. 2. To traditional Catholic parents this threat of partial excommunication of their children was serious stuff. Some withdrew their children. But the majority, the parents of 218 children, decided to fight the issue. The pretext for refusing the Catholic sacraments was that proper religious instruction would not be provided at Veer Foster. If the Church was concerned by the lack of Catholic instruction and the loss of souls, the parents argued, then surely it was the duty of the clergy, who drew their sustenance from the community, to make good the shortfall. They felt that a Catholic teacher should be sent into Veer Foster by the Down and Connor Maintained Schools Committee. In November the parents approached the local clergy to put their case. They were told that the solution lay in their own hands: transfer the children. If they refused they would have to live with the consequences and their consciences. Acquiescence by the parents would have automatically meant the closure of Veer Foster and its probable sale to the Catholic. 104. Church. The alternative being suggested would create a dangerous precedent when it came to the broader debate on integrated education. By December the parents began to drift towards defeat. Then Bill Ralston, a 24-year-old ex-seminarian who had returned from New Hampshire in November, heard of the parents' plight. He wrote to the school, offering to give the children religious instruction. The principal put him in touch with the parents' committee. Margaret McCurlane, a young mother from Dermot Hill, later admitted, "When Bill arrived we had almost reached the bottom. We had approached several retired teachers and asked them to take the kids for religion, but they said they would lose their pensions. If it had gone on much longer we would probably have given in." 3. As Bill Ralston was not qualified to teach, he could not be employed by the school authorities. However, although he was prepared to work for nothing, the parents decided that they would employ him, raising the money by means of a weekly collection. When the new term began in mid-January 1971, the Catholic hierarchy's position had been severely weakened. An ex-seminarian was in charge of religious education in Veer Foster, and the community, militant from the civil rights struggle and united by the riots, was no longer willing to listen to obstinate clerics pursuing illogical arguments. Despite the bishop's refusal to meet the parents, Philbin claiming that he did not feel there was anything to discuss. It was clear that the church was losing the battle. Not only was religious education now being supplied, but it was also being done outside of the sphere of hierarchical influence. On March 10, the parents of children due to be confirmed were asked to bring their children along to Corpus Christi Church that evening. To their surprise, Fr. Kelly, the diocesan inspector, was waiting to examine the children. Bill Ralston was not invited, but he turned up anyway. He was completely ignored. However, the church had conceded. 5 days later it was announced that a Ms. McKenna was being seconded from St. Bernadette's to teach religion at Veer Foster. It was only at this point, when the church was back in control, that the Veer Foster children were deemed ready for confirmation. Immediately after Easter, in a final show of ham-fisted arrogance, a delegation of 3 clergymen, including the diocesan inspector, turned up at the school to establish Rome's position, and to sack Bill Ralston, who had to patiently explain that they could hardly fire when they hadn't hired in the first place. On the economic front, Ballymurphy Enterprises and White Rock Industrial Estate were both moving along optimistically. The Enterprises, 105. Though not yet making a profit, was expanding its market and continuing to develop the concept of workers' control of the unit. White Rock Industrial Estate, meanwhile, had launched an appeal for subscriptions on December 1, 1971. It had already been established through a survey carried out by St. Thomas's School that the unemployment rate for the heads of household in Ballymurphy was 47%, or the same figure arrived at by Tony Spencer in his Tale of Two Surveys. It was also suspected that the figure was somewhere around 40% in Turf Lodge, which lay directly across the Springfield Road from the industrial estate site. This was confirmed at 38% in November 1972. The corresponding figure for Belfast County Borough was 5.8%. In a press release, the Industrial Estate Management pointed out that 30,000 people lived in its catchment area, 57% of whom were below the age of 20. If the area was extended to bring in Andersonstown, you were talking about a population of 55,000, greater than Bangor, Lisbon, or Newtown Abbey, where there were little or no social or recreational facilities, no shopping facilities, and most important, no employment opportunities. 5. It further pointed out that 45% of all jobs attracted to the north between 1945 and 1966 went to the Belfast urban area. The nationalist enclave of West Belfast, the most densely populated part of the city, had only been allocated 4.9% of the total employment figure on a locality basis. 6. The industrial estate would, hopefully, help redress the balance by providing 1,000 jobs. A 10-year development plan envisaged the building of 40 units. The first, a candle factory in an old byre, would begin production in the spring. Initially, industrialists would be encouraged to set up business on a capitalist basis. Later, when sufficient income was being generated, cooperatives would be established to coexist alongside the capitalist ventures. The government had agreed to pay for security at the estate, and to build a training unit where young people could become skilled in various trades. A remarkable venture known as the Lazy Acre was also creating jobs. It had begun as the Riverbed Landscaping Scheme under the Borough of Belfast Urban and Rural Improvement Campaign, but nobody ever called it that again. The idea was to pipe the Clowney stream that ran between Springhill and Ballymurphy, and convert the surrounding area into playing fields and a children's playground. The scheme would employ local labor. It was a fine idea, the management of which had been briefly considered by the BTA before it shied away from it inexplicably. And a fine idea it would remain. It may have had something to do with the war, or the roughness of the terrain, or the continuous arrests of the workers, or the loaning of the JCB for various community ventures, which at one point included the assault upon, and demolition of, an army sangar at Corey's timber yard, or the easy conversion of Springhill Avenue's gable walls into 106. A handball alley, but whatever it was, it worked, and the scheme didn't. Until the Lazy Acre became a legend. Years later, when the scheme finally folded, it was widely rumored that the greatest burst of activity to ever afflict the site occurred one Tuesday morning when the present writer's motorbike backfired loudly in Ballymurphy Road and the boys thought they were being shot at. Just as the Ballymurphy community was continuing to expand its activities during the early months of 1972, so too were the Republicans, the Loyalists, and the British Army. Hardly a day passed without the smoke from burning buildings billowing into the skies over Belfast. Flying glass had become known as Belfast confetti, as IRA car bombs, introduced in March, blitzed the city centre. Nationalist areas were armed camps under siege by the British Army, and increasingly by the Loyalists who were stepping up their assassination campaign. By May, the Ulster Defence Association, UDA, claiming 50,000 members, was drilling openly, without interference from the British Army, while the victims of UDA, UVF and Loyalist tartan gang killings were found in their homes, streets, pubs, and places of work. Soon, Belfast city centre was a ghost town after 6 p.m., the main arteries virtually devoid of pedestrians as every passing car became a potential gun attack, every parked car a potential bomb. Units of the British Army's Special Air Service, SAS, were also now prowling the streets looking for victims. The number of sectarian killings carried out by plainclothes units of this regiment, or its agents, will probably never be known. But it can be established that they were operating in the north since at least April 15, 1972, the day the Conway brothers were shot in Ballymurphy. The SAS had been deployed in the north as early as July 1970, when the Heath Cabinet sent 45 men from the Counterinsurgency Regiment to Belfast for specialist training on the local situation. After further training in Britain, these men returned to Belfast at the end of the year, and were placed with the 39th Infantry Brigade under the command of Brigadier Frank Kitson. Kitson, who had a long history of involvement with British military intelligence and covert operations in several colonial situations, was the author of Low-Intensity Operations, Subversion, Counterinsurgency, and Peacekeeping, a blueprint for a new concept of political military counterinsurgency. In a changing world, in which European rulers feared the internal enemy as much as any, Kitson's theories were of special interest. Covering the control of populations, psychological warfare, the containment and destruction of civil disobedience, methods of surveillance, the infiltration and manipulation of political groups, and the creation of an administration that is subservient to the military need, Kitson offered a means whereby governments could prepare in advance to make the army ready to deal with subversion, insurrection, and peacekeeping operations. 107. During the second half of the 1970s. 7. He was given Ireland as his experimental laboratory and the SAS as his vanguard. The 22nd SAS is the Dirty Tricks Unit of the Secret Intelligence Service, SIS, of the British Foreign Office. Established in 1950, its mission orders include information gathering, surveillance and community relations, the ambush and harassment of insurgents and liaison with, and organization of, friendly guerrilla forces operating against the common enemy. 8. In line with Kitson's principles, members of this secret regiment had attached themselves to regular units, building up intelligence on nationalist areas. Others were co-opted onto the vital centers of the counterinsurgency machine. Communications, propaganda, the military intelligence units of the Defense Intelligence Staff in liaison with the MI5 Security Service, and psychological operations, SIOPs. They had also formed semi-autonomous hit squads and were infiltrating loyalist organizations at the same time. Operating as the Military Reconnaissance Force, MRF, the SAS claimed its first victims, the Conway brothers, at the junction of White Rock and Ballymurphy roads in April 1972. Gary and John Conway were about to set off for the city center where they ran a fruit and vegetable stall. When they reached the gates of St. Thomas's School, a car drew up in front of them and 3 armed men jumped out. The brothers turned and ran as the men opened fire. The incident was later graphically described by one of the 3 gunmen. "We had a death list with names and photos, with the orders shoot on sight. One of the soldiers saw James Bryson, a man on the list, and another whose name I forget. We swerved our car in front of them, and leapt out, drawing our pistols, and opened fire. They tried to run down an alley. We ran after them and the patrol commander gave the order bullets. I scored several hits myself, both men were severely wounded. We radioed for a uniformed patrol. When it turned up, their commander said to ours, 'You stupid bastards, you've shot the wrong fuckers.' The army issued a statement alleging that the men had shot at us and that the army had a pistol to prove it. This was a lie." 9. A month later, CESA, Catholic Ex-Servicemen's Association, vigilante, Patrick McVeigh, was murdered, and 4 others wounded, by a mobile MRF patrol at a barricade in Andersonstown. Nobody at the barricade had been armed. On June 22, in a similar incident, 3 black taxi drivers and a nearby resident were cut down by Thompson submachine gun bullets fired from a passing car on the Glen Road. Subsequently, 2 soldiers were charged. They were later acquitted, but an illuminating feature of the trial was the assertion by one of them that the ammunition used in the attack belongs to the police at Castlereagh and was issued by the Special Branch 10. The attack had been a crude attempt to discredit the IRA, for whom the Thompson was a standard weapon at the time. As time passed, the MRF/SAS would also take their share of casualties in gun battles and as a result of IRA intelligence work. They had a particularly bad day on October 2, 1972, when a Ballymurphy connection put the Foursquare Laundry and the Gemini Health Studios out of business. On the morning in question, the Foursquare van was in Twinbrook Estate when 2 men sprang from a car and sprayed it with submachine gun fire. The driver, Bobby Jones, pulled out a Browning automatic pistol, then slumped over the wheel dead. his sister, who was collecting laundry, became hysterical as the volunteers drove off. The IRA claimed to have also killed 2 other agents in a hidden observation compartment in the roof, but this was denied by the military. Along with the direct information gained by chatting casually to people in the street and taking photographs, the laundry had been an ideal cover for the surreptitious forensic testing of clothing. The Gemini Health Studios, on the other hand, was part of a network of massage parlors and prostitutes used to blackmail people into spying on the IRA. There, the IRA claimed to have killed 2 more British agents. Army headquarters again denied the loss of the Gemini agents, or that the massage parlor was in any way connected with the military. But later on, after the IRA had given detailed information of the attack, a large body of soldiers arrived to remove equipment from the Antrim Road Health Studios. In the veil of secrecy that followed, bodies may well have been removed. The IRA's success was a direct result of British tactics. Since the beginning, the MRF had actively recruited IRA renegades into its ranks to become key operatives. Among them was Kevin McKee, 19, from Ballymurphy, who disappeared, along with a number of others, around Christmas 1971 after being arrested by the British Army. Some months later he turned up unexpectedly in the area, carrying an Army-issue Browning pistol, and fell into the hands of the local volunteers. Under questioning, he told the IRA that he had been living in Palace Barracks along with several other missing people and had been trained as an MRF operative. The volunteers listened in astonishment as he outlined the extent of military undercover operations, including the 4 Square Laundry and the Gemini Health Studios. He was afterwards executed by the IRA and his body was buried secretly south of the border. He is still officially listed as missing. 109. The more subtle side of Kitson's blueprint for repression, intelligence work, the militarization of the courts and media, and psychological operations, SIOPs, were well underway in 1972. On the intelligence front, the IRA was keeping pace, causing acute embarrassment from time to time by its own disclosures and the evidence turning up in many raids. In May 1974, the British discovered the IRA's director of operations in a house in the upper-class Malone area of Belfast. They also found a store of telephone recordings going back to 1971. Despite sophisticated scrambling devices, the provisionals had been successfully tapping military and RUC telephones for years. As regards the militarization of the media, the BBC has, since 1941, been strongly influenced by British intelligence, its external services supervised and funded by the Foreign Office. In her extensive investigation of media treatment of the Northern conflict, Liz Curtis listed 45 TV programs on the North that were banned or tampered with between 1968 and 1983. 11 In its psychological war, the British Army had, since 1969, been attempting to isolate the Republican guerrillas from their communities by every means at their disposal, from outright terror to community relations. In several cases, youth clubs and social centers were erected by the military as a gesture of goodwill, to be promptly demolished by Republicans in recognition of the spirit from which they had emanated. So ludicrous did the community relations illusion become that, in early 1973, at a meeting convened by the Community and Youth Service Association, Major Howard James of SIOP's headquarters in Lisbon saw fit to announce that he had 15,000 community relations officers in the field. Pity about the corpses left in their wake. In later years, the British Army's community relations role would extend to the planning of housing and roads, the erection of a Berlin Wall in Belfast, and the redevelopment of whole areas to suit British operational needs. The RUC also jumped on the community relations bandwagon, employing 60 community relations officers by 1977 and operating blue lamp discos in loyalist areas. Direct community relations, however, proved an abject failure in nationalist areas. But the upheaval of academic interest in what was happening in the working class areas provided an alternative source of intelligence material, while the massive influx of voluntary workers during summer schemes opened up a neat avenue of infiltration into close-knit communities. This was used at least once in Ballymurphy by British intelligence, and once, it is believed locally, by the CIA. Since the abolition of Stormont in March, the war had continued without respite, but some dissension was beginning to appear in nationalist ranks. On March 20, in Lower Dungal Street, an IRA bomb had killed 2 RUC men and 4 civilians, and injured scores of others. The scale of 110. The civilian casualties rebounded badly on the IRA despite their accusation that people had deliberately been moved from an adjoining street by British forces, who had been warned of the bomb's actual location. On March 30, an Anderson's Town woman was killed in crossfire during a gun battle between troops and the IRA, prompting the development of a small peace movement in the area. Over the following weeks, the SDLP, the clergy, and the media orchestrated a peace campaign which was to find a degree of ambiguous support among the more war-weary of the nationalist community. Others, however, fiercely opposed the Stop the War meetings, agreeing with the IRA line that the British were politically bankrupt, that they knew they were losing the war, and all that was needed was one final heave. Although there were also those in the IRA who felt that a breather might be in order for the volunteers, the idea of a ceasefire, as advocated by the nationalist middle class and the peace women, was firmly rejected. In Ballymurphy, the volunteers endorsed that position on April 6, when they wounded an RUC man in yet another gun attack on the Taggart. The next day, as Whitelaw released 73 internees, the Taggart and an army post at Vere Foster School came under sustained attack. Peter Syme, 22, of the King's Own Scottish Borderers, was shot dead. In the evening, bonfires burned throughout the Upper Springfield to welcome home the released internees. May was a bad month in Ballymurphy. It began with a riot, sparked off when soldiers in armored cars fired rubber bullets at a group of toddlers playing in a sandpit. On May 2, the IRA decided to move against Corey's timber yard, which had repeatedly been used by the military and by loyalists for sniping attacks on the area. Overlooking Spring Hill and West Rock, it also afforded the British an ideal surveillance platform. The yard was attacked with a deluge of petrol bombs and blast bombs, tossed over the high wall. The timber yard survived, but a heavy gun battle broke out in Spring Hill and Ballymurphy between the troops and the IRA. A soldier was wounded in Corey's, as was 17-year-old William Robinson, an employee at the yard, and in Ballymurphy Drive 14-year-old John Armstrong was shot in the back by a stray bullet. Much of the afternoon's gunfire centered around the Wilsons' community house, where a meeting was in progress. The author, who was not long in Ballymurphy at the time, attended that meeting along with Jenny Quigley, one of the voluntary workers at the BTA Youth Club. To the newly initiated novice it was quite beyond belief, as the military and the IRA alternately occupied the front garden, as rifles and submachine guns blazed and blast bombs exploded, the people in the house continued their discourse with an imperturbability that would have done the Buddha proud. It was only when a bomb landed directly outside the window that 111. The meeting rushed for the back door with Jim Donnelly from West Rock muttering in disgust at having to endure such a Laurel and Hardy act. Then, to crown the farce, a young boy ran in through the back door saying, "It's okay. It's only a wee bomb." The next day another attempt was made to burn down Corey's. This time a truck was driven into the wall and set alight. In the subsequent gun battle a soldier was wounded. There was also a sectarian clash at the Spring Hill/Spring Martin flashpoint on the Springfield Road. To separate the combatants, the RUC talked the Loyalists back up the Spring Martin Road while the British Army blasted the Nationalists with rubber bullets. At 9:30 p.m. a second soldier was wounded when a patrol raced into Kelly's bar at the White Rock/Springfield Junction in search of a wanted man. All they found was the usual quota of bar philosophers, and when they came out they were shot at from Dermot Hill. The sectarian trouble, small-scale rioting and gun battles went on for the next 10 days. On May 5, a sniper wounded a soldier near St. Bernadette's School in an action that was typical of the period. The British Army came in, the IRA engaged them, a soldier was wounded, and the army retreated. 2 days later the troops again made a lightning raid into Ballymurphy estate, this time to the bull ring where a young man was tied to a lamp post. Leaping from their armored cars, they charged to the rescue only to discover that the victim, plastered in flour, lipstick, and tomato ketchup, was undergoing a traditional Belfast prenuptial ceremony. On April 1, 1971 the military had descended on another such incident in Ballymurphy. The tarred and feathered victim on that occasion was a tailor's dummy adorned with a placard that read April Fool. On May 11, 2 buses were hijacked and burned at the waste ground beside the BTA Community Center. The army arrived, stopped with the backs of their vehicles facing Ballymurphy estate, and piled out, straight into an ambush. 6 soldiers were wounded before they managed to withdraw, speeding down the White Rock Road towards the Royal Victoria Hospital. This particular regiment, the King's Own, was eventually withdrawn from Ballymurphy owing to its casualty rate. The local IRA described them as being so amateurish that you'd have pity on them. One volunteer recalled that Toddler Tolan used them for a while as an alternative to the stand-up targets at the IRA firing range when training new recruits. There was a patrol of them in Spring Hill one day, and Toddler had all the young lads over in Devesmore Park lined up against the gable end of a house waiting their turn to have a go at them with a Sten. Between digs, he'd show the next one how to use the gun, without any fear of the Brits doing any damage. 112. Throughout this period gunfire in Ballymurphy was no longer reported by the media, as was the case in other Republican areas of the North, but, during the weekend of May 13 and 14, 1972, the Upper Springfield again made banner headlines. At 5:17 p.m. on Saturday, May 13, Kelly's Bar at the White Rock/Springfield Junction was crowded with customers watching the England v Germany football match and listening to the racing results from the Curragh when a UVF bomb exploded at the front door. 63 people were injured. John Moran, who worked in the bar, would later die from his injuries. Mick Clark of the BTA was sitting in the back room along with Charlie Tolan and Barney Vallely when a hoof sound brought the windows in on top of them. Ever after Mick Clark was grateful to fellow customer Sammy McHugh who, in the face of much jocular derision, had cross-taped the glass a few days earlier so that it wouldn't become lethal. Shrapnel in such an eventuality. At another table Hugh McCormick, former secretary of the BTA, was being bowled over by what he remembered as the strongest drink of my life. I had just put the glass to my lips when the world went up around me. Once the initial shock had subsided, those who had been in the back rooms rushed into the front of the bar where most of the damage had been done. Mick Clark and the others began to work with the wounded in the chaos and rubble of the explosion. One man, Matt Cassidy, looked pretty bad. I got out through the front door to the street, where a young lad was lying, young John Moran, a student from Turf Lodge, who worked part-time at the bar. By then a big crowd had gathered and the ambulances were starting to arrive. We got the wounded into the ambulances, but had a terrible job with John Moran who was badly injured. Then one of the ambulance men said to me, "I think you should come along too." I had a nick in the head and was bleeding heavily but hadn't noticed. Before getting in, I called back to see if my 16-year-old son Gerard, who also worked in the bar, was okay. Gerard McGlade, who thought I was calling to him, answered yes. But, unknown to me, my Gerard was lying outside at the White Rock end of Kelly's with a blazing motorbike on top of him. As we made our way down the Springfield Road in the ambulance, the shooting started. 13. As the first casualties were being whisked off to hospital, UVF gunmen opened up from the flats on the ridge in Spring Martin, scattering rescue workers and ambulance personnel, wounding a number of people, and sending 2 army vehicles scurrying for the safety of the Taggart. Within minutes Jim Bryson, Tommy Tolan, Mickey Clark, whose brother had just been badly injured, and a number of other IRA volunteers left the top of the White Rock Road in a taxi and made for the center of Ballymurphy. After a quick muster of volunteers and weapons, the IRA began to return fire into Spring Martin. Immediately, the military at the Taggart opened up on Ballymurphy, while other soldiers fired from the flats occupied by the UVF gunmen. Meanwhile, 3 buses had been commandeered and thrown across the Springfield Road to obscure the firing line from Spring Martin. At the same time, a young volunteer, who had been accidentally shot during an arms training session in a local house shortly before the bomb went off, had to be taken to safety. At Kelly's itself, the remaining bar staff and customers were busy mopping up the debris and boarding up the windows, and drink was stoically still being served. Gary McGlade, who was the manager at Kelly's at the time, had been blown off his feet by the explosion, but was otherwise uninjured. Later he recalled 2 incidents, which to his mind were significant. The night before, we had been sitting at a table near the window having a staff drink. It was about 12:30, when a shot came through the glass and buried itself in a mirror at the other side of the bar. We immediately turned off the lights, which, with hindsight, was probably a bad mistake. I reckon that the UVF were just finding their range. For the next day, and us turning off the light gave them their clue. Then, on the day of the bomb, an odd thing happened. Shortly before the explosion, a stranger of about 50-odd turned up at the door and said that there was trouble down the Kashmir and we should get on down there. It was a very strange thing for someone to do, and to this day I think that he was probably a scout for the bombers. 14. Gary McGlade was still in the bar as Tommy McElroy, the 50-year-old barperson, served up the drinks to those who had cleared up the mess. Tommy had his hand to the optic when a bullet came through the window and shot him through the heart. We knew straight away that he was dead, but, just in case, we rushed him to the hospital anyway. The Brits had sealed off the bottom of the White Rock and they wouldn't let us through at first. And on the way home we had to come up through Turf Lodge. 15. For the remainder of Saturday the British Army made no attempt to move further up the White Rock Road than its junction with Britain's Parade. Throughout the night they maintained their position, pinned down by sniper fire from several directions, including Turf Lodge, as the gun battle raged along the base of the mountain. At the same time news came in of heavy gunfire in the Grosvenor Road, Rodney, and Old Park areas of the city, with isolated incidents elsewhere, along with confirmation that 2 more local people had been killed. 32-year-old Robert McMullen of Moyard Parade had been shot, either by the British Army or the UVF in Spring Martin, while 16-year-old Michael McGee, a member of Fianna Éireann, was hit by a stray IRA bullet in New Barnsley Parade. An attempt by neighbours to get young McGee to hospital in time to save his life proved futile, and ended in a prolonged assault on the 2 men who accompanied him. Eamon Logan, who lived at the bottom of New Barnsley Parade, had run from his house to where Geraldine Brennan and Bimbo O'Ra, 2 friends of the wounded youth, were trying to carry him to safety. He and another neighbor, Joe Slavin, took over, lifting the youth into a car that had arrived on the scene. When they got to the Royal Victoria Hospital, the car left, Michael McGee was wheeled off by hospital staff, and Logan and Slavin were arrested. They were brought downstairs in a lift to the basement to a secret military post. An ordinary corridor, sandbagged and full of troops. After a while one of the Brits brought in a combat unit in a plastic bag and said that a soldier named Buckley had been shot dead near Kelly's. They then started kicking us and generally abusing us, and this went on for hours. 16. 116. Later they were brought to Springfield Road Barracks where they were made to stand nose to the wall for hour after hour of kickings, mock executions and whacking with the rifles. They were released at 5 a.m., battered and bloodied, to make their own way home through the gunfire of the falls. The soldier who had been killed, Corporal Alan Buckley, 22, of the 1st Battalion of the King's Own Regiment, had been shot while behind the Browning machine gun of a Ferret armoured car. Another had been wounded. On Sunday morning, the IRA mounted a Lewis gun on a coal shed close to the rear entrance of St. Bernadette's School and later moved it to another coal shed in Ballymurphy Drive. This added tremendously to the firepower of the volunteers who were still blasting away at Spring Martin and the Taggart and Veer Foster posts from positions in Moyard, New Barnsley, Ballymurphy, and Springhill. Bryson was operating the Lewis gun while a teenage girl changed the ammunition pans. As the gun moved about the area, large groups of children followed, singing Republican songs. At one stage the children became such a danger to themselves that Bryson had to take drastic action to clear them out of Spring Martin's line of fire. Some 50 of them had gathered on a wall behind the Lewis, cheering wildly at each burst, and refusing point blank to go home. In desperation, Bryson swung the gun around and roared that anyone not off the wall in 2 seconds was a goner. It worked admirably. In the early afternoon the British Army made an attempt to come up the White Rock Road. The leading armoured car, however, was cut to ribbons by rifle fire, and the soldiers who had been moving under its cover were forced to take shelter in the cemetery. They, and the armoured car, had to be rescued and the army retreated. At about 6 p.m. 17-year-old John Peedlow was shot dead in Spring Martin by the IRA, who claimed to have hit several Loyalist gunmen. 3 hours later 13-year-old Martha Campbell was shot dead in Spring Hill. Tommy Ramsey, 28, who lived with his wife, Kate, and their 4 children at the top of Spring Hill Crescent, saw the young girl trapped along with a friend at McStravick's Gable Wall. There was heavy firing from the Spring Martin flats. Then there was a lull of about 15 to 20 seconds. They knew that if they could make it to the next alley they'd have a clear run through to De Wilson's house and on into Ballymurphy. They started to run and the wee girl Campbell lost her shoe. Just as she stopped to pick it up there was a bladder of gunfire and she was hit in the neck. I picked her up and carried her to the nearest house and sent in for Kate. Some of the first aid people who were based at the bottom of Spring Hill Avenue came up, but she was dead when they got there. 17. By then some 300 paratroopers under Colonel Derek Wilford, who had presided over the Bloody Sunday massacre, began to move in from the Springfield Road direction and from the mountain to support the besieged members of the King's Regiment. For the next hour the IRA fought a fierce rearguard action back through Moyard, New Barnsley, and Ballymurphy. Then shortly after dark, as the Paras moved forward under a screen of coloured smoke, and were shot at by some of their colleagues who had moved into Spring Martin, the IRA melted off quietly into the night. By Monday morning nothing was left but the bullet cases, the burnt-out cars, the bullet holes, and the broken barricades. The Paras were dug in on the mountain and at St. Peter's and St. Thomas's schools, and the area was swamped by military vehicles. After a couple of days the Paras left and the area returned to normal, but not before the pride of the British Army had ploughed their armoured cars through the mourners at Michael Magee's funeral. 3 days after the bombing of Kelly's Bar, the war against the British shifted its focus. 40 Republicans in Crumlin Road Prison embarked on a hunger strike for political status. Led by Billy McKee, former commander of Belfast's 3rd Battalion, the volunteers said they would fast until death unless their demands were met. In the South, meanwhile, Lynch had 118 moved against the Republicans, more than 100 of whom had already been jailed for activities in the 26 counties. Despite occasional Republican rhetoric, Fianna Fáil felt threatened by militant republicanism which had become such a force throughout the country, and was once again challenging the political regimes in Ireland. The first opportunity to increase anti-republican repression was therefore fully exploited. It came on May 26, when provisionals in Mountjoy Jail, also campaigning for political status, rioted in protest against attempts to enforce prison regulations. Lynch opened up the military detention camp at the Curragh in County Kildare and transferred all who had participated in the riot into military custody, while no jury courts were set up to fight republicanism. The Republicans, however, were undeterred, and the campaign for political status continued. Meanwhile, in Derry, the pressure for a ceasefire mounted. On May 19, the British Army had killed a 15-year-old boy in the Bogside. The next day the official IRA shot dead 19-year-old William Best of the Royal Irish Rangers in retaliation. But Best was no ordinary British soldier. A Catholic from Craigan, he was home on leave from a posting in Germany, and his regiment, along with the other 2 Irish regiments in the British Army, had never served in the north. There was bitter reaction in the nationalist areas of Derry, 2,000 people marched in protest and the officials' Derry headquarters were taken over. 9 days later, on May 29, 1972, the officials, dismayed by the slackening of support for the organization, called an indefinite ceasefire. In The Secret Army, Bowyer Bell points out that, in large part, as a result of the fallout from their ruthless and inept military operations and in part in fear of a Protestant backlash, the officials announced a ceasefire. 18 To the official leadership, it was the end of a long period of tortured confusion. They could now resume their strategy of gradualist reform. In the South it was pretended that the official IRA no longer existed, and even in the North, where their obvious presence, and their participation in future feuds, made this notion more difficult to foster, similar claims were made. By the end of the 1970s, the officials, having changed their name to the Workers' Party, were announcing that they had no political prisoners, thus disclaiming those doing time for activities carried out under the very leadership that now condemned terrorism. Loyalist tactics were also evolving, with the declaration on May 13 that barricades had gone up in East Belfast and the Shankill, and that token barricades would be erected every weekend of the coming 5 weeks. If the British refused to move against the nationalist no-go areas, the UDA warned, then the Loyalist barricades would become permanent. On May 20 the Loyalist barricades went up again. This time the British Army tried to bulldoze them away in the east of the city, sparking off a weekend of rioting, after which the British made no further attempt to interfere with. 119. The Loyalist no-go areas. Behind the barricades, nationalist families were attacked, intimidated, and driven out, while the British Army and the RUC maintained cordial relationships with the masked vigilantes of the UDA. Despite the organization's involvement in robberies, intimidation, and assassinations, some UDA leaders were issued gun licenses by the authorities during this period. On May 21, as the riots continued in East Belfast, Loyalist snipers again opened fire on Ballymurphy. 20 young members of the Liam McParland accordion band had gathered at the steps of St. Bernadette's School when the shots rang out, wounding 17-year-old Anne McBride in the stomach and Liam Thornton, also 17, in the left hand. Sniping from Spring Martin was so common during early 1972 that few people ventured out onto the Springfield Road unless it was absolutely necessary. 2 days later, Private Eustace Handley, 20, of the King's Regiment, was shot dead in Springhill Avenue, and 19-year-old John Moran of Turf Lodge died in hospital from injuries received at Kelly's Bar. And on the night of May 28, James Keir, 21, of White Rock Drive was making his way home along the Springfield Road when he was shot dead from a passing car at the junction of the West Circular Road by the UVF. By the beginning of June, the Provisionals were under increasing pressure to call a halt to hostilities. The day before the official ceasefire, a premature explosion in the Short Strand had killed 4 IRA volunteers and 4 civilians and had blown away half of Anderson Street. Although the South was still a relatively safe haven for Republicans, the fact that the IRA and Sinn Féin had made no serious attempt to build up a political base there allowed the Dublin establishment to present the fall of Stormont as a victory for nationalists, and the Provos as mad bombers bent on jeopardizing that victory. The fact that the SDLP, the most publicized spokespersons of Northern nationalists, were pushing the exact same line, helped enormously. Whitelaw, meanwhile, had met UDA leaders, masks and uniforms being no deterrent, at the beginning of June to try to persuade them not to erect permanent no-go areas. They agreed to postpone their action for the time being. By June 6, when yet another soldier, George Lee, 22, of the Duke of Wellington Regiment, was shot dead in Ballymurphy, rumors of an IRA ceasefire were rampant, as the media and clergy argued that no support remained for the armed struggle. On June 13, the Provisionals held a referendum in Derry. The people of the Bogside, Creggan, and Brandywell were asked to give their verdict on the IRA campaign. The response was overwhelmingly in favor of continued hostilities, 87% of the total poll. But, despite the non-compromising exterior of the Republican position, peace feelers were already out. the Derry referendum being simply an indicator to the British that the IRA was negotiating from a position of strength. 120. At the beginning of June, at a press conference in Free Derry, Sean Maxty O'Fane, Dathy O'Connell and Seamus Toomey, the IRA Chief of Staff, the Vice President of Sinn Féin, and the Belfast IRA commander, offered William Whitelaw, the British Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, safe passage into the IRA-controlled section of the city to discuss the terms of a truce. Whitelaw refused the offer. John Hume of the SDLP then intervened. He asked if the IRA would allow him to carry out further negotiations with Whitelaw. The Republicans agreed, and discussions began between Hume and the Northern Ireland office at Stormont. Hume told Whitelaw that negotiations towards peace were possible if the British agreed to two preconditions. First, the demands of the hunger strikers for political status would have to be met, and secondly, Gary Adams, already a key member of the Republican movement, would have to be released from internment before any negotiations could commence. The release of Adams presented no real problem for Whitelaw. The British, who were unhappy with the publicity surrounding internment, had already released 550 internees, more than half of the total held, while they worked out an alternative method of achieving the same ends. The release of one more internee would not create any undue ripples. However, the granting of political status, even in the face of a politically devastating hunger strike, was anathema to the administration in London. The granting of prisoner of war status to the IRA prisoners, a status automatically granted to the internees in the long cash cages, would have long-term consequences on the international stage of world opinion, a fact only too well understood by a country steeped in a history of colonial wars. But Whitelaw and Maudling, the Home Secretary, argued that the only way forward was to negotiate with the IRA. Political status was accordingly granted to both Republican and Loyalist prisoners on June 20, 1972. By then, the death toll from the beginning of the year was 171, 115 civilians, 47 British soldiers, including 9 members of the UDR, 7 members of the RUC, 1 RUC reservist and 1 Garda killed in an explosion in the south. Hundreds of others had been injured. On June 22, the IRA announced that a ceasefire would take effect at midnight on June 26. In the 24 hours leading up to the truce, the North was rocked by IRA attacks, bombings, gun attacks, hijackings, and bank robberies, one in which 3 nuns robbed the Allied Irish Bank in Castle Street, Belfast. An RUC man was killed in Newry, a soldier was killed in Derry, and at a minute to midnight, a second soldier was killed in Belfast. Then midnight, and silence, as both sides sat back to study their positions in relation to the coming negotiations. 121. 10. The West Rock Massacre. There was a carnival atmosphere in Ballymurphy. The British had agreed to stay out of nationalist areas. The arms raids and swoops for wanted guerrillas were over. The beatings, riots and gun battles were no longer the norm. You could go to the shops, let the children play in the street, sit in the front garden in the sun, without fear of finding yourself in the middle of a gunfight or surrounded by belligerent troops. Barricades went up on the perimeters of the estates, but they were more a symbol of victory than fear, although there was still the unknown element of loyalist response to the truce. Behind the barricades a clean-up of the streets was coordinated by the BTA youth workers, and the glass and rubble of 2 years' conflict was swept up, exposing once more the long-forgotten tarmac. Plans for a summer camp on the Leslie estate in Glasslough, County Monaghan forged ahead. And Fred Bass was back with his summer play scheme. The upper Springfield was patrolled by armed IRA volunteers, while sentry posts were built at each entrance from the main roads. Owen Amian, a young man with a learning disability, who was nonetheless well integrated within the community, was at the barricades, complete with mask and toy pistol. In the empty flats above the Bull Ring the Provost had set up headquarters, as Jim Bryson and his comrades toured the area in a liberated jeep, neatly emblazoned with the Republican logo and the words Oglake na Ariane. A single car seat was welded to the roof, where the famed Lewis gun was mounted. Their public semetal but one. To the British, the truce was a desperately sought breakthrough in the deadlock that had existed since the introduction of internment, a deadlock compounded by the fall of Stormont. With the Loyalists uncooperative and the SDLP and NICRAS still refusing to talk until internment was ended, Whitelaw had argued that private negotiations with the IRA might lead to further development. Already Whitelaw had hinted at negotiations when he announced in Parliament plans for a conference on the North's future to which all shades of opinion would be invited. The Northern Ireland Secretary's analysis that such a truce could be achieved at little real cost, and that a lengthy cessation of hostilities would make the IRA's return to armed resistance all the more difficult, was accepted by the British cabinet. The IRA also felt that dialogue was desirable. If nothing else, it would show that they were reasonable people, and there was always the possibility that the British might actually be ready to accede to Republican demands. The central demand was British recognition of the right of the Irish people as a whole to self-determination. In other words, the Loyalist veto, granted by the Government of Ireland Act 1949, would have to be abolished. There would also have to be a date for British withdrawal, and a general amnesty for political prisoners in British and Irish jails. These demands, however, were now tabled as long-term objectives to be considered as the subject of future negotiations that would eventually lead to Irish reunification. In the interim, to make the truce viable, the British were offered 5 conditions: the release of internees, the repeal of the Special Powers Act, the removal of the ban on Sinn Féin, the elimination of oaths of allegiance to the Crown, required of certain public office holders and election candidates, and the confirmation of proportional representation for northern elections. The Republican demands brought no immediate public response from the British, but Whitelaw indicated privately that some of the points appeared reasonable and would be carefully considered. However, given British and NATO interests in maintaining a military presence in Ireland, and the North's further role in testing Kitson's theories, there was little chance of the IRA's key demands being met. Instead, while playing for time, the British appeared to believe they might be able to sway the IRA away from its demands, bringing it around to a more sympathetic view of the British position. There was also a possibility that the Provisionals would be willing to bargain. The discovery by the British that the IRA had a coherent political ideology came as a great surprise in Whitehall circles, and was soon being acknowledged by sections of the British media. The Times wrote, "The Provisionals, who are now under able political leadership, are bent upon having a say in any Northern Ireland settlement proportionate to their power. And that power has not been extinguished. The concessions that Mr. Whitelaw is making to the IRA in particular and the Catholic community in general are not yet complete." 2. Impressed by the IRA's sincerity and its presentation of a political prospectus, the British government decided to sit at the bargaining table with the Republicans. Nothing would be lost by talking, and, if the whole affair collapsed, word of the talks would be leaked to Dublin, where Lynch, again upstaged by the Provos, might be prompted to crack down on republicanism with renewed vigor. On July 7, the Provo delegation was flown to London by the RAF for a secret meeting at the exclusive Chelsea home of Junior Minister and Guinness heir Paul Ciaran. The IRA participants were Sean Maxty O'Fane, Dathy O'Connell, Seamus Toomey, Martin McGuinness, O/C of the Derry Brigade, Gary Adams, and Ivor Bell, O/C of the 1st Battalion, Belfast Brigade. Miles Shevlin of Provisional Sinn Féin was the 7th member of the delegation. The Provos placed on the table their demands for a permanent peace settlement, along with their 5 interim points. Whitelaw promised that the British government would consider the package and meet again with the IRA in a week's time. In the meantime, the IRA and British Army would both have freedom of the streets in the north. The IRA could bear arms as long as open displays were limited to Republican areas, and searches of individuals, vehicles, and homes would cease. The IRA delegation returned home disappointed that no concessions had been made and conscious of the feeling among many volunteers that the British were not to be trusted and should be bombed and shot into submission. But the truce was still holding, and in a week's time, there might be a more positive British response. The IRA was never to find out what the response might have been. 124. Ever since the ceasefire announcement, loyalists had been incensed. The extreme right, long clamouring for a full British onslaught on nationalist areas, was outraged at what it saw as an IRA victory. Republicans, the avowed enemies of their state, were now openly carrying arms on the streets, and the British Army was pulling back from nationalist areas. In Derry, 3 of the Bogside's barricades came down to allow environmental work to take place, and in response the British vacated the Brandywell Army post. On June 27, the first day of the ceasefire, the Belfast News-Letter, organ of Unionist opinion, articulated the Loyalist view: a prospect of still further relaxation of the powers required to deal with terrorism is, perhaps, the most blatant example yet of the degree and the nature of the capitulation we have seen. 3. On the same day, a leaflet distributed in Ballymurphy and Andersonstown declared that the IRA was now assuming full control of law and order in Republican areas. Paisley reacted by demanding that IRA volunteers be hunted down. He warned the British government that, if they fail in this matter, they are only inviting an enraged Protestant community to take the law into its own hands and to execute vengeance. For the Ulster Protestant Volunteers, closely associated with Paisley, promised to resist with force if necessary any effort by the IRA to police these areas with the consent of the present administration. 5. It was also announced that all organizations associated with William Craig's vanguard, the Loyalist Association, former B Specials, the UDA, and the Orange Volunteers, had been placed on general alert. Craig described the truce as a certain recipe for civil war, and went on to echo Paisley's sentiments: if the security forces do not discharge their duty in apprehending the IRA terrorists, the Loyalists will have no option but to clean them out themselves and take such action as is necessary against the Republican community. 6. The Loyalist assassination squads concurred. During the next 2 weeks, gun attacks on nationalist areas, riots, mass intimidation of nationalists out of all remaining mixed neighborhoods, and a string of assassinations punctuated the truce. In Belfast, huge sections of the city were barricaded off and patrolled by armed vigilantes. 15 people died in sectarian killings between June 27 and July 9. 3 others were shot dead as they crashed through IRA roadblocks. The first death of the truce was that of 38-year-old Bernard Norney of New Barnsley Crescent, shot on the morning of June 27, on the White Rock Road at an IRA checkpoint, designed, ironically, to protect the area from Loyalist assassins. 9 of these killings, including the murder of 2 Protestant brothers because they had Catholic girlfriends, were carried out by Loyalist gunmen, whereas the others were the work of IRA or other Republican cells. Sectarian attacks by Republican elements continued intermittently until the mid-1970s, when they were finally stamped out by the Republican leadership. 125. With the upsurge in sectarian killings, the North was engulfed in a new kind of fear. Nobody was safe anywhere anymore. At the same time, it was clear that the Loyalists, particularly the UDA, were determined to force the British into renewing the war. On June 28, UDA leaders had told Whitelaw that their position remained unchanged on the Republican no-go areas: unless the British moved against them, more barricades would go up in Loyalist districts at the weekend. In Belfast on the same day, 1,000 khaki-clad, bush-hat UDA members marched at the funeral of John Brown, a UDA member killed during the previous weekend's disturbances. The following day, June 29, 2,000 Loyalists, including 4 battalions of masked UDA men, marched through Armagh, while 500 other members attended the funeral of 32-year-old John Black, shot by troops during an attempt to remove Loyalist barricades in East Belfast on May 31. On Friday, June 30, UDA barricades went up in Belfast, Bangor, Ballymena, Lisbon, and Derry as a weekend of killing got underway. By Monday, 7 people were dead, and many working-class areas were pinned down by intercommunal sniper fire. 6 days on, and the fragile truce was buckling under pressure from the extreme right. In Ballymurphy, the optimism of the first days of the truce had been severely dented, By Monday, July 3, the BTA Community Center was again evacuating children to the refugee trains that would take them across the border. Meanwhile, rumors of imminent loyalist invasions were fueled by the mass mobilization of the UDA and a week-long deluge of anti-nationalist threats. Late on Monday afternoon, a car drove into Ballymurphy with word that the UDA was massing on the Springfield Road. Somebody had been monitoring a loyalist pirate radio station, broadcasting from Wilton Street in the Shankill area, and had heard the order go out to UDA units across the city to converge on the junction of Springfield Road and Ainsworth Avenue. An invasion of West Belfast by loyalists intent on penetrating the no-go areas was, apparently, about to begin. But, though a number of nationalist families living in mixed streets between the Springfield and Shankill were under immediate threat, the real reason for the UDA call-up was a confrontation that had developed between some of its units and the British Army. Earlier in the day, an attempt had been made to seal off another loyalist-controlled no-go area, which included the mixed streets. This time, however, the area was of strategic interest to the military, and hundreds of troops, supported by a heavy convoy of armored vehicles and Browning machine guns, were sent out to prevent the barricades from going up. By 7 p.m. 8,000 uniformed UDA men had gathered on the Springfield Road, having been ferried across the city in hijacked vehicles. Armed with guns, cudgels, iron bars, riot shields and bin lids, and backed up by 126 truckloads of bricks, bottles, and other missiles, they sang the sash and rattled their sabers at the troops. Unknown to the UDA and the troops, IRA units had also moved into the area. Prompted by the unsavory prospects on the Springfield Road, Whitelaw and General Robert Ford, GOC land forces, in talks lasting 4 hours, agreed a deal with UDA leaders. At 11 p.m. it was announced that joint UDA/British Army patrols would be conducted in the lower Springfield, and checkpoints between the Springfield and Shankill would be similarly controlled. The British Army and the UDA both hailed the outcome as a victory. As the late news told of further attacks on nationalists in Bangor and Carrickfergus, Republicans were beginning to wonder how many more UDA/British Army victories the truce would withstand. Over the next week, in a build-up to the 12th, hooded and masked members of the UDA, UVF and tartan gangs attacked homes and business premises while assassinations and sniping attacks were stepped up. In the upper Springfield, 2 men were shot from Spring Martin. The IRA returned fire, carefully avoiding the Taggart, and claimed 1 hit. At about the same time, Toddler Tolan decided to strike back directly at the UDA's Spring Martin Club. He and another volunteer drove across from Ballymurphy with rifles, ran from the car and kicked in the club door. As they did, 2 hands wrenched Tolan's rifle out of his arms, and the door was kicked shut. Both volunteers had to run for their lives. Armed loyalists also invaded nationalist homes in South Belfast on July 5, and told their occupants that they would be eliminated by July 12. Intimidation, Whitelaw said, is an abhorrent and despicable activity, and as nationalist homes burned, and 200 families fled loyalist Rathcoole, he announced the formation of the Public Protection Agency, which by some unfathomable means was going to counter intimidation. Meanwhile, the British Army and RUC colluded openly with the masked khaki-clad organizations responsible for the bulk of that intimidation. On July 7, at Tobermore, William Craig addressed a crowd of several thousand, including 400 UDA members and 800 Orange volunteers. If loyalists could not have their democratic rights, he told them, they would take up arms in the tradition of their forefathers. Meanwhile, in Belfast, another confrontation between the UDA and the British Army had ended in compromise. It was now becoming increasingly clear that the balancing act being played by the British could not last. Sooner or later they would either have to face down the loyalist challenge, or, to placate the loyalists, resume the war against the IRA. The Springfield Road encounter had embodied a significant shift in the latter direction. On Sunday, July 9, the UDA in East Belfast declared a 6th permanent no-go area. The British Army casually watched from a distance as D Street ceded from the state. By then the prospect of a war with the Loyalists had evaporated. The truce was breaking down on the other side of Belfast, only 2 days after the Chelsea meeting between Whitelaw and the IRA. A number of nationalist families, intimidated out of other parts of the city and subsequently granted tenancies in Lenadoon, had arrived with their furniture in the mixed estate on Friday afternoon. A contingent of the UDA had also arrived to prevent them from occupying the homes. The situation had been one of stalemate until Sunday, when the British Army decided on a show of force, against the nationalists. As tension rose in Lenadoon, young men from many parts of West Belfast began to converge on the estate. Several trucks left Ballymurphy with dozens of men, including most of the area's volunteers, on board. In the afternoon the British Army and UDA blocked a furniture van that was attempting to unload in front of one of the vacant units in Lenadoon. A Saracen rammed the truck and triggered off a riot. CS gas and rubber bullets were fired at the nationalists. Seamus Toomey on the spot, and Dathy O'Connell in Dublin, attempted to have the troops called off. O'Connell managed to get Whitelaw, who was in London, on the telephone. Whitelaw told him he would confer with his aides and ring back. The call is yet to come. At about 5 p.m. as the Lenadoon riot continued, the first shots were fired. At 9 p.m. the IRA Army Council announced, the truce between the IRA and British forces was broken without warning by British forces. Accordingly, all IRA units have been instructed to resume offensive action. 7:50 minutes later a new round of killings descended on Ballymurphy. At 9:50 p.m. a sniper in Corey's timber yard opened up on 2 cars sitting in West Rock. One immediately reversed, the other moved forward seeking cover among the aluminium bungalows, built as a temporary provision after World War II. As the occupants of the cars tumbled out, the sniper fired a burst of some 14 shots, hitting 19-year-old Martin Dudley in the back of the head and leaving him seriously wounded. The other passengers were pinned down for the next 90 minutes. At 9:35 p.m. Paddy Butler, a 38-year-old married man with 5 children, went to get a priest for Martin Dudley. At 9:55 p.m. Brian Pettigrew, 17, and John Dougal, 17, ran towards the wounded youth. No sooner had they broken cover than a second sniper opened fire, killing John Dougal, a member of Fianna Éireann, and hitting 128. Brian Pettigrew several times in the chest. 16-year-old Mickey Vallely had been in nearby Springhill when the shooting started. When I came down the car was lying in the middle of the road, but no one could get near it. People pinned down in the entries were saying that ones were lying dead. Then a priest, Fr. Fitzpatrick, came along in his car and got out at the chapel. He started to head towards the dead and wounded. People were shouting at him not to go, to stay in the alleys if he wanted to make his way over to West Rock Drive. He was only away about 30 seconds when someone came down and said that the priest was dead. 8. Fr. Noel Fitzpatrick, the second priest to be shot dead in Ballymurphy, had arrived on the scene at 9:57 p.m. along with Paddy Butler and 14-year-old David Dean McCafferty. Someone then shouted that a young girl had been shot and a priest was needed. She was 13-year-old Margaret Gargan, who died in a fusillade of bullets fired by a third sniper positioned further down in Corey's yard. Fr. Fitzpatrick and Paddy Butler ran from the cover of a house. The first sniper opened up and shot the priest, the same bullet passing through him and killing Paddy Butler. Young McCafferty attempted to drag the bodies clear of the line of fire. He was shot to pieces by the same sniper. In just under 10 minutes 5 people had been murdered in West Rock. The perpetrators were, without a shadow of doubt, British Army marksmen. One of the few senior IRA volunteers still in the area at the time of the shooting recalled how our own intelligence reports had confirmed that the Brits had a sandbagged observation post in one of the woodpiles in Corey's. Even without that, the shooting was far too precise to be ordinary. They never missed. They just had to be highly practiced marksmen. Nothing else could explain the accuracy. They were hitting people who were pinned down in alleys by ricocheting bullets off walls and lamp posts. And the next day, when we took some bricks out of the wall at Corrigan Park facing Corries, the sniping was so accurate that every time something moved on our side a hail of bullets came through the gap. 9. Although the British Army claimed later that night to have hit a number of gunmen during a prolonged gun battle with the IRA, it did not officially accept responsibility for the West Rock killings, and suggested that Loyalists might have been responsible, that they could have sneaked into the yard during the general din. The suggestion of Loyalist involvement later gained some credence when it was discovered that, whereas all the dead were killed by Army bullets, Brian Pettigrew had also been hit by .22. 129 caliber bullets of unknown origin. However, along with the sandbagged hide in the timber, reported by IRA intelligence, there was another Army observation post in Corries. If Loyalist gunmen were operating from the yard, closed for the weekend, it is highly unlikely that they could have done so without the acquiescence of the military. The IRA volunteer previously mentioned went on to describe the panic and confusion that followed the slaughter at West Rock. It took a while for the volunteers to get organized. Most of them had to get back from Lenadoon. As well as that people were seeing snipers everywhere. Not alone did we have to engage the snipers at West Rock, but we had to follow up all sorts of reports of firing coming from other directions. At one point me and Jim Logue went up by the riverbed and fired some flares to light up Corrie's wall. Then Jim jumped up with a carbine, but the bloody thing had dud rounds and never fired. It's just as well there was no one to fire back or Jim would have been a dead man. 10. In West Rock it had taken the IRA some 15 minutes to get into defensive positions. Anne McGuire, 26, who had been visiting her mother-in-law, Bridget McGuire, in the bungalows, was among those trying to assist the wounded during those 15 minutes. People were pinned down everywhere, in all the alleyways. If there was a target, the Corries snipers shot at it, if not, they just shot into the houses. The priest was brought into May Donnelly's brick house in West Rock Drive. He was dead, but two of Mother Teresa's nuns, who were in a state of shock, continued to bathe his wounds. Then Canon Murphy and Fr. McCall arrived. McCall was nearly shot too, and the canon brought the nuns back to their own house while the priest heard everyone's confession, including the volunteers who were beginning to come into the area with weapons. Then the ambulances came, and they were shot at too. 11. At this point, with the ambulances unable to reach the wounded, Tommy Ramsey of Spring Hill Crescent jumped in a car and set off under fire for St. Peter's School, where an impromptu field hospital had been set up by a local first aid corps. For most of his journey he was fully exposed to the snipers in the timber yard. At the school he was joined by one of the men in attendance, who lay on the floor of the car as they turned back for West Rock. Tommy Ramsey remembers turning into West Rock Drive, advising his passenger that, if we hit the lamp, get into the nearest house, because no way am I going to slow down on this bend. By the time the two men got back to the scene of the killings, the IRA was returning heavy fire into Corries. Under its cover the dead and 130 wounded were being taken to ambulances, some of which had come to the perimeters of the estate while others waited further away. But, despite the IRA fire, it was still impossible to move openly in West Rock. Young Dean McCafferty's body had to be carried through a house and hoisted out through a back window, while it took over half an hour to get John Dougal's body and the wounded Brian Pettigrew out of Pettigrew's garden where they had lain since they were hit. Kate Campbell, a grandmother in her early 50s, who had lived in the bungalows for 20 years, was the Pettigrews' next-door neighbor. The house was riddled with bullets. When the priest came, I was lying on a mattress with my 1-year-old granddaughter, and a spent bullet was lying right beside her head. No one could get out. We had to cut a hole between our house and Pettigrew's to get the bodies through. First they were dragged into Pettigrew's, then brought through the hole into our back bedroom. Then they were carried under cover of the bungalow to a hole in the wall of Corrigan Park, and over onto the White Rock Road to an ambulance. It was terrible. It went on for days. Even the very cats were shot at. We had to get out through the hole in Corrigan Park to go to St. Thomas's School for bread and milk. 2 other men, Bob Nesbitt and someone else, were also carried into my house as well to have their wounds treated. And the next day, when Gargans were having the wake for their wee girl, another man was shot coming out of the house, and he was brought to our house too. 12. On Monday, July 10, as the newspapers reported widespread violence across the north, the gun battle at Corries continued. There was also a continuous shootout between the IRA and Loyalists in Spring Martin, and the Taggart was again under siege. During the course of the day several civilians and soldiers were wounded, but the snipers in Corries could not be dislodged. We fired thousands of rounds at them. We tried to hit them from the houses in White Rock, from Corrigan Park, from West Rock, and from Spring Hill. Bryson brought the Lewis gun up to the veranda of the flat above Mary's shop in Spring Hill Avenue. He stood up on 2 bins with the Lewis mounted on a piece of wood held by pigeonholes in the brickwork, and raked Corries, but they were still there. 13. And through it all, there were the inevitable quirks that made Ballymurphy's war so eternally bizarre. There was Bridget Maguire, for whom no cigarette would suffice but Gallagher's greens. On Monday morning, as the battle raged around her home, Bridget ran out of greens. Some time later, after heated debate in Maguire's, Bridget's son, Martin, 131, who was engaging the snipers in Corries, heard his name being called from behind. He looked around in astonishment to see his sister-in-law, and, gesticulating frantically as she ran from the cover of one bungalow to the next. "Martin," the awful request came, "would you ever give us some cover? Your ma wants 20 greens." Later that night, young Susie Roberts was around in the Maguire's house when Bridget began to put on her scarf and coat, boldly announcing that she was off to bingo. "You'll be killed." Susie tried to warn, but Bridget would have none of it. "But, sure, I go to bingo every night," she replied. "They'll see me and say there's Bridget Maguire going off to bingo, don't shoot her." Mickey Vallely recalled another anecdote. "You remember how there was always spectators at every gun battle? Well, I ended up back down in West Rock the next day, Monday. And sometime in the afternoon, with the bullets knocking lumps out of the walls, this woman with a pram comes sauntering along the path between the bungalows and Corrie's wall. At this stage anything that moved was shot at. We all started screaming at the woman to get back, but she just walked right through the middle of it as if nothing was happening at all." 14. On Monday, July 10, as the guns blazed around the Upper Springfield, the undertakers refused to enter West Rock so that the IRA had to bring in the hearses. "It was the eeriest thing I've ever seen," one of the volunteers later recalled. Just a single black hearse coming down a totally deserted street, Bryson driving and Toadler riding guard with a rifle. Meanwhile, the IRA in Dublin released a statement spilling the beans on Whitelaw and the London talks, thus saving the British the bother. Lynch and the Dublin government were enraged. The Irish Times expressed shock that the IRA's status had been elevated to that of national negotiators, and London, having been caught talking to terrorists, was in no mood for reconciliation. From now on, in both directions, force would be met with force. Over the next 6 days the IRA, angry over the breakdown of the truce and the West Rock murders, hit back hard, killing 8 soldiers and an RUC man and wounding many others. Cities and towns were blitzed while massive landmines exploded in rural areas. Resumption of the war with such ferocity was taken as a cue by the Loyalist assassins. Over the coming weeks and months hooded bodies turned up on an almost daily basis. Many nationalist victims, who constituted the vast majority, were tortured and horribly mutilated, in order to terrorize the community with the horror of the killings. To protect nationalist areas, barricades continued to go up. At the same time sniping and intercommunal gun battles went on as before. 132. And as the military carried out massive punitive raids, destroying nationalist homes, beating up residents, and arresting and torturing suspects, the flood of refugees to the south increased. By July 16, 5,000 people had crossed the border. 2 days later, in an attempt to combat the car bombing of Belfast, Whitelaw announced a traffic ban in the city centre. Belfast, the British Army declared, was now bomb-proof. On Friday, July 21, the IRA set out to demonstrate that it was not. Between 2:15 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., the provisionals detonated 21 bombs in the city. Warnings were telephoned to the Public Protection Agency, Whitelaw's anti-intimidation body, which had become a reliable means of relaying bomb warnings to the British Army and RUC. In 19 cases the warnings were acted upon and there were no casualties. However, at Oxford Street Bus Station and Cave Hill Road Shopping Centre they were ignored. The Public Protection Agency would subsequently confirm that it transmitted warnings of the 2 bombs to the RUC 30 minutes and 73 minutes respectively, before the blasts. 15 yet, at Oxford Street, 4 civilians and 2 soldiers were killed, while 3 civilians died at Cave Hill Road. Bloody Friday did irreparable damage to the IRA cause, handing the British a huge propaganda coup. The televised carnage succeeded in discrediting the IRA, and gave Whitelaw his excuse for an invasion of the no-go areas, which would get the Loyalists off his back. Throughout this period the war went on unabated in the Upper Springfield. After the West Rock killings the IRA engaged the British Army and the Loyalists in Spring Martin on a continuous basis, while local volunteers carried out countless bombing missions in the city and its environs. There were seldom moments, day or night, without the rattle of gunfire or the sound of exploding blast bombs, nail bombs, or grenades. Unless the shooting was directly outside the window, people became as indifferent to it as city dwellers are to the sound of passing cars. And through it all, the ice cream van still did the rounds, Larry Sloan sold his fish, Geordie Stanton rode up and down the White Rock Road on his horse, and the colorful Mickey Marley wheeled his horse-drawn roundabout to wherever children could be found. And the scrap man called, as illustrated by one of many hidden tales. Sometime in July explosives in transit through New Barnsley were hidden in an old cooker. Shortly afterwards 2 IRA volunteers called to collect them, and were told they were outside in the hiding place. They went off, only to return a few minutes later saying, "What cooker?" There was instant panic as a child with some conspicuous balloons, similar to those given out by the scrap man, was spotted in the street. Some volunteers, including a woman who pretended to be pregnant, raced in a taxi to the Royal Victoria Hospital to take a shortcut that 133 would get them to the scrap yard at Cullingtree Road before the scrap man with his horse and cart, and dubious load, arrived. No sign of the scrap man, so they doubled back to New Barnsley, and a comb out of the district began. Eventually, much to the IRA's relief, the scrap man was found making his merry way through West Rock, still handing out balloons for scrap. "Excuse me," one of the volunteers ventured, "I think that's our cooker." The scrap man, keen on the maxim that possession is 9/10 of the law, pointed out that good balloons had changed hands. "Well, mister," the IRA man grinned, "there's something in your oven, and it isn't a friggin' chicken." That, apparently settled the matter. On another occasion a cache of explosives was innocently carted off by the binman. On July 18, the IRA struck again at Corey's, using a Roman-style catapult to lob containers of petrol over the wall. As 60-foot flames lit up the sky, causing £250,000 worth of damage, and accidentally gutting 2 bungalows and a community hall in West Rock, the military came under fire throughout the area. At Veer Foster, 18-year-old James Jones of the King's Regiment was shot dead, bringing the official British Army death toll in the north to 100. A second soldier was wounded on the White Rock Road. Over the next week 3 more soldiers were shot in the area. One of them, Brian Thomas, 20, was killed, also at Veer Foster. The observation post on the roof of the school could be clearly seen from the Bullring Flats, where the IRA would wait, sometimes for hours, to get a shot at the guards. Elsewhere, the pace of events was quickening. On July 26, the SDLP agreed to meet Whitelaw, who had announced plans for a conference on the political future of the North. The IRA ceasefire talks with the British had taken the party off the no talks until internment ends hook, and the middle class of nationalism wanted desperately to get out of the political wilderness to a position from which it could pull support away from the militant Republicans and present itself as the voice of nationalism. The next day, as the war raged on, 4,000 extra troops and heavy military equipment arrived in the north, and in Belfast the dead became embroiled in the troubles. A corporation spokesperson announced that the city cemetery, bordering on Ballymurphy, was to close temporarily as the grave diggers were refusing to work without danger money. However, people who owned plots there would be offered new plots at Roselawn on the opposite side of the city, at half price. 4 days later, at 4 a.m. on Monday, July 31, 1972, Operation Motorman began. 21,000 British troops, supported by Centurion tanks, helicopters, and hundreds of armoured cars, invaded the no-go areas of Belfast and Derry. In the Bogside and Cregan alone, 1,600 troops and 300 military vehicles were used to smash through the barricades. 134. Offshore, the Royal Air Force and Royal Navy sat over the horizon, ready to mount air strikes, regardless of civilian casualties. 16. On Cregan Heights, Moaning Minnie, Free Derry's early warning system, wailed out over the city, heralding the end of one phase of the Republican War and the beginning of another. The 2nd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment invaded Ballymurphy. 135. 11. Motorman. Motorman heralded a turning point in British policy. Whitelaw's previous attempts to divide nationalists from the IRA had been ditched in favour of stepped-up repression. Since Easter 1970, the British Army's terror campaign against nationalists had run unchecked, with hundreds of civilians shot, many of them killed, by trigger-happy troops acting under cover of the law. Whole areas had been subjected to months of CS gas saturation. Thousands of people had been brutally assaulted in punitive raids against riot areas, or simply because they were on the spot when soldiers decided to bash a few natives. The Association for Legal Justice had logged countless cases of severe injuries resulting from military attempts to bludgeon or shoot all opposition off the streets, tactics later used by the Israelis in the Middle East, and sanctimoniously condemned by the British government. Motorman, however, was to be the pinnacle. Whereas in the past military brutality had been random, and interspersed with political fumblings, it now became the single British approach. In pursuit of a military solution in the north, the army was cut loose without restraint to be a law unto itself. The 2nd Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, and a company of the 1st Battalion, were sent in to wrest the Upper Springfield back from the IRA and place it under military occupation. At 4 a.m. on July 31, they swarmed into the district in heavy armored cars to set up bases in St. Peter's and Vere Foster schools, the Taggart, a block of Moyards Maisonettes, abandoned because of its dangerous proximity to the Taggart, and McCrory Park, where they erected a massive corrugated iron Wild West-style fort. Elsewhere in West Belfast, people woke up to find schools, community halls, flats, and Belfast's main Gaelic football ground, Casement Park in Andersonstown, occupied by the military and being fortified for an extended stay. 3 other forts, similar to McCrory Park's Fort Pegasus, covered most of the remaining green space in the greater Andersonstown/Ballymurphy/Turf Lodge area. The Para invasion of Ballymurphy had swept away the barricades and IRA sentry posts, and the Provo Jeep was gone. There had been little opposition, the IRA having tactically withdrawn. To understand what the military occupation of an urban area by British paratroopers actually meant, it is helpful to read the memoirs of Lieutenant A.F.N. Clark of 3 Para, who completed a tour of duty in Belfast in early 1973. Clark gives an illuminating picture of undisciplined, racist thugs, spoiling for blood, unleashed on a defenseless civilian population. Describing his peacekeeping role, he writes, "The whole camp is praying for a contact. For an opportunity to shoot at anything in the street, pump lead into any living thing and watch the blood flow. Tom sitting in their overcrowded rooms putting more powder into baton rounds to give them more poke, some insert pins and broken razor blades into the rubber rounds. Buckshee rounds have had the heads filed down for a dum-dum effect, naughty, naughty, but who's to know when there are so many spare rounds of ammunition floating about? Lead-filled truncheons, magnum revolvers, one bloke has even got a Bowie knife. We have spent months and years training, learning from pamphlets called Shoot to Kill, fighting in built-up areas and others. So now we're let loose on the streets trained to the eyeballs, waiting for a suitable opportunity to let everything rip. A few kills would be nice at this stage, good for morale, good to inject some new life into the jaded senses of the company. 1. Clark was describing Belfast 9 months after Motorman, when the natal vigor of the operation had subsided. In August 1972 it was in its initial frenzy, bringing a reign of terror unknown in Ireland since the days of the Black and Tans. The savagery of the paratroopers in the Upper Springfield would later cause an officer of the Coldstream Guards to state that, as a British soldier, he was ashamed of the parachute regiment. 2. We are reminded of the auxiliaries of the 1920s, an earlier superforce recruited from ex-British Army officers to terrorize anti-British resistance out of Ireland, whose commanding officer, Brigadier F.P. Crozier, resigned in disgust at his men's behavior. What happened after Motorman can be best understood in the context of Kitson's counterinsurgency theories. In attempting to counter subversion, it is necessary to take account of 3 separate elements. The first 2 constitute the target proper, that is to say the party or front and its cells and committees on the one hand, and the armed groups who are supporting them on the other. They may be said to constitute the head and body of the fish. The third element is the population, and this represents the water in which the fish swims. If a fish has got to be destroyed, it can be attacked directly by rod or net, providing it is in the sort of position which gives these methods a chance of success. But if rod and net cannot succeed by themselves, it may be necessary to do something to the water which will force the fish into a position where it can be caught. Conceivably, it might be necessary to kill the fish by polluting the water. 3. 137. All attempts to separate the IRA fish from the water had failed. Whitehall decided that it was time to pollute the water, to flatten and disorientate the population until every individual's sole concern was personal survival. Greater Ballymurphy was placed under 24-hour military occupation. Patrols of 15 to 20 soldiers, keeping mainly to back gardens, would race from one position to the next, so that troops were constantly appearing out of entries to search, question, assault and arrest passers-by. The streets were patrolled by Saracen armored cars, Browning machine guns trained on any visible resident, along with smaller ferrets and the heavy solid-ins, small 6-wheeled tanks sporting machine guns and 76mm cannon. Any male leaving the house now risked being dragged up an entry or taken off in an armored car to be subjected to interrogation and grievous assault. It became common for women to walk men through the district in the hope that their presence might have a restraining influence on the troops. More often than not, however, it only added to their capacity to degrade. An 18-year-old youth from Ballymurphy Crescent was spread-eagled against a wall for 20 minutes while the soldiers twisted and squeezed his testicles, goading his girlfriend with remarks about her boyfriend's future virility. Another youth was forced to his hands and knees in mud while the paras, calling him a dog, ordered him to bark at his girlfriend. Resistance of any form would have resulted in beatings and arrests, and assault charges from which there would be no escape in the courts. Mass arrests became an hourly occurrence, lines of men and boys, and sometimes women, were frog-marched off under a barrage of boots and rifle butts to waiting Saracens for screening at military bases. Beatings, burning with cigarettes and matches, mock executions, partial drowning and psychological experiments were an inherent part of this screening. 17-year-old Frankie Cahill described how, "Sometime around midnight I was arrested at home and taken to Black Mountain Army Base. I was made to stand for an hour with my nose pressed against a wall. Soldiers walking past would kick me or jab me in the ribs with batons or rifles. I was in one of the screening cubicles and two 6'6" Brits were on guard. The interrogation started off with a Bronkman who was notorious. He had previously broken the arms and legs of 3 boys with an iron bar. One of them later ended up in an asylum. He asked me questions about the IRA. He then said, "Put your hand behind your back," which I did, and he placed a pistol in it. "Right," he said, "your prints are on that. You're getting done with that." He then said, "Go. Make a break for it." Next thing was I was placed against the wall and spread-eagled. The Bronkman, who was wearing big shiny army boots, then came behind me and started systematically kicking me between the legs until I collapsed. And as I collapsed, the 2 Brits trailed me up again and I was kicked till I collapsed again. This went on 138. For I don't know how long. Eventually, when this produced nothing, a 3rd Brit came in. One of them then took me in a full Nelson, folding me in 2 and sticking my head between my legs until I couldn't breathe anymore. My neck and back felt broken, and they held me like this until I became unconscious, then dropped me on the floor. As soon as I became conscious again, I was beaten back against the wall with batons. And the kicking would start again. In between they wrapped a towel around my head and poured water over it. As it filled up with water, I felt like I was drowning and suffocating until I fell on the floor unconscious. Once I was conscious, they would beat me again with the batons until I was on my feet, and repeat the process again. In the end my clothes were ripped to shreds. Finally an army officer came in. I had met him before, and said he believed I wasn't involved, but that he felt I could get him information on the IRA, and would give me 1 week to do it. They drove me back to the Springfield Road and threw me out. When I got home my mother was still waiting up for me and I could feel the tears running down my face, but other than that I was in a state of complete shock. When I took off my clothes, my stomach, thighs, everything, were black, not just black and blue, but black from the kicking I'd got. 4. All those arrested, most of whom were never charged, were put on file until the army had files on 500,000 people, 1 in 3 of the North's population. In the BTA Youth Center, with its 1,100 members, every male over 12 was beaten up and screened during the first months of Motorman. At times people disappeared for days, with relatives unable to learn anything about their whereabouts. Often those lifted were later thrown out in hostile areas to accompanying shouts of "Here's a Fenian." Just how many victims were delivered to sectarian killers in this way will never be known. People's homes and possessions became another target of the paras. Armored cars deliberately rammed parked vehicles, furniture, fittings, floors, ceilings, and paneling were destroyed during searches, while valuables were often stolen, fences were ripped down, clothes lines were snipped at night and clothes trampled, women's underwear having first been stolen, windows were broken by marbles fired from catapults, and air guns were used as a matter of form against children. Families were also subjected to continuous night searches and head counts by face-blackened soldiers, during which details of furniture, the color of doors and wallpaper, even the make of the TV, were noted. These could later be used to cross-check the ID of persons stopped in the street or taken away for interrogation. But the central purpose of the head counts was to wear down the community, to expose people to their individual vulnerability, and to break down the IRA's network of safe houses by 139. Terrorizing people away from providing billets for guerrillas. Random attacks on houses were also carried out. Approximately 7:45 p.m. on Wednesday, October 25, I was upstairs running the bath for the children when I heard a commotion. On going downstairs I found my husband and 3 daughters in the back garden. Someone had smashed the dining room window. My daughter, Anne, called for a lantern as it was too dark outside to see anyone. I saw shadows going up and across the back garden of the derelict house, number 13, towards Glenalina Road. I ran up the side path of number 13 towards the back garden. I met a paratrooper who was coming towards me. I pointed at him and was going to accuse him of the broken window, when he swore and shoved me bodily away. I struck my head against the gable wall of number 13, and as I bounced back he hit me with the butt of his gun on the head. I fell into a hole left by the electricity men and struck my head for the third time. I blacked out. When I came to, I was lying on the settee. My husband had been beaten up with rifles. I was taken by ambulance to the city hospital. 5. As well as the physical controls of forts, ramps, barriers, and checkpoints, tight control of information was maintained by the military until the Upper Springfield was effectively cut off from the rest of the world. The Catholic hierarchy, which had opposed the use of schools as first aid and relief centers, and had banned the civil rights people from church property, was now conspicuous by its silence. Although schools and the grounds of a college of education were under occupation, not a peep was heard. The media, relying almost exclusively on British Army press handouts, further cemented the isolation of the Upper Springfield. In an effort to destroy all social interaction and further terrorize the community, the Paras complemented their other activities with nightly raids on pubs and social clubs. 18-year-old Vera Stone told how, after the social every week, the military wait outside the community center to arrest the men and abuse the women. They spit at the women and use abusive language. Last night, Saturday, November 4th, we were leaving the center at 12:30 am. The soldiers were there as usual. They waited outside until the bulk of the crowd were gone. We were last out. About 35 of us left together. As we were heading home, they stopped us and told the boys to get spread-eagled against the wall. They then started 140 to kick them. They then let the fellows go, but as they left they grabbed 2 of them by the hair. The girls turned around to protest at this. The soldiers then just took a charge at us, like a riot squad. They swung the butts of their rifles and kicked us and trailed us by the hair. They laughed as they did this, and called us Irish whores and Fenian bastards and said we were the type who took 30 bob a turn. I was kicked to the ground and beaten by a rifle butt. I was then dragged by the hair along the street and my clothes were ruined. My boyfriend shielded me from one blow and he himself received a broken arm and 8 stitches in his head. Later on, while walking down Ballymurphy Crescent, a mobile patrol followed us, calling us names. They then stopped us and pulled the fellows into the Saracen and beat them up. 6. Along with the campaign of mass intimidation, the military used every presented pretense to shoot up the neighborhood. A visiting Italian sociologist, who studied the Para campaign, and was beaten up for his pains, concluded that its aim was to arrive at a situation in which the pressure of repression becomes so overwhelming as to crack the whole structure of social intercourse within the community. When community cohesion itself is identified as the main obstacle of the military aim of controlling the civilian population, repression is manipulated to achieve its destruction, to break the social group into a mere aggregate. The intimidatory techniques of mass disorientation employed by the 1st and 2nd Parachute Regiments battalions in the Upper Springfield area fit into this pattern, and seriously impair the ability of the residents to function as a community. By physically isolating Ballymurphy, by isolating areas within the estate itself, by reducing the amount of sociability and disrupting normal patterns of interaction, by constantly threatening residents and by humiliating and degrading individuals and groups, the paratroopers are endeavoring to disintegrate the community. 7. However, community cohesion was not destroyed. On the contrary, a vigorous opposition to the Para campaign, initiated by the BTA's youth workers, and supported by the Belfast-based Association for Legal Justice and the Cork-based Association for Human Rights in the North, was mounted. An attempt was also made to get the Catholic Church to raise its voice in defense of those being bludgeoned in the streets. A delegation went to see Cardinal William Conway, Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of all Ireland. It consisted of Sean McCann, chairperson of the Association for Legal Justice and a teacher at St. Thomas's School, Sean Quigley, a young teacher living in Ballymurphy, Lily Quinn of Devesmore Park, who had recently been shot in the wrist while lying in her own bed and hospitalized. 141. For 24 hours after a para attack on her home, Anna Andrews, a quiet woman who gave much of her time to the charitable works of the St. Vincent de Paul Society, and the author, whom the paratroopers had attempted to crush against a wall with a Saracen after finding documentation of their actions, copies of statements witnessed by the author, during a raid on his lodgings. The Cardinal's response was to summon to his aid Canon Padraig Murphy, parish priest of Greater Ballymurphy, and tell the delegation that he could not speak out against the documented brutality for fear of appearing sectarian. He then attempted to dismiss the Ballymurphy situation on the grounds that I know of far worse cases in other places. The response left the delegation in a state of disbelief, both of the women in tears, and the gentle Anna Andrews afterwards commenting that for the first time in my life I felt like saying F to another human being. Nonetheless, the campaign against the paras was a sufficient thorn in the British side to warrant a mention in David Barzelay's The British Army in Ulster. 8. With the approach of the winter of 1972, Greater Ballymurphy and neighbouring Turf Lodge, cowed but vengeful, looked every bit a sullen battleground. Whole blocks of flats in Turf Lodge and Moyard lay derelict. In Moyard 250 of 450 maisonettes were empty shells. Half of Springhill was wrecked, 20 houses in Ballymurphy estate were uninhabitable, including the family home of Gary Adams, the gable end of which had been demolished by an armoured car, along with several more in New Barnsley and Springfield Park, and several bungalows, and the community centre lay gutted in West Rock. Hardly a house was free of bullet holes. The general atmosphere was one of simmering rage and loathing of the occupying paratroopers. And every now and again the community struck back. Sometimes from the most unlikely quarters. On a Sunday afternoon in late October, one such attack took place at the bottom of Glen Alina Park. 10 soldiers and a Saracen had just turned into the street when a boy of about 8 appeared at the corner, and let fly with a whiskey bottle that shattered on the Saracen. Immediately, the soldiers gave chase, cursing their diminutive assailant who had instantly vanished. Having failed in a search of the gardens and entries, the patrol returned to the Saracen and proceeded to climb aboard. Just as the last man reached the rear of the vehicle, the same boy appeared, with the second whiskey bottle, which smashed on the Saracen door closest to the retreating soldier. After another futile search, the soldiers again arrived back at the Saracen, one of them training a rubber bullet gun on the corner as the others, swearing loudly at the entire street, climbed aboard. The rubber bullet man then closed one of the doors, gingerly worked his way backwards, and dropped the gun to close the second door. And there, lo and behold, was the self-same lad with yet 142. Another empty bottle, which, this time round, shattered inside the Saracen. The paras drove off at speed, and little Goliath went off to where his mother was calling him for his dinner. The story was added to the communal store of para stories and absorbed into the area's collective heritage. By now, everyone had their stories. And the community had built up a remarkable defense against the degradations and violence of the military. People somehow laughed it off. The most horrendous brutality could later be transformed into a burlesque of black comedy. Instead of weakening community ties, the violence of the troops was unearthing a hitherto undiscovered fount of strength, against which the paras had no weapons. The dogs, too, came out shining. Although many were shot dead, they never gave up. Frothing Beelzebubs, disguised as dozy old mongrels, would spring into howling dementia at the first whiff of khaki, hurling themselves at the paras and harrying them from street to street. Once, the army mounted a special operation to shoot a particular dog in Whitecliff Crescent. The street was sealed with armored cars as an officer walked up to the snarling enemy and shot it from close range. Unfortunately for the paras, the dog survived and never forgave. At a later stage, Harriet Kelly from the Springfield Road had to send her dog underground to save it from a similar fate. The dog, named after a famous IRA guerrilla of the 1920s, was, according to Harriet, high on the shoot to kill list. If you ask any of the fellas about Dan Breen, they'll tell you. Because he always barked and warned the boys when the Brits was in. We had no call for nobody so long as there was me and Dan Breen. There's not another dog led the people like he did, day and night, night and day. Sometimes he'd come in white as a ghost with the vengeance in him. If there was internment camps for dogs, he'd be there. Dan Breen was on the run from the Paras. He used to follow me out on the binlids and they said they were going to get him. So I went down and got him a license under a different name, so they wouldn't know it was him. He gave the Brits hell. Then, one night he never came home and we thought they'd got him. But where was he? He was out with the rest of them vigilanteing, and getting the best of food. 9. Despite acute repression in nationalist areas, Operation Motorman did little to curb the IRA campaign. Within hours of the disruption of their bases, with the loss of a considerable amount of military hardware, the guerrillas were back. Although bombings were down, 393 explosions in the 4 months following Motorman as opposed to 500 in the 4 months prior, the harassment and arrests by the British were merely causing the IRA to change tactics. Prolonged assaults in urban areas gave way to single 143 shot sniping and quick ambushes. Although lengthy gun battles would occur from time to time in the country, the campaign was intensified, with military and RUC bases under permanent siege, while much lauded British hits more often than not proved to be innocent civilians or phantoms. Resentment at the brutality and killings of motormen had also created an increased reservoir of volunteers, ready to replace those arrested. In the Upper Springfield, the Para operation forced a temporary scaling down of the campaign, with many of the more well-known volunteers being transferred elsewhere, but sporadic sniping went on. On September 17, paratrooper Francis Bell, 18, was fatally wounded in Spring Hill Avenue. He died 3 days later. Ballymurphy volunteers also continued to bomb targets across the city, and to suffer casualties. Of the 11 IRA fatalities in Belfast between August 1 and December 31, 1972, 3 came from Ballymurphy units. 10 on August 3, Robert McCrutton, 20, was shot dead during a gun battle in Ardoyne. 8 days later Mickey Clark, 22, and Ann Parker, 18, were killed in an explosion in North Howard Street. They had gone to bomb Kernahan's cash and carry, but apparently aborted the mission because of the risk to civilians. As they left Kernahan's, directly across the narrow street from a large military base in an old mill, they had to negotiate some ramps, and the bomb exploded. And on September 29, Jimmy Quigley, 18, who had Ballymurphy connections, was shot dead in the Lower Falls. He had been waiting in an attic above the chemist's shop to ambush a patrol, when he was taken unawares by troops who came in on his blind side, then threw his body from the attic into the street. The IRA funerals from Corpus Christi Church to Milltown Cemetery became communal shows of defiance against the Paras. Uniformed guards of honor, answering to commands in Irish, flanked the coffins, while large crowds marched behind, ignoring the troop saturation and intimidation. Women lining the route held up sheets tied between poles and unfolded umbrellas to obscure the view of army photographers. Similar displays of support were taking place at other IRA funerals. However, the Bloody Friday catastrophe was to be followed by a number of other botched IRA operations. On July 31, 3 car bombs exploded without warning in the village of Claudy in County Derry, claiming 9 lives, while on August 22, a premature explosion at Newry Customs Post killed 2 volunteers and 7 civilians. In 1972, IRA-manufactured explosives were proving disastrously unstable. In August alone, 3 more volunteers lost their lives in premature blasts. The breakdown of the truce and the civilian deaths in subsequent bombings prompted Lynch in Dublin to move. Horrified at Whitelaw's talks with the Provos, and the spectre of republicanism hanging over Leinster House, he needed some radical British gesture that would favour constitutional nationalism and justify strong repression of the Provos in the south. That required talking, and to emphasize his concern, Lynch sent a helicopter north to ferry SDLP leaders to Dublin to press them with the urgency of a more positive response to Britain. 11 On August 7, after the Dublin talks, the SDLP met with Whitelaw. On September 4, Lynch and Heath met at the Munich Olympic Games. Both were anxious that the SDLP should take part in Whitelaw's conference for all shades of opinion, due to take place at the end of the month in Darlington, England. However, although they were now openly talking to the British, meeting with Heath in London on September 11, internment was still too emotive an issue for the SDLP to completely abandon its protest. It refused to participate at Darlington, and published its own publicity document, Towards a New Ireland, on September 20. In it the party called for a British declaration of intent to withdraw and, as a short-term measure, a local parliament that would be subordinate to an Anglo-Irish condominium. The Darlington Conference went ahead, boycotted by all shades of nationalist opinion and by Paisley's Democratic Unionist Party, now determined to shine as the most uncompromising of the reactionaries. The three parties taking part, the Unionists, the moribund Northern Ireland Labour Party, and the small centrist Alliance Party, were all pro-Union, yet the conference ended after 3 days with no more than an agreement to disagree, poor consolation for the besieged Whitelaw. Nevertheless, the British announced their own programme, a plebiscite on the border to take place in early 1973, and local government elections, using the proportional representation system. On October 30, 1972, Whitelaw published a Green Paper with 3 options for limited devolved government in the North, either a council with certain executive powers, a convention with given legislative powers, or an executive with a range of legislative responsibilities. The usual guarantees to the Unionist position were given, but there was also a proviso that any arrangements should involve nationalists, the SDLP, in some form of power sharing. The Green Paper stated that a settlement must also recognise Northern Ireland's position within Ireland as a whole. It is therefore clearly desirable that any new arrangements for Northern Ireland should, whilst meeting the wishes of Northern Ireland and Great Britain, be so far as possible, acceptable to and accepted by the Republic of Ireland. 12. 145. Lynch grabbed at the Irish dimension as another excuse to attack Republicans who were a threat to such progress. Already Provisional Sinn Féin's headquarters had been closed down, now the Republican leadership came under attack. On November 19, IRA Chief of Staff, Sean O'Fane, was arrested and later jailed for 6 months for IRA membership. At the end of November, the Dublin government, launching what would gradually become an outright assault on the free flow of information, dismissed the entire governing body of the state-controlled Radio Telefís Éireann broadcasting network for broadcasting a banned interview with O'Fane. Meanwhile, other events in the 26 counties had enabled Fianna Fáil to push a draconian amendment to the Offences Against the State Act through Leinster House, allowing for interrogation of suspects for up to 7 days and the conviction for membership of an illegal organisation on the word of a senior Garda. On September 21 and 22, violent rioting had erupted in Dundalk. On September 23, a bomb was defused at the local income tax office. On October 28, 3 weeks after the closure of Provisional Sinn Féin's office, a bomb was discovered at Connolly Station in Dublin, while incendiaries exploded in 4 of the city's hotels. On November 1, the UDA carried out a cross-border raid into Donegal, warning the Dublin government to curb the provisionals. Then came O'Fane's arrest, and a subsequent hunger and thirst strike that threatened to bring open fighting onto the streets of Dublin. Although a wave of republicanism swept the country during the 9 days of O'Fane's protest, the government pressed ahead with its amendment. In the lead-up to the vote, it began to seem that the government would lose and a general election would be forced on the country. On the day of the vote, December 1, 1972, 2 huge bombs exploded in the centre of Dublin. 2 people were killed and 127 others injured. In the Dáil the amendment passed 69 to 22. Lynch had his bill, tainted with the suspected hand of the British Secret Intelligence Service, although the actual bombers were UVF. In the north, the SDLP was looking favorably at the proposals in Whitelaw's Green Paper. However, internment was still a thorny question. Whitelaw's game of releasing small batches of internees, who were promptly replaced by others, was fooling nobody. There were still over 500 nationalists in Longkesh. 13. Then a solution was found. On September 22, it was announced that special tribunals would be set up at Longkesh to hear the cases of internees. It was a farcical procedure, but its implementation in October had the desired effect of softening the SDLP's stance. On November 24, Lynch met Heath in London to give his seal of approval to the Green Paper. The following day, the SDLP conference voted overwhelmingly to negotiate with the British, internment or not. 146. A month later, the British added a new weapon to its repressive arsenal with the approval in Westminster of the Diplock Report. Lord Diplock, a prominent English jurist, had been given the task of devising an effective legal system that could deal with terrorist organizations by bringing to book, otherwise than by internment by the executive, individuals involved in terrorist activities. 14. Diplock's proposals would result in a system of juryless political courts, in which British law would be turned on its head to facilitate the needs of the military, and where confessions induced by torture would be sufficient evidence to secure convictions. This was in line with Kitson's belief that the law should be used as just another weapon in the government's arsenal, and in this case it becomes little more than a propaganda cover for the disposal of unwanted members of the public. 15. Diplock also recommended the ending of political status in the jails. The 1973 legislation that followed Diplock's recommendations would mark the opening of Britain's policy of criminalizing the war in the North. Henceforth it would pretend to the world that the IRA campaign was a mafia-type conspiracy, a problem of law and order, or part of the myth of international terrorism. This move would culminate in the Republican hunger strikes of 1980 and 1981. Meanwhile, despite the best efforts of the British, the IRA was continuing its campaign with spectacular success. On November 27, as Max Theophane was moved from Dublin's Mater Hospital to military detention at the Curragh, units in the north had, in a series of coordinated attacks, fired Russian-made RPG-7 rockets at British bases and patrols in several locations. In December there were 48 bombs along with further rocket attacks and continuing sniping and ambushes. Maudling's acceptable level of violence was still a long way off. The assassinations, too, continued. From August onwards, with nationalist areas now opened up, the Loyalists began to widen their campaign, bombing pubs and homes and machine-gunning pedestrians from passing cars. On September 30, a UVF car bomb exploded at Conlon's Bar in Smithfield, killing Patrick McKee, 25, from Ballymurphy and injuring 17 others. Among the injured was Jimmy Gillan, also from Ballymurphy, who would later die from his injuries. By the end of 1972 the year's tally of sectarian killings was 121, 81 nationalists and 40 loyalists, some killed by loyalists for fraternizing with nationalists. Hundreds of others had been wounded, the vast majority of them nationalists. There was also growing evidence of state collusion in loyalist terror. Dossiers on nationalists and Republicans, compiled by the British, were turning up in UDA and UVF hands. The Ulster Defence Regiment, under the control of the British Army, but in fact heavily infiltrated by the UDA and UVF, was simultaneously becoming intrinsically linked. 147. With the public image of loyalist violence. By the end of January 1973, over 130 members had been purged from the ranks, most of them suspected of having links with loyalist groups. 16. However, members of the regiment would continue to embarrass the British by regularly surfacing in the Diplock courts. There would also be several raids on UDR armories, in which weapons would be handed over to loyalists. The sanctioned violence of state forces also continued. Civilians in nationalist areas were being shot at random by troops using the catch-all justification that they were shooting at gunmen, while the SAS went on with its covert operations, claiming 2 more casual victims in the early hours of September 27. Daniel Rooney, 19, and Brendan Brennan, 18, were machine-gunned from a passing car in the Upper Falls. Daniel Rooney was killed. A week later the IRA hit back at the Foursquare Laundry and the Antrim Road Massage Parlour. The aftermath of Motorman also brought a cooling of relationships between the British and the Loyalists. The paratroopers had provoked a riot on the Shankill Road on September 6, demonstrating their antipathy towards all sections of the Irish working class, and a man had been shot. The next day, gun battles broke out on the Shankill between the Paras and the Loyalists. 2 Loyalists were shot dead, one a UDA man who was also a member of the UDR, and 2 others were wounded. The trouble continued until September 9, when the Paras were withdrawn to barracks to let things cool down. But relationships worsened in October. On the 16th, troops in Saracens ran down and killed 2 civilians during rioting in East Belfast. Tommy Heron, the local UDA commander, declared war on the British Army. For the next 2 nights, fierce gunfire rocked the east of the city, and the Shankill and Sandy Row areas, leaving 2 more civilians dead. Heron's 2-day war was undoubtedly one of the factors leading to his assassination at the hands of British agents in September 1973. It also drew considerable middle-class support away from the UDA and put further pressure on the British to come up with a political initiative. Heron's war was greeted in Ballymurphy with not a little hope. Perhaps the Loyalist working class was beginning to realise that, whatever reason the British had for being in Ireland, it was patently not to promote their specific interests. It was a false hope, but it temporarily loosened the burden of repression, as did the local shows of defiance and the IRA's daring digs at the Paras. With the level of military saturation in the area, it seemed impossible that anyone would shoot at the troops, but shoot they did. And when the boys got away it was all the more wonder, and morale went up a rung or 2. It was even worth the savage house searches and mass arrests that followed. The flares that lit up the sky, as a lone night sniper darted through the city cemetery under a hail of tracer bullets, symbolized the whole war. The boys had luck, local knowledge and a growing expertise on their side, whereas the British, with all their technology and firepower, were clumsy prisoners of the wrong kind of military tradition. The situation on the streets of the Upper Springfield was also symbolic. The type of mass repression needed to put the lid on the IRA campaign was beginning to prove counterproductive, and the British were aware that there were more ways than one to lose a war. Already, Amnesty International had published the dossier compiled by the BTA youth workers. Then, on September 21, shots fired at a British position in St. Peter's School hit the science block. The teachers walked out, refusing to teach while children were effectively used as hostages. The Irish National Teachers Organisation called a strike while local parents simultaneously withdrew their children from the school. The political flak forced the British to announce, on September 30, that they would quit the school before the end of term. Ballymurphy was again enraged that the hierarchy had not spoken out, that powerful political influences remained silent, leaving the teachers to protect the interests of the children. Joe McGlade of the BTA remarked acidly, "It wouldn't take the bishops long to raise a howl if the Brits were in schools up the upper-class Malone Road." By then Joe McGlade's remark was a barometer of a wider resentment within the area. Not only were the people totally alienated from the British state and its paraphernalia, but they were also becoming increasingly disgusted by the behaviour of the nationalist middle class, the Catholic hierarchy and the Dublin government. Young people from Ballymurphy, when they encountered Irish Army patrols at the border, were now referring to them as the Irish Brits. Opposition to the paratroopers' presence in Ballymurphy, and to army brutality in general, continued to mount throughout October and November. On October 17, 1,000 people marched through the Upper Springfield in a rally organized by the officials. On November 9, the community was further incensed by the random shooting of 15-year-old Mickey O'Rourke and 51-year-old Ruby Mulholland on the waste ground below St. Aidan's School. Ruby Mulholland, a mother of 11, had been shopping at the White Rock/Springfield Junction and was on her way back to Turf Lodge, taking the shortcut along Shepherd's Path. Mickey O'Rourke was coming along behind her, having just left White Rock Post Office. Ruby Mulholland remembered hearing a bang. 149. I asked the wee lad was it shooting. I told him to keep his head down going over Shepherd's Path. We just got over Shepherd's Path when there was another bang and then another one. The wee lad said, "Missus, I'm shot." As I turned around, I seen the blood coming out of my hand and I realized I was hit too. The bullet went in my back and through my arm. The Brits who shot us had been standing on the White Rock Road when I came out of the spar to cross the field. 17. In a series of confused statements, the military first claimed that a youth had aimed a pistol at them, so they'd shot him. A woman who had gone to his aid had picked up the fallen pistol, and they shot her too. When asked about the whereabouts of the pistol, they changed the story. Ruby Mulholland now became an innocent bystander, while the woman with the pistol, unnoticed by the soldiers, had managed to escape across the flat waste ground to Turf Lodge. Such shootings had now become so common that 65 Catholic priests issued a statement in Belfast, on November 20, roundly condemning the military for gunning down innocent and unarmed civilians, regardless of age or sex, while in and out of uniform 18. The groundswell of clerical protest, added to Ballymurphy's, and the Shankills, campaign against the Para outrages, was a signal to the British that they were overstepping themselves. The blanket repression was becoming a liability. On November 25, it was announced that, following the success of Motorman, 1,000 troops were to be withdrawn from the north. Among them would be 1st Para, who had caused so much bother on the Shankill. When they left at the end of the month, 2nd Para were also pulled out of Ballymurphy. The incoming regiment, the Coldstream Guards, found an angry and united community, more anti-British than ever, and only too willing to go on with the war, while the dogs that had survived the Para dog shoots itched for revenge. Motorman had failed to destroy the local IRA or fracture community cohesion. Somewhere, the theoreticians of the British Army had gotten it wrong. In a later study of Ardoin after it too had been subjected to Para brutalization, English sociologist Frank Burton noted the same resilience. Ardoin, he concluded, is capable of soaking up the attempts that are made by both the Protestant and British military forces to break its own military activists. The community reaction to a number of serious confrontations has not produced a chaotic or anomic breakdown. Rather, it has resisted enough of the external pressure, to make the continuation of the war a possibility. 19. Phoenix-like, community life took a jolt forward and the IRA ambushes went on, with another British Army fatality on December 8. 2 shots. 150. Fired through a rear door of a Saracen as it travelled along West Rock Drive, on December 6, had wounded 3 members of the Royal Green Jackets. For Rifleman John Josberry, 18, the wounds proved fatal. Despite Motorman, 1972 had cost the British dearly. 149 members of the occupation forces, including 106 British soldiers, excluding UDR members, had been killed, hundreds of others had been wounded. At home and abroad, there was mounting pressure to get out of this war that had already left over 600 dead and another 10,000 wounded. Whitelaw's assurances and success statistics were lost in the face of the sustained attack on the state. As for his notions of a new Stormont, those were greeted in the Upper Springfield as the gobbledygook of a man who didn't know what he was talking about. 151. 12 Deadlock. In the north, the new year began with the killing of 31-year-old father of 2, Jack Mooney from White Rock Road. He had been traveling to work at the Rolls-Royce factory in Dundonald in the early hours of January 2, when the car was machine-gunned by loyalists. 5 others, including the dead man's father, were lucky to escape. Then, out of the blue, as the Upper Springfield prepared to bury one more victim of the Troubles, Tommy Ciaran issued a statement announcing that the UDA had ordered the assassins on both sides to stop. If they did not, he said, they would face the full wrath of the UDA. Between then and January 29, no more nationalists were assassinated by the UDA. But why did the UDA call off its killer squads in mid-strike? And then return to the offensive on January 29? The explanation lay in the tensions then rupturing within the UDA. Charles Harding Smith, former UDA commander in Woodvale, had been imprisoned for some time in London awaiting trial on arms charges. In December he was acquitted in a surprise verdict, and returned to Belfast, where he immediately engaged in a power struggle for control of the organisation. Whereas Jim Anderson was now chairperson, the real power lay with Tommy Ciaran, East Belfast commander, Dave Fogel, commander in Woodvale, and a battery of local commanders put into position by the new leadership. Ciaran, and Fogel, had initiated contacts with both the official IRA and a number of small left-wing groups in the South and were talking about unity of the northern working class in the context of a six-county state, which fell in line with the officials' stages theory, and was not too far off the provisional Ciaranua policy which envisaged a 9-county regional parliament for the North where Unionists would not feel as threatened as they might by the concept of a united Ireland. The new direction of the UDA leadership was anathema to Harding Smith and to the British Secret Service, which had infiltrated several sections of the wider organisation. Ciaran hoped that, by calling off the assassins, he might encourage the officials into taking on the provisionals in the nationalist working class areas. With the defeat of the Provos, both the UDA and the officials could work on building unity of the working class within the context of a northern state. The plan ignored the real strength of the officials, who were in no position to defeat the Provos. On January 10, 1973, however, a week into Ciaran's ceasefire, Harding Smith nudged Anderson to one side by creating joint chairpersonship of the UDA and assuming one of the positions himself. 3 days later, Dave Fogel was taken before Harding Smith by supporters of the new boss. On January 22, Fogel fled to England and sold his story to the Sunday Times, telling of a cruel and vicious smear campaign being directed against Ciaran. Nevertheless, the UDA commanders in East Belfast remained loyal to Ciaran, forcing Harding Smith to a compromise. Ciaran would remain in control of the East, but would accept Harding Smith's overall command of the organisation and end his flirtation with nationalists. At the end of January, with Harding Smith back at the helm, the assassins were let loose again, and 5 nationalists were killed in a few days, one in a grenade attack on a busload of nationalist workers. The resumption of sectarian attacks forced the British hand. On February 3, 1973, 2 loyalists were interned, the first in half a century. In the east, where Ciaran was in control, the UDA took on the British Army in a wild gun battle, and a further 7 nationalists were assassinated over the coming weekend. Harding Smith refused to sanction any action against the British in the west of the city. On February 7, the UDA, Loyalist Association of Workers, Law, and Craig's Vanguard sponsored a one-day strike which triggered off riots and more gun battles in Loyalist areas. However, Loyalists continued to be interned until eventually there were 60 in Longcash, along with 600 interned Republicans. At the same time Harding Smith consolidated his position within the UDA, his supporters setting up an alternative headquarters on the Shankill Road on June 7, 1973 in opposition to the existing one in East Belfast. But the East still stayed with Ciaran. 8 days later, in the early morning, 2 gunmen turned up at Ciaran's home, ran upstairs and shot dead Michael Wilson, Ciaran's brother-in-law and bodyguard. The gunmen escaped on foot through the Loyalist Brownhill estate. Their car had been hijacked on the Shankill Road. Nonetheless, the UDA gave Wilson a big funeral, the mourners being led by Harding Smith himself, and Paisley presiding over the burial. Publicly the UDA blamed the IRA, but nobody took the claim seriously. Then on Friday, September 14, Tommy Ciaran was kidnapped close to the Newtown Ards Road headquarters of the UDA. When his body was found at Drumbo 2 days later, a legally held gun was still in its holster. Paisley and other Loyalist leaders blamed British intelligence, and this was later confirmed by undercover agent Albert Baker in 1974. UDA leaders, he said, were untouchable provided they followed British orders, which was not the case with Tommy Ciaran, whom the SAS have killed. Eventually, the UDA gunned down Harding Smith in January, and again in February, 1975. On his release from hospital after the second attempt on his life, the UDA commander spent 2 days living at Tennant Street RUC barracks before he and his family slipped unnoticed out of the 153 country. The assassinations, meanwhile, continued to serve their purpose, along with the overt and covert killings carried out by the British Army, of terrorizing the nationalist community. It was a terror that would hit Ballymurphy several times during 1973. On February 18, less than 7 weeks after the murder of Jack Mooney, David McAleese, 38, of Ballymurphy Parade was one of 2 postmen shot by the UVF within yards of a military observation post on the roof of a derelict mill on the Falls Road. The 2 men were on their way home from work when a car pulled out from Northumberland Street and stopped beside them. A man jumped out and fired on them with a Sterling submachine gun. He then ran to the fallen men and fired several more bursts into their twisting bodies. The coolness with which the murders were carried out suggested that the killers knew that the sentry in the overhead post was nothing more than a tailor's dummy, information that would only have been available to British forces. The next Ballymurphy victim was David Glennon, 45, whose hooded body was found in a car in Summer Street in the Old Park area on Thursday, March 8, the day of the British government's plebiscite on the future of the North. As the predictable result, 57% are voting to remain British, and a general nationalist boycott was announced. The Glennon family and their neighbors went into mourning. 12 weeks later, on May 31, Gerard Barnes, 31, of Spring Hill Crescent, was passing McGlade's pub in Dungal Street when a 20-pound bomb was thrown from a passing car into the bar. The pub was extensively damaged, many people were injured, and Gerard Barnes was killed outright. From then until August 10, the Upper Springfield was spared the hand of the assassins. But only to suffer a double blow that Friday night. Shortly after 8 p.m. on August 10, Joseph Murphy, 30, and his pregnant wife Mary, were returning home along Kennedy Way after visiting a relative in hospital. Without warning, a hijacked taxi pulled up alongside them, the passenger firing a pistol through the open window. Joseph Murphy fell to the pavement, whereupon the taxi stopped, and the gunman got out to pump more bullets into his victim's head. When the news reached Ballymurphy, Joseph Murphy Sr. collapsed and died of a heart attack. The double funeral once again united the community in tragedy, stirring the emotions of even the most battle-hardened of a people long inured to the consequences of war. Since the beginning of the year, the IRA campaign had maintained a relentless ferocity. Although hampered by continuing arrests and the loss of the no-go areas, the volunteers were improving their armory and sophistication and proving capable of subverting any efforts the British made. In the border areas, particularly in South Armagh, the military traveled out from their bases at their grave peril. Serviced by helicopter. 154. They lay dug in behind fortifications of concrete, sandbags, rocket wire and machine gun posts. Despite painstaking searches, spot checkpoints, control zones in cities and towns, and the presence of tens of thousands of armed men, the IRA slipped in and out to plant bombs and incendiaries, rob banks and post offices, fight lengthy gun battles with troops or loyalists, even visit other volunteers in prison. The IRA had also taken the war to Britain. On March 8, 1973, the day of the border plebiscite, volunteers had set off a chain of bombs across the north, shot dead a soldier at a polling booth, and to emphasize their disgust at the British refusal to treat the Irish people as one entity in its poll, they hit London. One man died of a heart attack and 200 people were injured when the Old Bailey and Great Scotland Yard were bombed. When the bombing teams were picked up soon afterwards, 19-year-old Gary Kelly and 29-year-old Joseph Armstrong from the Upper Springfield were among them. So too were two young sisters from Andersonstown, Marion and Dolores Price, who would later embark on a 206-day, force-feeding hunger strike, along with Gary Kelly and Hugh Feeney, to support their demand for repatriation to a prison in the north. Nevertheless, the British pushed ahead with plans to end direct rule, which had simply exacerbated the problems they faced in attempting to govern the north. On March 20, they published a white paper which opted for a new 78-seat single-chamber assembly at Stormont with an executive that would ensure meaningful power sharing. The assembly would be elected by proportional representation, and it would form links with Leinster House through a Council of Ireland, which would serve to secure the acceptance of the present status of Northern Ireland. The Alliance Party, expected to play a central role in the new developments, was the only group in the North to openly welcome the proposals. The response of Brian Faulkner's Unionist Party, the SDLP, and the officials, Republican clubs was one of grudging acceptance. People's Democracy and the Provos unequivocally rejected the document, which was aimed at stabilizing the very state they sought to overthrow. But the most ominous signs for the British came from the far right. Paisley described the white paper as an act of treachery, while Craig responded with the formation of the Vanguard Unionist Progressive Party, backed by the UDA and the Loyalist Association of Workers, which, he pledged, would oppose the proposals tooth and nail in alliance with Paisley's DUP. At the end of April, another dismal note for British policy was sounded by the Grand Orange Lodge, which also came out against the white paper. White law went ahead regardless. Elections for the assembly would be held on June 28. In the South, a new government was settling into office. In February, Lynch, hoping to catch the potential Fine Gael/Labour alliance off guard, had called a snap general election for the 28th of the month. It misfired. 155. And Fianna Fáil was pushed out of government for the first time since 1954. Fine Gael, however, with its anti-republican Civil War background, was even more anxious than Lynch to ensure that the North's future lay within a context of British rule and reform, keeping unity well off the agenda. The new Dowsiak, Liam Cosgrove, insisted that any move towards ending partition would do nothing more than dangerously exacerbate tension and fears too. In the months prior to the assembly elections, the British made a concerted effort to cripple the IRA's military capacity so that the elections could take place as smoothly as possible. In March, British intelligence scored a major coup when the gun-running ship Claudia, with Joe Cahill and 5 tons of Libyan arms aboard, was captured by the Irish Navy. But, despite numerous claims of having the IRA on the run or on the verge of defeat, there were few other signs of a British victory. By election day on June 28, IRA bombings for the first half of 1973 had involved the use of 48,000 pounds of explosives, while gun and rocket attacks, and newly introduced mortars, were pinning down thousands of troops. On June 28, the 6 counties went to the polls with the British hanging their hopes on the emergence of a strong middle ground. Shortly before the elections, Provisional Sinn Féin supplemented its 1971 Éireann policy document with a further paper entitled The Quality of Life in Ireland, covering environment and social welfare issues not previously covered in Éireann. At the same time, it again drew attention to the proposals in the original document, which had been revised in June 1972, and called for a boycott of the assembly elections. Éireann had envisaged a single-chamber federal parliament for the whole of Ireland, with 4 reasonably autonomous parliaments based on the ancient provinces of Ireland. It also proposed decentralization of power through local community councils, public ownership of financial institutions and large industries, the large-scale development of cooperatives, and an end to foreign ownership of Irish farmland. Gradually, over the coming years, Sinn Féin would transform Éireann into a strong left-wing political program, always insisting that it moved slowly to bring people along with us, because you cannot create a new society without mass support providing the muscle to do it. 3 However, In the war-weary days of June 1973, Ciaran and the Provost/PD call for an election boycott went generally unheeded. Internment, imprisonment, the state of siege imposed by Motorman, and the prospects of an indefinite war had sapped the will of the community sufficiently to make the white paper proposals, with their apparent promise of a peaceful step towards the national aspiration, at least worth a try. Even in the staunchest of Republican areas the boycott failed. But the election results provided little promise of a peaceful transition towards any future that would involve either power sharing or a Council of Ireland. Of 156, the 78 seats, Unionists loyal to Faulkner won 23, the SDLP took 19, the Craig Paisley Alliance had 15, anti-white paper Unionists won 2 and the Northern Ireland Labour Party had 1 seat. The Republican clubs failed to have a single candidate elected. With a 27-seat bloc absolutely opposed to the white paper, Faulkner would have to form a coalition with the SDLP and Alliance. During the next 2 months, as Orangemen marched throughout the north, and an angry nationalist population commemorated the second anniversary of internment, the Stormont Assembly made no progress, many of its sessions ending in inter-unionist uproar. The IRA meanwhile planted a further 167 bombs, while the UVF maintained a bombing campaign north and south of the border. At the end of August an impatient Heath flew to Belfast to demand the establishment of an executive. However, it took 3 more months of political wranglings before Whitelaw was in a position to announce the formation of an 11-person executive designate with 6 Unionists, 4 SDLP, and 1 Alliance. Faulkner was to be chief executive, and Gary Fitt, the SDLP leader, would be his deputy. Plans were also announced for a London-Dublin-Belfast conference to arrange the Council of Ireland. The ensuing 4-day talks took place at Sunningdale in England, beginning on December 6, and a vague deal was struck on the Council of Ireland. In it the status of the North was guaranteed, the British agreed to be guided in the future by the wishes of the Northern majority in relation to partition, and a commission was set up to study methods of combating the IRA. The components of the power-sharing executive, the Faulknerites who had sworn never to share power with those bent on demolishing the state, which included the SDLP, and the SDLP who had vowed not to participate in Northern institutions until internment ended, returned to Belfast to sell their victories to their respective electorates. Meanwhile, prospects for the deal were already looking dismally bleak. On December 5, the RUC had to put down an inter-unionist riot at Stormont. The following day, as the Sunningdale Conference got underway, 600 delegates from the anti-white paper Unionists, Vanguard, the Orange Order and the DUP formed the United Ulster Unionist Council, whose sole purpose was to destroy the Power-Sharing Assembly and the Council of Ireland. The IRA also continued to oppose the deal through its military campaign, once more extending bombing operations to England over the Christmas period. At the close of 1973 the British were nowhere near achieving their military solution despite the massive resources poured into the war since Motorman. The only achievement, other than the short-term gain of several hundred arrests and internments, was to add to the resentment and alienation of nationalists. Politically the situation looked no better. The 157 power-sharing experiment had produced a forced result that may have looked good on paper, but was already feeling the dead weight of the extreme right on its back. Meanwhile, 250 people had been killed during 1973, with thousands of others injured. Of those killed 79 were members of the occupation forces. The changes that had occurred in Greater Ballymurphy by the beginning of 1973 were perhaps best illustrated by one small event. Towards the end of 1972 the housing executive had proposed that the area be renamed, as this might help to remove the stigma attached to Ballymurphy over the previous 2 decades. As this would primarily affect Ballymurphy Estate, the suggestion was put to the BTA, who found the notion quite incomprehensible. Stigma? What stigma, they wanted to know. Ballymurphy was a name to be proud of. Even in Moyard and Springhill, 2 estates still having serious teething problems, there was no question of wanting to belong to any entity other than Ballymurphy. Along with the sense of community nurtured by the Troubles, many of the area's earlier problems were beginning to disappear. With housing allocation no longer under the control of the authorities, there was an end to the policy of dumping problem families in the area. Also, as it was now a case of first come first served, local knowledge played a major part in the acquisition of a house, so that an extended family network began to spread through the area, adding to its stability. The younger families were simultaneously moving away from delivering to Ireland masses of sons and daughters, and this helped to alleviate the problem of overcrowding. Between 1971 and 1973, the average household in Ballymurphy estate had dropped from 6.5 to 5.74, and this pattern was to continue, giving a 1983 average of 4.55 at the same time, partly due to the controlling effects of the extended families, partly due to the diversions offered by the Troubles, and partly due to the policing of the IRA. Petty crime was virtually absent. With the area entrenched in a protracted guerrilla war, and outsiders terrified of its very name, Ballymurphy paradoxically offered its residents one of the safest urban environments in Europe. The war aside, of course. It also offered a caring mantle of some 80 community groups which ensured to the best of their abilities that everyone's needs were accommodated. Nonetheless, the months of brutal repression had taken their toll. A number of older community groups, which had to weather the brunt of the hurricane since 1969, were beginning to show signs of strain. The BTA in particular had taken a battering, and would never recover its former dynamism. Plagued by infighting and the regular long absences of a chairperson through whom all business was transacted, it had lost direction and morale was at an all-time low. Meetings had become 158 irregular, and much of the administration had passed over to Mark Duffy, one of its treasurers. Frank Cahill's release from Longkesh in October 1972 had injected a fresh burst of life, but it was short-lived, although it did manage to revive the BTA's building program and bring Tony Spencer back to complete the Ballymurphy survey. Motorman had also left a residue of other problems. Military repression was still rampant, but there was no longer any opportunity for the young people to vent their anger as they had during the riots of 1970. Instead, the anger became frustration and finally turned in on itself. Although the pressure had eased a little, the aftertaste was now running its own course, with gang warfare erupting between supporters of the officials and provisionals. Discos became major flashpoints, and in the Upper Springfield, that primarily meant trouble for the BTA. The spring of 1973 became increasingly a time of guns about the youth center. Then, on May 7, a riot left the place in a shambles and triggered off several days of gunfights before the youth workers managed to negotiate a ceasefire through the local leadership of the provisionals and officials. Meanwhile, 2 other discos in the area were closed for similar reasons, one in St. Thomas's School when 2 submachine guns, 8 pistols and a nail bomb were discovered among the clientele, and a second in St. Aidan's when young men from each side turned up with Armalite rifles and Thompsons. Deducing that the time was not right for the theoretical niceties of youth work, all 3 centers fled post-haste from their duties to the youth of the Upper Springfield, one worker commenting drily that bored teenagers are better than dead teenagers. 2 months later, the BTA youth workers resigned and moved to 42 Ballymurphy Road to establish the 42 Project. Frank Cahill, who had been central to most of Ballymurphy's earlier political struggles, became an integral part of the new project. At about the same time, Ballymurphy became embroiled in the reconciliation industry. The passage of the Social Need Grants Bill of April 1970 had opened the way for the Ministry of Community Relations to fund get-together camps, organized on a 60:40% ratio of Unionists and Nationalists. It proved an irresistible incentive. This is not to suggest that those engaged in the new industry were motivated simply by the availability of funds. Many believed in the value of bringing people of opposing political beliefs together, especially if they were children, who were malleable and open to change. Among them were the Shankill and Ballymurphy youth workers, who spent the coming years discovering the improbability of the theory. Although many good relationships developed among the adults involved, and hundreds of children enjoyed the holidays, most of the early enthusiasts later concluded that when people are ready to talk, they will, that reconciliation relies on an appropriate political climate. One memorable example of the short-livedness of children's camp reconciliation occurred in the summer of 1974. A party of Shankill Road children were dropped by coach in their home patch after spending a week in Donegal with the Ballymurphy children still on the coach. No sooner had they disembarked than the home environment swallowed them up complete. Fenians, they screamed, sending the coach into a healthy retreat down the Shankill away from the hail of bricks and bottles that had materialized from nowhere. On another occasion a minibus from Ballymurphy had just dropped two Shankill Road men home when it broke down across the main Shankill artery as the pubs were depositing their customers onto the streets. One of those on board, Jim Carlin from White Rock, had recently survived a loyalist assassination attempt, and his immediate response was to grab a hurley, symbol of Irish nationalism, from the floor of the bus and, guided by the old refrain that attack is the best form of defense, head for the door. Hardly the reactions of a man who might have felt that his good intentions would be understood and appreciated on the Shankill Road. The other three on board, who included the present writer, had a hell of a job immobilizing Jim, while still blocking one half of the Shankill Road, and convincing him to sit at the wheel while they casually pushed the bus across the peace line to the Springfield Road. Straight into a conveniently timed exchange of gunfire between the British Army and the IRA. However, in 1973 the idea was still novel, and a perfect site was apparently available outside Coodhill in County Cavan. Some old coach houses and grooms' quarters, belonging to Dublin's Department of Lands, lay empty and disused. There was a great deal of local enthusiasm for a Shankill Ballymurphy camp, and all that was required was a caretaker lease on the property. From a government whose rhetoric on reconciliation had been loud, that would surely be forthcoming. In fairness, the department didn't refuse, it just ignored the request. The only sign of Dublin having ever received any correspondence was a token visit to the Shankill Road by Dr. Garrett Fitzgerald, the Minister for Foreign Affairs. The camps were facilitated by a school in Donegal and by the Cork-based Association for Human Rights in the North. Immediately after the camps, there was a neighborhood ceasefire in the Upper Springfield. A community festival had been organized for 160. August 12 to 19, to restore morale after the bleak months of Motorman. As a result of an evil collective sense of humor on the part of the organizers, Charlie Heath of West Rock, the committee chairperson, was dispatched to the Taggart to make peace with the Major. He returned railing at the iniquities of the state and how visits to the Taggart were bad for the bangers. Name, the Major had bawled as soon as Charlie walked into his office. Charlie Heath, Charlie had replied, I'm here to see if there could be a ceasefire during our festival. Address, the Major yelled, and the discussion continued in that vein. But in the end there was an unspoken agreement, and neither the IRA nor the British engaged in hostilities during festival week. A second spin-off of the festival was to bind together the 80-odd local community groups into a solid network that has since weathered well the test of time. Springhill Community House used the festival to launch a community theater. A month earlier De Wilson, writing in the 42-based community newspaper, Spotlight, had announced the formation of the company, which intended to bring theater back to where it belonged, with the people who suffered the ills and injustices of society. Remember Sam Thompson, he had written, some people were afraid of Sam Thompson, and yet, all Sam did to frighten them was to write plays. During festival week the People's Theatre came on stage for the first time, delighting packed houses with presentations that might well have had a similar effect on those who were intimidated by Sam Thompson. The Catholic hierarchy could only have been dismayed. Wilson had taken to the stage, accompanied and supported by none other than Noel Ryan, another irritant they had vainly hoped to get shot of. In 1971, after 5 years as a parish worker in Liverpool, Noel Ryan had returned to Dublin where she assisted in a holiday scheme catering for Belfast children. Afterwards she wrote to Bishop Philbin, saying that she would like to work in Belfast. The bishop suggested she go to Ballymurphy. The parish priest, 59-year-old Canon Padraig Murphy, who found all intrusions in his patch obnoxious, agreed under the circumstances to a month's trial period, although he could see no possible role for a parish worker, and a woman worker at that. The month, however, became 8 months, and by the time the PP got around to telling her to go, the Dublin woman was up to her neck in the activities of the Wilsons Community House. So, in defiance of the PP, the bishop, and everybody else, she took a part-time job, dug in at 123, and stayed to become de Wilson's alter ego and yet another hindrance to the grand designs of William Philbin and his merry men. Coincidentally, no sooner was the festival over than the simmering conflict between Springhill Community House and Down and Connor bubbled to the surface again. On August 21, the day Derry City Coroner 161. Hubert O'Neill described the Bloody Sunday killings as sheer unadulterated murder. The Ballymurphy priest was in the news again. A few days earlier he had come out strongly against the role of British Army Padres, whom he accused of information gathering on behalf of the forces repressing the nationalist community. Now, Monsignor Patrick Mullally, Bishop Philbin's chief lieutenant, was rushing to the defense of our brother priests. Instead of investigating the claims made by Fr. Wilson, Monsignor Mullally chose to launch an attack on the accusing priest's credibility at a time when he might well have turned an eye to the credibility of those whom he himself represented. In an effort to capitalize on Mullally's stance, the British Army convened a press conference at Army headquarters in Lisbon on September 5, to which they invited Bishop Gerard Tickle, Catholic mentor to the British Army. The bishop began by describing the Derry coroner's statement on Bloody Sunday as out of order, and continued with an affirmation that there was certainly no intention on the part of the soldiers to kill anyone. 6 To which some far-sighted hack replied that an anti-killing stance was a strange one for soldiers in a war setting. The bishop was then asked if soldiers serving in the north should examine their conscience before firing if an officer ordered them to shoot someone. He replied that, if every soldier questioned himself before carrying out an order, where would we be? 7 When he was reminded that the defense of acting under orders had not been acceptable at the Nuremberg trials of Nazi war criminals, he stated that he quite frankly knew nothing about that. At this juncture, with the propaganda exercise crashing about his ears, Colonel Warren Stillito intervened, telling the assembled journalists not to ask such questions. When they continued to ask questions on the morality of army killings, Stillito brought the press conference to an abrupt end. The final scene was of a confused Bishop Tickle protesting his willingness to answer all questions while being hustled away by the angry and red-faced Stillito. 12 days after the Tickle press conference, the hierarchy struck back at Ballymurphy. On September 17, the 4 Asian nuns from Mother Teresa's Missionary Sisters of Charity vacated their house in Springhill Avenue, which was immediately occupied by local nuns under the control of Down and Connor. Overseeing the evacuation and reoccupation were Canon Murphy and Fr. George O'Hanlon. The following Sunday, September 23, an official statement from Mother Teresa was read out at all Masses in St. John's and Corpus Christi churches. In it she claimed that her nuns left Springhill because their presence elsewhere was very necessary. "No one has forced me." But, despite this assurance, nobody in the Upper Springfield believed that the sudden visit by Mother Teresa all the way from Calcutta, the hurried 162 consultation with the bishop, and the unannounced departure of the nuns in the middle of many successful unfinished projects were unrelated. The day before departure, Mother Teresa herself had given weight to the belief that the evacuation was in fact an eviction when she told a Springhill woman over tea that she wouldn't put the blame on any one person. 8 Then a week later the most damning evidence of all turned up in a rubbish bin, a draft letter in Mother Teresa's own handwriting. In it she expressed anger and bitterness at being forced to leave Springhill. Whether or not Mother Teresa's actual letter to Bishop Philbin contained the same words, there was no doubting the sentiments in her heart as she turned home for Calcutta. In a last-ditch effort to prevent the nuns' decampment, de Wilson, who was abroad at the time, telephoned Mother Teresa from San Sebastian in Spain and asked that her sisters stay a little longer so as to minimize the hurt to the community. She replied that if her nuns were wanted in 32 places around the world, why should she stay a day more than necessary in a place where they were not? Within 5 days of the loss of Mother Teresa's nuns, the Upper Springfield suffered a second blow at the hands of the hierarchy as Down and Connor continued its clearance of undesirables. 2 nuns from the Society of the Holy Child, Sisters Eileen and Elizabeth, had arrived in Ballymurphy with the bishop's approval at the beginning of the year. Sister Eileen specialized in adult education and Sister Elizabeth was involved in family welfare. The 2 women, who had shed their habits to remove all barriers between themselves and the community, had moved into a house in Springfield Park, both finding paid work so that they might be self-supporting. Already, prior to Mother Teresa's departure, they had been told by Canon Murphy that they were not wanted. Now, on September 22, Sister Eileen was called to the Canon's house on the Falls Road and told that she and Sister Elizabeth were to pack their bags at once. 3 days earlier, the Ballymurphy community, seething at the loss of the Asian nuns, had decided to confront the hierarchy in relation to Sisters Eileen and Elizabeth. On the afternoon of Wednesday, September 19, a woman representing the residents telephoned Bishop Philbin's house and got through to Fr. Thomas Toner, the bishop's secretary. Fr. Toner told the woman that, "We can't have sisters roaming around the district on their own and setting up communities." 9. When asked if the parish of St. John's hadn't set some kind of world record in expelling 2 religious orders in 5 days, Fr. Toner told the caller that she should keep out of affairs of which she knew nothing. As the autumn of 1973 progressed, the showdown between the people of Ballymurphy and the Diocese of Down and Connor was entering a stage of bunker building. Alongside the community festival, the VSB play scheme, the arrival of the foreign students, and the holiday schemes, August 1973 was also 163. Marked by the publication of A Tale of Two Surveys. Tony Spencer's far-reaching report on social conditions in Ballymurphy Estate provided the ailing BTA with the energy for one last assault on the state, and a reference document for all who would continue Ballymurphy's original war. In his introduction, Spencer paid tribute to the quality of leadership within the area. "I was deeply impressed at my first meeting in 1970 by the personal caliber of the officers of the BTA. I have many times reflected that in Great Britain they would have had extremely successful careers." The same thought was expressed by the late Paddy McCarthy, who observed that it would be rare to find people of the same caliber on a working-class housing estate in Britain. This high level of ability was not confined to the officers of the BTA. The operation to rescue the survey in May 1971 revealed among half a dozen unemployed men in Ballymurphy capabilities that would have got them into management outside of Northern Ireland. 10. But Spencer also pointed out that the BTA, and many other existing organizations, reflected the near monopoly of power that is enjoyed in rural Ireland by middle-aged and elderly men. 11. This was partially the downfall of the BTA, as one had to be a tenant to qualify for membership. Most young people, and their energies, were excluded. However, many of the new organizations that had come together through the community festival were weighted in the opposite direction as young people established their own avenues for addressing the social issues affecting their families. In time, these groups, further buttressed by returning politicist prisoners, would become the backbone of working-class politics and community action in the Upper Springfield. The BTA's final grand offensive, stimulated by the arrival of A Tale of Two Surveys, began in December 1973 with the formation of working parties to act on the recommendations of the report. Meanwhile, community activists from the area were also involved in a citywide campaign against plans to carve up Belfast with an urban motorway. By September 1973 the British had spent £9 million in buying and clearing land for the proposed development. Whole communities had been bulldozed away, as had hundreds of commercial premises. So widespread was opposition to the plan, not least from the neighbourhoods being raised, that when the Belfast Urban Study Group, BUS, published its report in October, it seemed that the public outcry was having an effect. BUS was arguing that the motorway was stoppable because the Ministry of Development had realised that, they have backed a loser, the second and third phase have been delayed. This is nothing but a polite way of saying they have been abandoned. The crucial issue is now to stop the first phase. 12. 164. But BUS had missed the plot. Phases 2 and 3 were about road building, and were most likely abandoned due to spiraling costs. Phase 1 was about population control. Already, the combat zones had been compressed by the clearance of an entire nationalist community from the docks area, bordering the city centre. When the link between the M1 and M2 was eventually completed in 1983, the involvement of the British Army and RUC in all aspects of urban planning was open knowledge, and clearly evident. The sealed streets, the cul-de-sacs, the walkways with foundations to accommodate military armor, and the 15-foot environmental walls perfectly complemented the new motorway, which cut an impassable barrier between Republican West Belfast and the city centre, simultaneously dividing the Loyalist village from Nationalist Grosvenor Road, and the Shankill from Unity Flats. Further road improvements along the Springfield Road in 1986 completed the Berlin Wall of West Belfast. As the autumn of 1973 turned to winter, the energy generated by the summer festival euphoria could be tracked down in many corners in the Upper Springfield. In a block of 3 houses adjacent to Springhill Community House, a craft center had colonized the ground floor, while Richard Fox, an American who raised much local CIA-related suspicion, was busy with a sledgehammer converting the top floor into a youth club. Alas, the stress-bearing walls fell to Richard's alacrity, and the whole block had to come down. At 42 there was the chaotic children's library where the little borrowers practiced mountain climbing on the bookshelves. And at the 123 Mountaineering Club run by a ruddy-jowled ex-British soldier, attempts were made to open a mixed youth club at the Springhill/Spring-Martin interface. Thankfully, the building was wrecked before anyone had a chance to be killed. On another occasion, the same man, while working on plans to bring disabled children over the Mourne Mountains in sedan chairs, invited the British Army to descend by helicopter on one of his weekend camps, which catered for Ballymurphy and Shankill children. The Englishman's naivete was unforgivable in Ballymurphy. Shortly afterwards, the club met its demise when some Shankill Road members burned its weekend cottage at Annalong to the ground. Community leaders in Ballymurphy mourned not its passing. On the economic front, 1973 was a year of unprecedented optimism in the Upper Springfield. Ballymurphy Enterprises, the knitwear operation, was forging ahead, with Ciaran O'Kane announcing in June. A new factory is under construction and new plant has been ordered. Production has increased by more than 100% over the past 6 months, and sales, at the moment, are at a satisfactory level. A reasonable profit is forecast when the new plant comes into operation. 13. 165. In October, Sean Mackle, the BTA's architect and a member of the White Rock Industrial Estates Management, was explaining to the community that the organization had managed to negotiate an interest-free loan of 30% from the Ministry of Commerce on each factory built in the industrial estate at what used to be McCallfield's farm. Raising the remainder, 70% of £2 million, double the original estimate, through local fundraising would preserve local cooperative ownership and management control by the community itself. He went on to say, "It is necessary that communities of individuals should have the right to contribute to the development of their own environment, to the development of all things that affect or in fact mold and condition their life. It can only be achieved by sustained, well-informed community collective action. A new magic is coming to the whole White Rock/Springfield area, where human needs and human values will be the main concern." 14. A month later, another cooperative, White Rock Pictures Ltd., went into production, turning out block-mounted paper prints and photographs. By December, the new enterprise, managed by Frank Cahill, was working flat out, and in the new year it employed 2 more workers. Gary Finnegan, a community development officer appointed to the area in 1972, had become its business advisor, a role he would maintain for the following decade. In April 1974, the management of the industrial estate declared that, by creating small craft industries like Ballymurphy Enterprises and White Rock Pictures, it was possible to demonstrate to an internal apathetic community and an external uncaring society that local skills existed, that initiative and imagination were infectious commodities, they just required release. Now White Rock is an ever-growing center of cooperative enterprise. There are already 64 full-time jobs. Perhaps the biggest challenge assumed is the development of White Rock Industrial Estate on community cooperative lines. This requires huge outlays. To date it has all services and roads ready to cater for factory building and 2 factories in occupation. Over £200,000 has been spent, a new factory is beginning construction, a petrol filling station and shop whose profits will go to more factory building are officially open. 15. Although motormen had deprived the Ballymurphy guerrillas of much freedom of movement, they were still very much in business, beginning the new year with a gun attack on Veer Foster Army Post on January 10. 166. The day after, the Coldstream Guards had ripped away the side of the Tuttons bungalow in West Rockaway with a Saracen armored car. For the next 6 weeks the IRA continued to mount sporadic attacks on the Taggart, Veer Foster, and Ford Pegasus, as well as sniping attacks on mobile and foot patrols. On occasions, such as the January 28 commemoration of Bloody Sunday and the early hours of February 4, there were intense prolonged gun battles. Amazingly, there were no casualties on either side until February 21, when a member of the Coldstream Guards, 20-year-old Michael Doyle, was killed by a single shot while on guard duty in Britain's Parade within sight of Fort Pegasus. 2 other members of the same regiment had been killed the night before in an ambush on the falls. It was a heavy blow to a regiment that had attempted on several occasions to buy its way safely through its tour of duty in the Upper Springfield. An IRA volunteer recalled how, one time, they found an Armalite under a bed in a house. They called all the people in the house together and told them they would leave it there provided no attacks were made on them. On another occasion, a 4-man patrol ran into a house after a woman who had a rifle up her coat. They told her they knew she had the rifle, gave her the date they were leaving, and asked that no attacks be mounted on them before then. But, even at that point they were in danger. 2 volunteers were ready to attack the house when the soldiers appeared with no sign of the woman being under arrest. We refused to make any deals with them, and at the end of their tour of duty, things fell apart badly for them. 16. On February 22, 1973, Jim Bryson, who had been charged the previous September with possession of a handgun, staged a spectacular escape from Crumlin Road Jail. While being escorted to Crumlin Road Courthouse through an underground tunnel, he produced a gun and he and another prisoner stripped their guards of their uniforms. They then casually walked through the courthouse towards freedom, but only Bryson made it. Once outside, he discarded the uniform, headed for the Shankill Road, and hitched a lift to the falls from 2 unsuspecting armed off-duty UDR men who thought they were running a mercy mission to the Royal Victoria Hospital. That night an enraged patrol of the Coldstream Guards fired indiscriminately from blacked-out Ballymurphy Road at a group of children celebrating the escape around a bonfire in the Bullring. But they only succeeded in adding to the drama of the escape. From then on, the man who would soon resume his position as IRAO/C of Ballymurphy was known in local folklore as Houdini. In March, as the shooting continued, there were more casualties. On the first day of the month, a soldier was grazed in the head while on patrol in Ballymurphy Drive. The next night 2 young men were shot in the legs. 167. In a punishment shooting carried out by the officials. 4 days later, another member of the Coldstream Guards, Anton Brown, 22, was killed by a single shot in Whitecliff Crescent. Then, on the night of March 9, in dense fog, the military went to answer a bomb scare in the vicinity of Corey's timber yard, only to come under fire. Reinforcements were immediately summoned and a tight cordon thrown around quarries. With a helicopter circling overhead, the IRA unit, it seemed, was trapped. There followed a night of sniping, the British maintaining a ring of steel around the yard, waiting for dawn so they could move in. But when dawn came, there was no IRA unit in quarries. The soldiers had spent the night replying to one another's fire. On April 12, the first Ballymurphy volunteer to be killed in 1973 died in the Lower Falls. It had been a day of rockets, grenades, and sniping throughout Belfast. Edward Mundo O'Ra, 27, and a companion, Sean Rowntree, both of whom were unarmed, were in Cape Street, when they were stopped and searched by British troops. An American woman then living in the falls later produced photographs of both men spread-eagled against a wall and covered by the soldiers. They were then gunned down in cold blood. Edward O'Ra was killed and Sean Rowntree was badly wounded. On April 18, 20-year-old Gerald Fitzgerald was sentenced to 20 years for a Claymore mine attack on the Paras in Rock Grove in July 1971. Fitzy would become another Ballymurphy escapologist of renown, having already escaped once in one of the IRA's more daring operations. During the attack for which Fitzy was jailed, he had been shot and captured by the paratroopers. 3 days later, on July 16, 1971, as he lay under armed guard in the Royal Victoria Hospital, the Ballymurphy IRA sprang him. At 6 a.m. a doctor in white coat and surgical mask walked up to the two RUC guards, pulled a submachine gun from under his coat, clubbed one of the RUC men and held the other up. He was joined by 3 more doctors, also with submachine guns up their coats. 3 other volunteers were holding the night porter prisoner. One of the IRA men then lifted the wounded Fitzy, fireman style, and carried him from the hospital to a waiting car, whereupon he and his rescuers disappeared, Fitzy going to a hospital over the border. That morning in Ballymurphy, leaflets, prepared in advance, were distributed depicting Fitzy's rescue. Once he had recovered, Fitzy returned to Belfast but was again captured, and jailed for his part in the 1971 ambush. 18 months later, on October 13, 1974, after months of tension and several riots at Longkesh, Republican prisoners burned the camp to the ground. During the next few weeks, while the prisoners lived among the rubble, one cage spent its time digging a tunnel. On November 6, the first of 33 escaping prisoners reached the nearby M1 motorway in the darkness of the winter's night, and ran straight into military gunfire. Hugh Coney was shot dead. All the others were arrested. 168. 3 months later 12 of those prisoners were at Newry Courthouse awaiting trial on charges arising from the burning of Longkesh and the attempted escape when they noticed some corroded bars in a lavatory window. They prized open the bars, scaled a 24-foot fence and escaped, all but 2 getting safely across the border despite a massive British dragnet. Among them was Gerald Fitzgerald. Meanwhile the attacks went on in Ballymurphy, with the first RPG-7 rocket fired in the area on April 20, 1973. The Taggart was the target and the blast was accompanied by a brief exchange of gunfire. 5 days later another single-shot attack seriously wounded a soldier in New Barnsley. On May 2, a rocket fired at the military post in Black Mountain School struck the roof of a house in Highfield. There followed a week of sniping and gunfights throughout the Upper Springfield, a soldier being hit in the leg on May 8, during an attack on 2 military vehicles on White Rock Road. On May 10, another rocket hit the Taggart, exploding harmlessly on the perimeter wall. On the 16th, a soldier was wounded by a ricochet near Corrigan Park. On May 17, rioting erupted in Spring Hill Avenue. That evening at about 9 p.m. when everything had quietened down, young Eileen Mackin from Ballymurphy and her friend Lucy Kelly, both 14, went for a walk through Spring Hill. Without warning loyalist gunmen opened fire from Spring Martin, shooting both girls. Eileen Mackin, a member of Cumann na Gaelani, was hit in the stomach, and died 3 hours later. As May came to an end, the tragedy of Ballymurphy was inimitably expressed during an IRA attack on Veer Foster Army Post. After a rocket had exploded on the protective wire of the post within the primary school grounds and the IRA and British Army had engaged in a brief gun battle, the media turned up to interview George McElwee, the school principal. His statement was simple and matter-of-fact, yet he could hardly have more clearly sketched the extent to which the war had distorted existence in the Upper Springfield. The children have a drill for such times, they fall to the ground immediately. They did this and there was no panic and no tears. I went down myself immediately I heard the rocket fired, and in the first 3 classrooms found children and teachers on the floors and no sound. In the 4th the teacher was reading the children a story in the corner and they were listening. 17. The children he was describing were between 5 and 11 years old. May ended with the local government elections which were designed as a lead-up to the assembly elections. The results, published on June 2, showed a collapse of the center around which the whole power-sharing concept was balanced. 2 weeks later, on June 16, a loyalist organization for the first time claimed responsibility for sectarian murders with the release of a statement from the previously unheard-of Ulster freedom fighters. On September 6, in a further statement, Captain Black claimed responsibility for 13 sectarian murders, 17 attempted murders and 18 bombings since May 13. 18 The UF would shortly be identified as a cover name for the UDA, which would remain legal regardless. Indeed, British attitudes to loyalist violence have been relatively accommodating over the years and were admirably expressed by the then Secretary of State in 1980. After loyalist gunmen had wounded Alfie Copeland, 28, at his work in Curran's Butchers at the White Rock/Springfield Junction, Humphrey Atkins stated that the people, loyalists, who had carried out the shooting were playing into the hands of the terrorists who of course were the Republicans. On Sunday, July 1, 1973, Reginald Roberts, 25, of the 2nd Light Infantry was shot dead in Ballymurphy's bullring. The military responded with a full-scale invasion of the estate and the systematic wrecking of homes. A week later, as loyalist violence increased in the run-up to the 12th, the whole area erupted. Beginning on the morning of July 9, and lasting for 48 hours, the area was engulfed in rioting, hijackings, burnings, and lengthy gun battles. On the 9th, a soldier was shot in the shoulder, the only casualty of 2 days' heavy fire. On the 10th, a rocket hit the Taggart, and 2 more soldiers were wounded on the 17th. From then until the festival ceasefire, there were continuous gun battles and sniping attacks, but without casualties. On July 19, rioting following the capture of Gary Adams, Belfast Brigade commander since the previous September. Further riots erupted on July 29, after a march in support of Michael Farrell and Anthony Canavan of People's Democracy who were on hunger strike for political status. And there was the annual rioting of August 9, to commemorate internment. Meanwhile, on June 19, 1972, strained relations between the officials and provisionals had been further exacerbated by the death of 37-year-old Desmond Mackin, who had been shot in the leg during a Provo raid on the officials' Cracked Cup Club in Leeson Street. Since the beginning of 1973, the situation had been worsening, with people on both sides being beaten up and teenage supporters fighting it out in the estates. 170. In late August, Jim Bryson, who had been in Dundalk for some time, returned to Ballymurphy to warn off the local officials. In the still flourishing Maggie's Tavern, this led to the pistol whipping of a number of officials, which in turn led to the passing by the officials of a death sentence on Bryson. The sentence was to be carried out on August 31. From late that afternoon there wasn't a child to be seen in the lower end of Ballymurphy estate, where officials and provisionals were openly carrying weapons. Then at 7 p.m. the shooting started. Earlier, Bryson and 3 other volunteers had been having a meal in a safe house in New Barnsley when a courier arrived to say that members of the official IRA were calling at houses in Ballymurphy estate looking for him. At the same time, another provisional, on his way to Bryson's home in Ballymurphy Road to bring a similar warning, was shot at by officials on White Rock Road, the bullet passing through his hair. On hearing what was happening in Ballymurphy, Bryson immediately sent for a car, with the intention of engaging those who were seeking him out, and drove down to Ballymurphy with the 3 other volunteers. In the middle of the estate they encountered Thomas Russell, a member of the officials, and called him to the car. Bryson told Russell to go to the officials and advise them to think again. No sooner had they released Russell, however, than the 4 provisionals came under fire from the derelict flats above the bullring. Believing that they were being shot at by the officials, they abandoned the car in Whitecliff Crescent at the lower end of the estate and moved through the gardens up to Whitecliff Parade, where they engaged the gunmen in the flats for 20 minutes. Unknown to the IRA men, however, the flats were occupied by a patrol of the Royal Green Jackets who were using them as an observation post. Eventually Bryson decided to flush out the officials. Simultaneously, neighbors spotted soldiers climbing over the railings from St. Bernadette School and moving into entries on Ballymurphy Road adjacent to the entrance to Whitecliff Parade. They shouted a warning to the volunteers, but whether or not the warning was understood is unclear. It would appear that the plan was still to head towards the bullring. The 4 men got back in the car and, with Bryson at the wheel, reversed out into Ballymurphy Road, in clear view of the flats. The car was riddled from the observation post. Paddy Mulvina, 19, was killed instantly and Jim Bryson was mortally wounded. The car, which had taken off down Ballymurphy Road, crashed on a bend in the street, 2 doors away from where Bryson's wife was now living with their son. Despite his wounds, the IRA commander was still conscious enough to order the other 2 volunteers to take what they could of the weapons and get clear. When one of them reached for Bryson's handgun, however, he found the gun held in a tightly clenched fist. 171. But by the time the British Army closed in on the car, Bryson was unconscious and would die from his wounds on September 22. A 3rd volunteer, 18-year-old James Bimbo O'Raw, was wounded while trying to escape. And as the shocked residents of Ballymurphy Road crowded out of their homes, the ubiquitous ice cream van came up the street playing 3 Blind Mice. A short time afterwards, 2 unarmed women who were members of the Provisionals were shot at by officials firing from Glen Alina Crescent into Ballymurphy Road. In a subsequent military raid 2 Thompson submachine guns were found in a house in Rock Grove. They belonged to the officials, and were later described in the political courts as weapons that were on hand to shoot a man who has since been killed by the security forces, that is, Jim Bryson. Bryson's funeral was a massive show of strength by the Provisionals, with thousands of Republicans marching to Milltown Cemetery in military formation. Giving the graveside oration, Mayor Drum, Sinn Féin vice president, told the mourners that generations yet unborn will live to hear the name of Captain James Bryson. In Ballymurphy he was already a legend. Although the officials and Provisionals met in Dublin on September 10, to try to defuse the situation, the bitterness caused by the Bryson and Mulvina killings, and the gloating afterwards by officials in Belfast, led directly to the bitter feud of the autumn of 1975 when the 2 organisations fought openly on the streets of Belfast. The day after Patrick Mulvina's death, another Ballymurphy volunteer, 19-year-old Anne-Marie Pettigrew, died in hospital from injuries received during an explosion in Elaine Street 9 days earlier. A member of Cumann NAM band since 1971, she had been an explosives specialist and part of a unit that planted incendiaries all over the north. The explosion had occurred when she and another volunteer were experimenting with new methods of assembling incendiaries. The sniping in the Upper Springfield continued through the remaining months of 1973, but there were no further deaths in the area until November 12, when 15-year-old Bernard Taggart from New Barnsley was abducted from St. Patrick's Training School and shot dead. When he was found in the grounds of Bellevue Park at 10 p.m. a placard with the word "tout" was pinned to his chest. He had been shot by the IRA as an alleged informer. The boy's father had been murdered in August 1971 at the Taggart by the paratroopers. The killing of Bernard Taggart had a particularly brutalizing effect on the Upper Springfield. Most people felt that, regardless of how he might have transgressed, his youth and the fact that he was not the brightest of youngsters should have spared him such a harsh and final judgment. The area's next killing occurred in White Rock on February 4, 1974, when 43-year-old Vincy Clark died in a hail of bullets outside his mother's home. Neighbors rushed out to find his body slumped over the bonnet of his car, and another car speeding away from the scene. This was the same Vincy Clark who was fixing his truck the day Arthur McKenna and Alexander McVicker were shot dead by the IRA in 1970. He had been murdered by a UVF squad, led into the area by Jimmy McKenna, as part of his long-promised revenge. McKenna, who had returned from Australia in 1973, offering his services to the UVF, was also suspected of being behind the killing in July 1973 of Clark's brother, Robert, who was ambushed by loyalists outside a builder's yard in the city, as well as the UVF murder of John Crawford in Andersonstown, believed by McKenna to have shot his brother, in January 1974. Until Jimmy McKenna's death in Australia in 1986, Ballymurphy was haunted by the image of a lone vigilante who was out there somewhere, armed with God knows how many guns, still avenging his brother's death. In the coming weeks there were several confrontations between loyalists and nationalists at the Spring Hill/Spring Martin interface, shots being exchanged on occasions, but without casualties. Then on April 13, a 37-year-old Springfield Park man was shot in the leg as he stood on a ladder painting his house, the incident causing yet another exchange of gunfire between Ballymurphy and Spring Martin. A week later, on April 20, 20-year-old James Corbett, an ex-internee from New Barnsley Drive, was shot dead by the IRA. At 3 p.m. a man called to the house, spoke to his wife, and went upstairs to talk to Corbett. A few minutes later both left the house. In less than 2 hours James Corbett's body was found at the Turf Lodge roundabout. He had been shot twice in the back of the head for allegedly acting as an informer. On May 25, a cow was killed on Black Mountain when it stood on a landmine meant for soldiers who were raiding a nearby farmhouse. The British then came under fire from an IRA unit further up the mountain. That evening, another type of explosion was heard in New Barnsley. As a massive loyalist political strike gripped the north, the city's gas supply had been run down, and people were now cooking in their fireplaces and backyards. The gas service had warned that they were maintaining only minimum pressure in the pipes to prevent air from getting in and causing explosions. But, they warned, people weren't to attempt to cook, otherwise they could expect such explosions. But there are septics everywhere. In the Upper Springfield, their exact locations were being pinpointed by the roar of the warned against explosions. The power-sharing executive officially took office on January 1, 1974, as Dolores Price, 22, her sister Marion, 19, Gary Kelly, 19, from White Rock, and Hugh Feeney, 21, entered their second month of force-feeding in British jails. By using wooden clamps and tubes, and daily assaults on the 174 prisoners, the Whitehall administration was attempting to break their morale before the hunger strike reached proportions that would compromise the SDLP position within the executive. At the same time, the British Army was launching a renewed assault on Republican areas. Mass arrests of children from ages 10 and 11 upwards were followed by torture and interrogation in army bases. Such was the level of brutality that Deputy Chief Executive Gary Fitt, Minister of Health and Social Services, Paddy Devlin, and SDLP Assemblyman for West Belfast, de Gillespie, were forced to publicly condemn Francis Pym, the new Secretary of State, on January 6. Commenting on the torture of groups of 15 to 20 boys at a time, at Fort Monach in Turf Lodge, Paddy Devlin said that he found it peculiar that at a time when the Secretary of State is assuring us in the SDLP that he intends to phase out internment forthwith, these arrests are being carried out, and, to say the least, interrogation in depth is being used on these young boys. 19 The Association for Legal Justice was simultaneously describing Springfield Road RUC/British Army Barracks as a New torture centre that seems destined for a place in history along with Girdwood, Ballykelly and Palace Barracks, Holywood 20 referring to the treatment meted out to young people, aged 13 to 17, the human rights group spoke of an administrative practice of torture and brutality at the base. In the 26 counties Patrick Cooney, Minister for Justice in the coalition government, was wholeheartedly throwing his weight behind the British anti-republican drive, assuring the world on January 15, that those who harbored IRA members henceforth ran the risk of losing their homes and having their businesses closed down. On January 22, the Stormont Assembly met for the first time since the formation of the executive. In the rumpus that immediately began, 18 Unionists were ejected by the RUC for causing uproar in the chamber. When Paisley was asked to vacate a seat allocated to the executive, he turned on the speaker, Nat Minford, bellowing, "You'll not jackboot us with your British armoured cars and your British Army." Kennedy Lindsay, meanwhile, was busy spitting in Brian Faulkner's face and dancing from foot to foot on the speaker's table, microphone in hand, screaming, "We purged the temple." As the circus atmosphere proceeded in the coming weeks, the SDLP continued to make perfunctory noises about ending internment, apparently unaware that internment would come to an end, as soon as the British were satisfied that the Diplock courts would fulfill the same purpose. Meanwhile, overall loyalist opposition to Sunningdale had crystallized around the United Ulster Unionist Council, UUUC, formed in December. The focus of attack was the proposed Council of Ireland, an epitome of ambiguity that was the agreement's Achilles heel. While Faulkner argued that the Council would strengthen the North's constitutional position, the SDLP was assuring nationalists that it was downhill to reunification. The Dublin coalition, keen for any settlement within a six-county context, was initially happy to go along with Faulkner in playing down the Council's role. However, by September 1973, 3 months after the Assembly elections, the SDLP had swung Dublin to its own interpretation of the Council of Ireland 21 so that both entered Sunningdale with their sights on a clear interim step towards Irish unity. Otherwise, the SDLP argued, its electoral support would be undermined. The British, meanwhile, were interpreting the matters of substantial mutual interest 22 to be coordinated by the Council as tourism, regional development, and transport. Consequently, the executive took office with this key issue unresolved. On January 4, 1974, the anti-Sunningdale Unionists scored a victory when the Ulster Unionist Council rejected the Sunningdale package with a majority of 80, forcing Faulkner's resignation as party leader. He stayed on as leader of the executive, but he was now without a party machine at what proved to be a crucial moment. In Britain, a miners' strike and general industrial chaos had brought down the Tory government of Edward Heath, and an election had been called for February 28. The Assembly alliance fell apart, with all three parties competing for seats and Faulkner's Unionists in disarray. By contrast, the anti-Sunningdale Unionists, led by Harry West, made a pact with Vanguard and the DUP so that only one candidate stood in each constituency. The results were a disaster for the executive, and particularly for Faulkner. The UUUC won 11 of the 12 six-county seats. In the marginal constituencies of Fermanagh, South Tyrone and Mid-Ulster, the SDLP stood against the outgoing MPs, Frank McManus and Bernadette Devlin, and the seats were taken by Unionists. At Westminster, Harold Wilson became Prime Minister of a Labour government, and Merlin Rees was dispatched to Stormont to keep Sunningdale afloat. Over the next 2 months, while Faulkner's Unionists backtracked furiously on the Council of Ireland, and the SDLP pushed for its speedy implementation, the IRA nudged the UUUC stormtroopers on with a relentless bombing onslaught that reduced tens of millions of pounds worth of property, mainly Unionist property, to rubble. Lengthy gun battles were also taking place between the IRA and the British Army, while security measures were ridiculed by IRA successes. Small, easy-to-conceal incendiaries, many no bigger than a cigarette packet, were being slipped through the most stringent checks, while Belfast's Grand Central Hotel, military headquarters in the city's fenced. 176. Off-security zone, was blitzed on March 7 and 28 by 1,000-pound earthquake bombs that turned Royal Avenue into a demoralizing shambles. Whole areas of the city were bombed out of existence during this period, as were the centres of many provincial towns. The pressure on Faulkner filtered through to Dublin. Cosgrave dropped all talk about unity, declaring on March 13, that the factual position of Northern Ireland is that it is within the United Kingdom and my government accepts this as a fact. The SDLP, at the same time, was flexing its ministerial muscles in Stormont. On April 3, Yvonne Cooper, SDLP Minister of Community Relations, announced the axing of the Community Relations Commission. On the same day, Austin Curry, SDLP Minister of Housing, dismissed calls for an amnesty for rent and rate strikers, announced an increase in deductions to be made under the Payment of Debt Act from strikers' welfare benefits, and added his infamous punitive collection fee. On April 18, Harold Wilson visited the North to reaffirm government support for Sunningdale and prop up the morale of his forces, whose bases across the 6 counties were being blasted by the IRA. 6 days later, Roy Mason, British Defence Secretary, warned loyalists that pressure was mounting in Britain for a withdrawal of troops. But the UUC campaign went on unscathed, accompanied by increased loyalist attacks on nationalist civilians. On May 2, 5 were killed and 18 injured in the bombing of the Rose and Crown Bar in Belfast. During the next 7 days, 10 more were killed and many others wounded. Finally, the UUC decided to force the issue. Its assembly members put forward a motion that the Council of Ireland be rescinded. The Loyalist Ulster Workers' Council, UWC, formed in December, threatened strike action if the motion failed. On May 14, it was defeated in Stormont by 44 votes to 28. The UWC called its strike. The stoppage was immediately effective, though nowhere on the scale hoped for by the UWC. During the following days this was remedied by the Ulster Army Council, a coordinating body of the loyalist guerrilla groups, who were providing the muscle to enforce the strike. Open collusion between the state forces and the masked heavies at the loyalist barricades, often hijacking vehicles in full view of troops and the RUC, further discouraged anyone thinking of running the gauntlet to work. On May 16, as the violence at the barricades intensified, William Craig warned that Sunningdale had to be ditched. If they don't realize this, there will be further actions taken against the Irish Republic and those who attempt to implement the agreement. 23 The following day 3 UVF car bombs in Dublin, and a fourth in Monaghan town, left 31 dead and over 100 injured. Former military intelligence officer, Captain Fred Holroyd, later blamed British military intelligence for organising the bombings. And still the strike went on. 177. On May 19, Merlin Rees declared a state of emergency in the north, giving him the power to use troops to maintain essential services. But British officers in the north had already decided that, even if Whitehall ordered them to move against the Loyalists, they would refuse to do so, which actually happened on May 24, shaking the foundations of British democracy. As explained 3 months later by one of those officers, for the first time the army decided that it was right and that it knew best and that the politicians had better toe the line. 24 By now cracks were beginning to appear in the executive, with several Faulknerites calling for talks with the UWC. On May 21, the UWC declared an embargo on all oil and petrol supplies, and there were 12-hour power cuts in Belfast and long queues for milk and food. 2 days later, Brian Faulkner, Gary Fitt and Alliance Party leader, Oliver Napier, flew to London to demand that troops be used to break the strike. Fitt threatened an SDLP resignation from the executive if the military did not take over essential services by May 27. On May 25, British Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, went on nationwide TV, castigating the strikers as thugs and bullies, people who spend their lives sponging on Westminster and British democracy and then systematically assault democratic methods. 25 Meanwhile, 3 nationalists had been murdered, two of them near Ballymena by UAC strike enforcers who were wrecking pubs in County Antrim that had defied the strike. At 5:15 am on May 27, Fitt's demand was conceded. The BP oil refinery at Sydenham outside Belfast was occupied by troops, and shut down. Soldiers then moved in on oil storage depots and petrol stations, which were sandbagged and put under armed guard while government officials handed out fuel permits to essential services. The UWC threatened that if the military went near the power stations, they would close them down completely, along with water and sewage plants, two services already severely threatened by the strike itself. With the 6 counties on the verge of chaos, the flour mills announced that they were closing down, and hospitals warned that only emergency operations were being carried out. Despite Faulkner's pleas, however, Rees was still refusing to talk to the UWC. On May 28, the strikers announced the final turn of the screw, at Ballylumford Power Station, where one of 3 generating sets was already closed down. They were now in the process of running the others down. At the same time, thousands of farmers and their tractors were converging on Stormont for a mass rally. But the battle was already won. Just before 2 p.m., the executive collapsed, Faulkner's unionists having resigned. The Loyalist strike had been an absolute victory, and Sunningdale, and all it stood for, was dead. Bonfires blazed throughout Loyalist areas, and in Ballymurphy, where there were mixed feelings about the power-sharing adventure, there was also a secret desire to celebrate the 178th collapse of the state. On May 29, the British prorogued the assembly for 4 months. It was never resurrected. By now, in the greatest population movement in Europe since World War II, more than 30,000 nationalists had been violently displaced in predominantly Loyalist areas of Belfast and southeast Antrim since the beginning of the Troubles. 26 Following the collapse of Sunningdale, the political situation was one of deadlock. Power sharing, the minimum concession required by the nationalist middle class, was a blasphemous capitulation as far as Loyalists were concerned. In a state based on Loyalist supremacy, religious bigotry and political discrimination, any move away from the status quo would fracture the existing power base. Concessions could not therefore be made to nationalists. On the other hand, the state as it stood, and the fact that it was set up by force of arms against the wishes of the majority of the Irish people, would guarantee a permanently rebellious nationalist community, with the general population of the 26 counties supportive of the nationalist revolt and hostile to the 6-county state. Northern Ireland was a political failure, a failure guaranteed from the beginning by its intrinsically unstable makeup, which had prompted insurrections on an almost permanent basis since 1921. In a sober assessment of British prospects for a stable North, Brigadier J.M. Glover of British Defence Intelligence Staff would declare in November 1978, 4 years after Sunningdale had bankrupted British political options in Ireland, that the Republican war against Britain is likely to continue while the British remain in Northern Ireland. There were therefore only 2 other options available to the British after Sunningdale: withdrawal and the abolition of the 6-county state, or consolidation of its position by the extermination of the opposition. Over the coming 2 decades the war would go on as ever, both sides locked in stalemate, and the IRA prepared for a war of attrition on an indefinite basis. The political situation, meanwhile, would remain as deadlocked as it was at 2 p.m. on May 28, 1974. 179. Part 2. The Wars Go On. 13. A Test of Wills. By May 1974 most of the major influences that would shape the Upper Springfield's future were already in place. The work of the BTA and the early influxes of refugees had brought cohesion, stability, and organization to a community that had been little more than a transit camp. The riots of 1970 and 1971 had brought solidarity and pride, and a realization of the power of a people united. Internment had been a crushing blow, but it too had been overcome, with the initial shock and terror giving way to determination and resilience. and the humiliation and fracturing of motormen had been turned into a further gritting of the teeth. Each trauma had, in its own way, increased the community's capacity to function and resist. And the longer the conflict went on, the more politicized and radicalized the people became. The political and social agenda undertaken by the area's action groups had meanwhile merged into a coherent, militant framework, already being admired and envied by community and political activists from all over the world. When Sinn Féin was finally to become involved in working-class politics in 1982, it would find in Ballymurphy an area in which the people were already well enough in control, with 53 community groups still beavering away at the area's problems. And, although Sinn Féin had not been involved as an organization, the whole development was clearly stamped with the extra radicalization injected by homecoming POWs over more than a decade. True, there were still many battles to be fought, but the score of victories was impressive. Throughout the 1974-82 period, Ballymurphy's struggle ran parallel with the efforts of White Rock man, Joe Hughes, a remarkable fundraiser who pumped his heart out for others until it literally killed him. Born in 1942 with cerebral palsy, Joe's sole means of mobility was to push his wheelchair backwards with one foot. Still, by using his very disability, in the form of marathon wheelchair pushes, he single-handedly raised tens of thousands of pounds for a battery of causes. In May 1974 he offered his services to the 42 Project, undertaking a sponsored push from Swords to Dublin, and for the next 9 years was heavily involved in the community politics of the Upper Springfield. Otherwise, the man who had spent 12 years of childhood in units for people with learning disabilities was off traveling Europe or hitchhiking across Canada. Joe's efforts were officially recognized in 1977 when he was awarded the Spastic Society Award, and the following year he made history by being the only Ballymurphy person ever to receive an MBE, and what's more, to be fully supported in his acceptance of his imperial title. This was followed in 1981 by the William McKeown Award, and a People of the Year Award in Dublin in 1982. When Joe died of a massive heart attack in the Royal Victoria Hospital in February 1983, tributes were paid to him from many quarters. De Wilson called him one of the world's workers, while another of his old friends, writing of the personal struggle that Joe had been fighting since the first day he realized he'd been born on the minus side of fortune, described him as Joe Hughes who always did the impossible. Joe Hughes who believed there was no place he couldn't go and nothing he couldn't do. Joe Hughes in the wheelchair, a truly remarkable man who gave us all courage 2 months after Joe's push from Swords to Dublin, as summer festivities were organized throughout the Upper Springfield. The British government published another white paper. In it they demonstrated that they learned slowly. There would be another conference, a constitutional convention where those elected would seek a formula for devolved government. This formula would be subject to a London veto, would not be a return to the old-time Stormont, and would have to include some kind of power sharing. In Ballymurphy the plan was greeted with derision, and people got on with the important business of enjoying the summer. There were children's camps, the play scheme, another community festival, and 42's educational trips for the younger children, which also proved educational for some of the adults. Greg Dormani, a New York student who would eventually spend over a year in Ballymurphy, accompanied one of the first trips, to Bellevue Zoo. He came back to Ballymurphy, gog-eyed. "Shit man," Greg declared, "I ain't never seen anything like it. Those kids were climbing up the bars of the tiger's cage." Witnesses of Ballymurphy children's assaults on British armoured cars might justifiably have wondered who in this case posed most danger to whom. Meanwhile, the shootings and ambushes continued in the area, with several people wounded during June, and there were 3 determined attempts to burn down Corey's timber yard. On June 29, David Smith, 26, of the Cheshire Regiment was seriously wounded in an ambush at the White Rock/Springfield Junction. He died 6 days later. On July 4, the day the white paper was published, there was a prolonged gun battle at the same spot. On July 22, the only Ballymurphy volunteer to lose his life in 1974, died while interned in Longcash. Paddy Tier, 23, had suffered head injuries in mid-July when British soldiers entered Cage 3 in force and beat up the prisoners. On July 19, he collapsed during an exercise period and lay for 2 days without medical attention before being taken to hospital. He died of meningitis 3 days later. 184. On August 12, 10 days after a British evacuation from Vere Foster School, 12-year-old Catherine McGartland from Moyard climbed up on the school roof to rub out an embarrassing "Catherine loves Tony," and fell to her death through a skylight. A member of Cumann na Gaelani, she was given a military funeral through Ballymurphy. On September 6, Garret FitzGerald, Dublin's Foreign Affairs Minister, declared that there should be no attempt at Irish reunification as it would only add to loyalist fears, thus endangering the lives of nationalists in the north. And in a most remarkable piece of revisionist juggling he went on to say that there had been many pogroms over the years in the north and that in the past 5 years tens of thousands of Catholics had been forced to flee from their homes, all a result of the IRA campaign of the previous 4 years. FitzGerald had conveniently forgotten that, in Belfast alone, almost 4,000 of these families were burned out in August and September 1969, long before there was any IRA campaign. 3. But Dublin wasn't finished yet. On September 21, Patrick Cooney, Minister for Justice, suggested a referendum in the 26 counties aimed at abolishing Articles 2 and 3 of the Irish Constitution, those claiming jurisdiction over the 6 counties. What were the good loyalists of the North supposed to think, wailed Cooney, when a gramophone record celebrating an IRA prison escape was so popular in the South that it might soon be a chart topper? 4 days later, Dublin's paranoia of being embroiled in the northern conflict reached hysterical proportions in a document prepared by Conor Cruise O'Brien, the government's political censor and Minister for Posts and Telegraphs. Dublin must play a low profile, O'Brien urged, so that there would be no 26-county boost to hardline loyalism. Otherwise, there could be a loyalist declaration of UDI, possibly followed by a British disengagement, and then a civil war. In this event there would be raids and bombings in the south, heavy casualties among northern nationalists, and massive disruption of both economies, with widespread and lasting unemployment. The SDLP, he said, had told him that there would be some 250,000 refugees flooding over the border, among them large numbers of teenagers who, by reason of the conditions in which they have grown up, are tough, violent and virtually ungovernable. For better to let Britain take care of all those ungovernable teenagers. In the Upper Springfield, dominant worries over the same period included the urban motorway, the dangers of vandalism to the new prefabricated library, and the packs of savage dogs which were, according to Dog Lover, returning to the wild state and attacking anything that moves. 5. There was also an air of pride regarding the latest communal achievement, the completion of the Sloane's Social Club. The inspiration was Larry Sloane's, hence the name, in memory of his 16-year-old son Michael, accidentally killed during an arms training session in 1972. A working men's club, Larry thought, would be good. 185. For the area, so, early in 1974, he gathered around him a team of selfless stalwarts and they set to work. Having little time for bureaucracy, Larry and his men dispensed with the usual trivia of leasing land, seeking planning permission, and other such irrelevancies, and chose their spot adjacent to the BTA Community Centre on land that belonged to Belfast City Council. They then borrowed a JCB, dug a large hole, and laid, as Larry put it, more founds than would have held the Queen Mary. In the process they broke the main electricity cable and had to pay for its repair. Using mainly unskilled voluntary labor, they went on to connect up with the local sewage system, and construct what must have been the ugliest, but most gallant, building in Belfast, a box of concrete blocks with a flat roof. Then the booze was ordered, and the most famous of Ballymurphy's drinking institutions got underway. Larry later recalled, "We had a dog shot dead in it, the Brits came in and fired 20 or 30 rounds in the club and we had 2 Brits wounded leaving it. The Brits hated it and they burned it 3 times, but we never closed one day. It opened at 9 o'clock in the morning and closed at 2 o'clock the next morning. We helped local groups and paid funeral expenses. It was one of the finest clubs around. 6. In 1979 an exasperated city council would take the Sloanes to court in an effort to reclaim the land, only to discover that they couldn't prove ownership. A year later the whole shebang would move to more salubrious premises, but the council's headache would remain, simply transforming itself into a repair shop for the black taxis. Meanwhile, despite Dublin's pandering to the Loyalists, the results of the Westminster elections, held on October 10, 1974, were the death knell for Faulkner's Unionists. The UUUC received 407,778 votes, while Faulkner's Unionists got only 20,454, hardly a promising sign for the convention elections scheduled for May 1, 1975. 5 days later the cauldron that had been boiling in the prisons exploded. On the night of October 15, 1974, Republican prisoners in Longkesh burned the camp to the ground. Fierce hand-to-hand combat followed between the prisoners and hundreds of soldiers armed with clubs and rubber bullets, and supported by dogs, and helicopters spraying CS and CR gas from the air. The next day Republican women in Armagh jail seized the governor and 3 other prison staff and held them hostage for 24 hours. There was also a riot in Crumlin Road Prison in Belfast and Magilligan Prison Camp outside Derry was set on fire. In Longkesh alone, 23 soldiers, 14 prison officers and 100 prisoners were injured, and as news of the prison uprisings went on the air, riots broke out in Republican areas. 186. From the evening of October 15 to the morning of the 18th, the Upper Springfield was again virtually a no-go area, with hundreds of youths armed with stones, bottles, and petrol bombs, engaging the military. A month later, on November 21, 1974, bombs devastated 2 public houses in the center of Birmingham. Inadequate warnings resulted in 21 deaths and a further 180 casualties. Although nobody claimed responsibility, it was, as suspected at the time, an IRA operation. As part of the racist response that would soon frame the Birmingham Six for the bombing, the British Labour Party, returned to power with a decreased majority, introduced the Anti-Irish Prevention of Terrorism Act, PDA. The Act's provisions allowed detention for interrogation of up to 7 days, a provision already in force in the North, gave sweeping powers of arrest, and enabled the British government to exclude Irish nationals from England, Scotland, or Wales and deport them to either part of Ireland. In the first 6 years of its operation, the PDA would bring about the detention of over 5,000 people. Of those, only 69, or 1.4% were charged with any act covered by the PDA 7 on November 28, 1974, Paul Hill, 20, of New Barnsley became the first victim of the PDA. He and his girlfriend, Gina Clark, were arrested in Southampton. He was charged, along with 3 others, with an earlier IRA bombing in Guildford in Surrey. His mother, Lily, later described the methods used to extract confessions from the Guildford Four. Paul was prevented from seeing the NCCL solicitor that the family in England had got for him. He was held naked in a cell in his bare feet with nothing but a towel. He was beaten and threatened with a gun. He was handcuffed while he was interrogated. He was prevented from sleeping and given no food. Threats were made that they'd give his girlfriend, who was pregnant, 30 years. They even produced her at one point to make it look like she was getting interrogated too. In the end he couldn't take any more and he signed, as did the others. Later on it was found that there were 101 discrepancies in the statements, but it didn't matter to the court. The statements, which were retracted, were the only evidence against them. The one attempt at an ID parade was with Carol Richardson, and then a policewoman got picked. When I went over to see him in court, I was refused permission to go in. They wouldn't even let me into the street. Eventually, when I got seeing him in Winchester prison, he looked terrible. So thin and nervous, and he kept rubbing his face. He looked in shock. 8. In October 1975 the Guildford Four were convicted as charged. Paul Hill was given the longest sentence ever passed in a British court and had his name entered in the Guinness Book of Records. 2 months later an IRA unit, captured after the Balcombe Street siege, admitted the Guildford 187 bombings. Their statements gave precise details of the operation, some of which were new to the police. Nevertheless, the Guildford Four remained in prison until 1989. Along with the Birmingham Six and the Maguire/Conlon family, arrested and charged with bomb-making as a result of the Guildford Four interrogations, they were victims of guilt by birth, all but one were Irish. As well as paving the way for a full-blooded assault on Irish nationals in Britain, the Birmingham bomb sent the Loyalist killer squads into a frenzy. On November 22, they hit the People's Garage, part of White Rock Industrial Estates, on the Upper Springfield Road. A car drove into the forecourt, and as the 20-year-old attendant, Geraldine Macklin of West Rock Drive, approached it, she was shot dead. The garage manager, Seamus Maxian, was shot in the abdomen. By the end of November, Geraldine Macklin was just one of 35 people killed in the month's sectarian attacks. Belfast, where 18 of November's killings had occurred, was a city stalked by terror where only fools strayed onto the main roads. The Provisionals continued their bombing campaign while the officials, now among their most vitriolic critics, condemned the men of violence. But, despite public utterances, there were grave differences of opinion within the officials' camp on the question of armed resistance to British rule. Ever since the unilateral truce declared by the official leadership in May 1972 there had been simmerings of discontent within the ranks. The most prominent of the dissidents was Seamus Costello, a veteran of the border campaign and an elected representative of Wicklow County Council. At the official Sinn Féin Ardfheis in December 1974, Costello's faction attempted to swing the officials back towards a military offensive, having failed in a similar attempt the previous year. When they again lost the vote, the 80 or so delegates who felt that the war in the north should be supported left the conference and established the Irish Republican Socialist Party. Initially the IRSP did not have an armed wing. However, many of the former OIRA volunteers who made up the bulk of the new organization had taken their guns with them when they defected. At the same time the remaining members of the OIRA, furious at the loss of the stolen weapons, were only too ready to have a crack at the IRPs. Their first strike was in Ballymurphy. On February 20, 1975, Hugh Ferguson of White Rock, chairperson of a local branch of the IRSP, was shot dead on a building site close to his home. 5 days later OIRA volunteer Sean Fox of Andersonstown was killed in retaliation. In the ensuing feud, which lasted until mid-May, the tally of victims included Billy Macmillan, longtime commander of the Belfast officials who was shot dead, and Sean Garland, national organizer of official Sinn Féin who was badly wounded in Dublin. 188. By the time the feud was over the IRSP's armed wing, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, was firmly established, although it maintained an official distance between itself and the IRSP. In February 1976 the PLA merged with a group of former OIRA volunteers to become the Irish National Liberation Army. Despite the IRSP's continued denials that it had an armed wing, the INLA would in time become closely interlinked with the IRSP. Both would face a future of intensive state repression, and ongoing divisions that would culminate in the bloody feud of 1986–87, and a string of dead bodies testifying to the bitterness of the fragmentation. Shortly after the 1975 feud between the PLA and the officials, the IRSP suffered its first split when Bernadette Devlin McAliskey and 11 other members resigned, accusing the IRSP of having lost sight of the class war and concentrating on the national question. They were also unhappy with the emergence of the PLA as an armed wing of the party. In October 1977 the new party would suffer one of its severest blows with the assassination in Dublin of Seamus Costello as he sat reading a newspaper in his parked car. At the time the IRSP suspected either British intelligence or Irish Special Branch involvement in the murder. However, on June 4, 1982, a 37-year-old man was shot dead from a passing motorbike as he left a pub in Dublin. The INLA issued a statement saying that the dead man, James Flynn, was a member of the quiescent official IRA and the gunman who had killed Seamus Costello. On December 10, 1974, a group of Northern Protestant ministers, led by the Reverend William Arlo, met in Feakle, County Clare, with the entire core of the Provisional Republican movement. The meeting was disrupted when the IRA's representatives received a tip-off that the Irish Special Branch were on their way to Feakle, but not before significant progress had been made. When Arlo returned to Belfast, he was in a position to offer the Northern Ireland Office IRA terms for a Christmas ceasefire with a possible extension to a bilateral truce. On December 18, Arlo and his colleagues flew to London to meet with Rees and Sir Frank Cooper, Permanent Secretary and Chief Policy Maker at the NIO. The following day Arlo flew to Dublin to meet the Provost. On Friday, December 20, the IRA announced a cessation of hostilities from December 22 to January 2, 1975. On New Year's Day it issued a further statement saying that it would extend its ceasefire until January 16. When the British failed to respond, the IRA offensive was renewed. 5 days later Ballymurphy volunteer, John Stone, 22, who had been on the run for 2 years, was transporting a bomb along with volunteer, John Kelly when the device exploded prematurely, killing both men. The renewed IRA offensive met with a negative reaction. Many people in nationalist areas felt that the British should be given more time to respond, and that perhaps they might end internment. The British, for their own ends, were also anxious for a prolonged truce. Negotiations between the IRA and the 189 Wilson administration were re-established, and on February 11, 1975 the IRA announced a second indefinite truce, agreeing to halt attacks on state forces in return for a calling off of military repression and a number of political concessions. These included the opening of incident centers, one above McAvoy's shop in Ballymurphy, that would be staffed by provisional Sinn Féin members and would have a direct telephone link with NIO officials based in central Belfast. Their purpose would be to monitor the truce and prevent any repeat of the Lenadoon incident that had collapsed the 1972 ceasefire. For the British, the 1975 truce was a major coup. At a small price they had managed to secure an end to the fighting. And this at a crucial moment when they were about to open up a new front in their war against republicanism. 10 months earlier, Rees, in a Commons speech, had spoken of a long-term British strategy of normalisation in the north. The plan was to push the RUC into the front line against the IRA, with the British Army playing a secondary role. Normalisation and criminalisation would then complement one another, portraying the war as a criminal conspiracy being dealt with through the normal channels of police and courts. The fact that the RUC had been retrained into a fully armed military force and that the courts had also been militarized would not be immediately recognized by the casual observer, giving the British an additional angle in the propaganda war. There was also the inherent move towards Ulsterization, which meant that the RUC and UDR would take more of the brunt of the war. In turn, fewer British soldiers would come home in boxes and the conflict could be explained away as a row between those irrational paddies. The British also hoped that the truce would provide a more convivial atmosphere in which to proceed with the Constitutional Convention. And it would bring an end to the bombings in Britain. As far as the IRA was concerned, the truce would give its supporters and volunteers a welcome break from the war. It would enable units to recruit and regroup, and it would allow the Republican movement to introduce its political program to the community at a time when the class dimension of the struggle was being pushed to the fore by the more radical elements of the IRA and provisional Sinn Féin. At the same time, the incident centers would establish the provisionals as the recognized guardians of the community's welfare, and a de facto police force. But the most forceful incentive for the 1975 truce was the promise made by the Wilson administration that they would withdraw from the North if the Constitutional Convention failed. Although the British subsequently denied this claim by the IRA, Rev. William Arlo stated in May 1975 that he believed that the British government has given a firm commitment to the IRA that they will withdraw the army from 190. Northern Ireland. 9. As the IRA well knew, the chances of the convention succeeding were nil. On February 13, 2 days into the 1975 truce, a St. Valentine's Day card exploded in a house in White Rock Gardens. 7-year-old Deirdre O'Kane had run upstairs to her mother, Monica, with the Morning Post. A few minutes later, as they both opened the card, it blew up in their faces, injuring mother and daughter. The card bomb was one of 5 posted to nationalists in the city. A second in White Rock failed to explode only because the alarm had been raised before the recipient, Davy Walsh, tried to open it. That night there was a related bomb scare in Ballymurphy Road. A car, hijacked in Loyalist Silverstream, was abandoned outside 42, with an ominous Valentine card on the front passenger seat. The British Army cleared the surrounding houses, but the 42 clan, just home from the pub, dismissed the military panic. They returned to the house, opened the windows to let the blast through, and while the present writer put the kettle on for hot whiskies, Donald Fagan, now living part-time in the house, armed himself with a crowbar. Then, as soldiers dived for cover, and Claude, a culture-shocked French photographer staying at 42, proclaimed the presence of lunatics, Donald, on whom fortune persistently either smiled or frowned signally, ripped open the boot of the car. Lucky for all at 42, it was smile time. Another of the Ballymurphy Road crew's lucky escapes occurred on the night of Sunday, August 24, 1975. 2 carloads of community activists from 42 were returning from the project's holiday home in County Cavan. Shortly after crossing the border, on its way through South Armagh, the first car passed 2 UDR vehicle checkpoints, the second of which was in the process of being set up. The second car, some 15 minutes behind, later reported passing through only 1 checkpoint. In the interim, 2 nationalists on their way home from a football match in Dublin's Croke Park were machine-gunned by the Protestant Action Force, a cover for the then legal UVF, the Ghost Patrol operating the second UDR checkpoint. Meanwhile, as the spring progressed, the ceasefire between the British and the IRA made little difference to life in Ballymurphy. On March 9, 1975, the ongoing feud between the officials and the PLA returned to the district. 2 men burst into a house in White Rock Parade with guns blazing, but their intended victim managed to escape. 4 days later, a blast bomb exploded in Britain's Parade in the same area, and a 4-year-old girl was injured by flying glass. During the first weekend of April, in an orgy of sectarian shootings and pub bombings that left 11 dead and 82 injured, another local man died. Kevin Kane, 18, of Springfield Park was one of 2 nationalists killed when a cylinder bomb was tossed into McLaughlin's bar on the Antrim. 191. Road by the PAF on the afternoon of the 5th. On the Sunday night, 3 members of the officials' Republican clubs were shot in the legs at Moyard Social Club by the PLA. By the middle of April 1975, the situation in the north was such that it was virtually impossible to know who exactly was attacking whom. Along with the IRSP/officials feud, another feud had been raging between the UDA and UVF since mid-March. There was also the continuing sectarian slaughter, with loyalists and nationalists being gunned down in the streets and blown up in pubs. And there was the British Army's role, which combined overt killings with its covert surveillance and its anti-ceasefire destabilizing program. During the second weekend of April, Sir Frank King, GOC, launched a caustic attack on the British government's agreement with the IRA, and particularly on the release of Republican detainees from Longkesh. A total of 200 had already been released, King told his Nottingham audience, and 370 more would be out before the end of the year. he lambasted the politicians for negotiating at a time when, he believed, the IRA was on the run. As a result of his speech, King was recalled to Belfast by Merlin Rees as the British establishment did its utmost to gloss over the general's insubordination. But the general was not alone. During the early months of the truce there were several incidents in which innocent civilians were gunned down by soldiers in deliberate attempts to force a resumption of IRA hostilities, while the SAS continued its covert war, regardless of the truce. Again, it is impossible to say how many sectarian or internecine shootings and bombings were carried out by undercover soldiers, but such operatives certainly accounted for a number of deaths in 1975. In the truce's initial phase, prior to January 16, John Francis Green, an IRA volunteer who had escaped from Longcash, was murdered in a farmhouse in County Monaghan by an SAS death squad under the command of Captain Robert Nyrick, who was subsequently killed by the IRA in South Armagh in May 1977. The UVF claimed Green's killing in March 1975, and this claim seemed confirmed when one of the guns used, a Star pistol, was found on the roadside outside Newry following the UVF massacre of the Miami show band in July 1975. However, it later transpired that both operations were the work of the same Keatsonian mixed gang, recruited by Nyrick to engage in murders and abductions on behalf of British intelligence. It also transpired that the UVF bomb that exploded and killed two of the Miami killers as they attempted to load it into the show band's van, was meant to kill the whole. In another twist in the relationship between the state forces and the loyalist killer squads, two of the men later charged with the Miami massacre turned out to be soldiers in the UDR militia. 192. UVF team. Nyrick, having decided that the UVF team knew too much, had double-crossed them by sabotaging the fuse on the bomb. It was also later revealed by two former military intelligence officers, Captain Fred Holroyd and Colin Wallace, that British undercover operations in the mid-1970s were directly responsible for some 30 killings in Ireland, along with the Dublin bombings of 1974. According to Holroyd, the reason for this splurge of killings can be traced to a feud then in progress between MI5 and MI6, the internal and external arms of the British Secret Service. The truce with the IRA had been negotiated by a British team which included the Permanent Secretary of the Northern Ireland Office, Sir Frank Cooper, and the MI6 head of station, James Allen. To undermine what they saw as an MI6 sellout to the IRA, MI5 and sections of the British forces used agents in loyalist groups to push the IRA into a sectarian conflict in the north. Direct evidence of prowling SAS operatives turned up several times during the truce. On April 19, 2 months into its indefinite phase, the IRA wounded an undercover soldier in an unmarked car on the Falls Road. The soldier escaped, but a tape containing the names of 30 local provisionals was found in the van. On July 8, another undercover soldier was involved in a traffic accident at the junction of Leeson Street and the Falls Road. The soldier ran off and his car was set on fire by local people, but a US-made machine pistol and photographs of 51 Belfast provisionals were confiscated from the vehicle by the official IRA. A killing carried out by such an operative could in no way be traced to the doorstep of the British Army. In addition to the general maelstrom of 1975, the IRA continued to operate on a low-key, retaliating for British violations of the ceasefire, or at times it seems, simply unable to control some of its members. But anti-British operations by Republicans were minimal compared to the level of sectarian attacks and kneecappings, punishment shootings carried out against suspected collaborators and alleged criminal elements. The policing role of the provisionals during the ceasefire brought a considerable rise in kneecappings as the IRA turned its attention to the burgeoning problem of the hoods. A section of the youth population whose excitement threshold had been raised sky-high by the Troubles, but whose role in the war had diminished since the earlier days, had now turned to petty crime and joyriding, both to amuse themselves and to supplement state benefits. The IRA's interest in the hoods was twofold. First, their activities were adding to the pressures on already beleaguered communities, and secondly, they were placing themselves in positions in which they could be blackmailed by the RUC into intelligence gathering. There was also the added concern for the youngsters themselves, who were in danger of being shot dead as they cruised about in stolen cars. In June 1972, the first joyrider to be summarily executed was killed on the 193 White Rock Road. 3 young men, James Bonner, Patrick McGohan, and Patrick Canavan, were fired at when they drove through a military checkpoint, and James Bonner was killed. During 1975, kneecappings were occurring on an almost weekly basis in the Upper Springfield, as they were throughout the North. By the end of October, a total of 374 punishment shootings had been recorded since the beginning of 1973. But the hoods refused to go away. On January 30, 1987, the confrontation between the Republicans and Ballymurphy's more wayward youth reached an unprecedented stage when the White Rock and West Rock joyriders threatened the so-called provies that if they didn't lay off, the joyriders would take action against the IRA and those who reported them to the IRA. Along with raising howls of laughter locally, the joyriders' ultimatum brought a reminder from Ballymurphy's Sinn Féin councillor, Sean Keenan, that the British Army with all their resources have been trying to do that for 17 years. That particular crisis was defused the same night. A small contingent of IRA men moved into West Rock and White Rock, rounded up all the likely hoodish hit squad types, fired 5 shots over their heads, and sent them scurrying back to the safety of their cider. The whole episode being viewed with considerable humor by the community. By mid-June 1975, the truce was becoming extremely shaky, but both sides were still adamant that all was well, and Rees was still releasing the internees. Meanwhile, everybody who could use a gun or prime a bomb seemed to be working overtime. At the same time, the Upper Springfield was entering another phase of its wars with the Catholic hierarchy. On June 16, de Wilson announced his resignation as curate of St. John's Parish, sparking off an angry reaction in a community sick of the hierarchy's tramplings. The latest episode had taken place on April 24 at St. Thomas's School. It was prize-giving night at the school, and the headmaster, 62-year-old Sean McKeown, had invited his journalist son, Ciaran, who would later become one of the central figures of the Peace People, to cover the event, particularly the speech to be made by Canon Padraig Murphy, chairperson of the school's management. When Ciaran McKeown arrived at St. Thomas's, however, he was immediately confronted by the canon, who produced an article that he, McKeown, had written for the Sunday Press the previous May. The theme was shared schools, and it covered Bishop Philbin's controversial decision to withhold the sacraments from children attending state schools, the issue that had caused all the trouble at Veer Foster. To the astonishment of both McKeowns, Murphy proceeded to direct the younger man from the building, pronouncing him to be persona non grata in any Catholic institution. After 18 years in St. Thomas's, 11 of them as principal, Sean McKeown resigned. To the community, and to de Wilson, it was yet another insult. 194. Heaped on top of all the other insults. But de Wilson had already tendered his resignation on March 2, and had it accepted by Philbin in a letter dated April 25. He had merely kept his silence until June 16. The anger felt in Ballymurphy took 2 days to gather itself into a coherent form. On the night of June 18, in a spontaneous act, 1,500 people stormed into the hall of St. Thomas's School, breaking the locks of the front door as they went, and held a public meeting. Frank Cahill was elected to chair the gathering, and after 2 hours of heated debate, a parish council steering committee was elected with a mandate to fight back on behalf of the people. The ensuing struggle became known in Ireland as the Holy Watergate. Had some of the angrier women at the initial meeting had their way, it would have begun with the symbolic burning out of the parish priest, Canon Padraig Murphy. The furor caused by de Wilson's resignation, and Ballymurphy's response, shook the Catholic Church in Ireland to its foundations. The public debate ran for a full month, with priests, academics, newspaper editors, religious correspondents, and laity generally sympathetic to de Wilson's and the Ballymurphy position. One commentator stated that whereas the millionaire